what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Okay. All right. I'm rating myself. This is a Legal Vices raid. Hey, everybody from Legal Vices. Great to see you all here. It only looks like about 330 of you survived the transfer. First things first, hit that like button. The stream is healthy. We're good. Everybody's happy in here. And Vince Clortho, the newest member, it looks like your membership is transferred over here as well. More unbreaded Havoc. Says redirect didn't work for me, but I found my way. Yeah. We'll give a couple of minutes for people to check in here. All right. Phew. Oh, Nicola Maxwell says my favorite hat so far. This, as you will note, is straight from the Aran sweater market in Ireland. They make all of my flat cap hats and my amazing cardigans. This is from the Aran Islands in Ireland. So all of you Irish people, we're repping here. When the weather gets a little bit colder, I'll be wearing some of my my Aran sweater market cardigans because they are so I almost cursed again 2 minutes into my stream. They are so freaking comfortable. That's like I would be so happy if Aran Sweater Market would give me a sponsorship and just start sending me all their products. They are so good. Hand knitted Irish wool cardigans. Ugh. And they're not that expensive either. So great stuff. Welcome here. All right. All of you that are in Florida, I hope you're safe. I hope everybody is being protected from the storm. You got the hurricane coming in. Take care of yourself. Una Hampson, hello from Ireland. Repping the hat from Aran Islands in Ireland. Okay. Cool stuff. Stay safe in the storm, guys. And as I just mentioned on my other stream that wrapped up a couple seconds ago, happy birthday to any United States Marines we have in the audience. It is November 10th is the Marine Corps' birthday. It all started a bajillion years ago in Tun Tavern. And they said, hey, we're going to go get the British, and the rest is history. So congrats and happy birthday to all the U.S. Marines. And it is also the anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. So if you want to go back in my Maritime Monday streams and watch some of that, go back and learn a little bit more about the actual event behind the sinking of the vessel and the Gordon Lightfoot song, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. All right, with that, here we are. We are now in Florida. I've sent out a couple of invites. We'll see if any of the invites I rip Ella Fitzgerald. No, wrong big vessel. Don't start already. All right. Yesterday I learned something very, very special during the stream. Do not have 3 very large, very strong rum and cokes on an empty stomach. It doesn't end well. It ended up with me making some random tweets. So, all right. This, for those of you that aren't familiar with this case, Matthew Terry is facing a capital murder charge. The prosecution is seeking the death penalty. Why are they seeking the death penalty? Because he reportedly saw his girlfriend dancing with another guy at a bar. The prosecution says they're going to bring in some witnesses that say that, and I believe they're actually going to bring in the woman that says, no, he was dancing with a girl. She was dancing with a girl for about 5 seconds. But apparently that triggered him. They go home. He starts breaking stuff and apparently going to town on her. She locks herself in a bedroom. He starts to make a hanger to pop the lock on the bedroom door. She opens the window, pops the screen out, gets out through the bedroom window. He eventually catches up to her and gets really, really stabby. Stabbed her multiple times, and then, slits her throat, and she's bleeding out. And then he runs away. They find him a couple of hours later off the property in some bushes when the cutest little dog, what was the dog's name? They had two dogs that went after him. Curfew was the bitey dog. I can't remember what the bloodhound dog's name was. The hell was the bloodhound dog's name? Anyway, a cute little bloodhound went after him and sniffed him out. Champ. It was Champ. Yeah, that's right. Champ the bloodhound, smelled some blood, followed the blood right to the guy. They pulled Champ back, and then they sent in Curfew, the bitey dog, to get him. So Curfew, the bitey dog, got him. And when they got there, they found out he had some abrasions on his arms, and he also had 2 knife wounds in his neck, which apparently he said something to the police to the effect that he tried to off himself. So, yeah. And where we've gone on the testimony so far, the prosecution is doing a textbook job. The police are doing an amazing job in their investigation. Their sweeping of the house. They're chasing him. The first officer on the scene was a brand new rookie. She was still in training. She was just this little mouse of a thing, this cute little mousy thing. Very young. This is her first trial. This was her first big murder thing that she'd been to. And she was there on scene giving her chest compressions and CPR while she was bleeding out. And this literal trooper, she was being an awesome trooper on the witness stand, testifying perfectly, not taking shit from the defense. Amazing job. The defense so far is really, really underwhelming. But then again, there's not a lot to work with. The prosecution made a beautiful opening statement. Again, textbook opening statement. We're going to call this witness. This is what they're going to say. We're going to call that witness. That's what they're going to say. We're going to call this other witness. This is what they're going to say. And they're going to paint this particular picture. And we're going to ask you to find him guilty and delete him. The defense stood up and they gave a 5-minute opening, which was very, very close to the Chandler Halderson opening statement from the defense, if you saw that, where it was essentially listen to the witnesses, keep an open mind, listen to what the witnesses say. Oh yeah, and keep an open mind. Goodbye. That was it. Their cross-examination has been really, really weird. The first responder, the young lady, the young officer that got there and was doing the CPR, apparently was just soaked in blood by the end of it and had blood on the knees of her pants. And she went in the house and kneeled down on the carpet at one point and got some blood stains on the floor in the house. And the defense team, for some reason, is really, really latching onto that. Yeah, we're going to, Corin Pope, we're going to get there in just a minute. We're going to get there in just a second. Hang on here. Now, for some reason, the defense is harping on this. Every single officer that's testified, they've asked the same questions. Did you find any blood in the house other than hers? Did you find anybody else in the house? Was there anyone in the house? Was there any other blood in the house? And weirdly, was there a coat rack? But of course there's no other blood in the house. He was getting all stabby outside of the house. So what the defense is trying to prove with that line of questioning is beyond me. And they're also doing this really weird thing where if you go back and watch, if you go back and watch, the defense ends every cross-examination the same way. They say, just a minute, may we have a moment, Your Honor, talks to the defendant, and then says, we rest. Every witness has ended that exact same way. It's weird. I don't think they have a lot to work with, so that's part of the problem, but geez, they're not even trying. And there was a lot of boring testimony yesterday with just going through the pictures of the house, entering items into evidence. But then we ended up with with Champ and Curfew nailing him. Vice is wrong. What am I wrong about now? I'm wrong about a lot of things. What did I say now? Come on. What am I wrong about? Did I, what? The defense is doing like with Chandler. They got nothing. That's what I said. Rum and Coke, heavy listening. What are we talking about? So wrong. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway. Whatevs. Yeah, you're not wrong about anything. I didn't think I was. Whatever. All right. We celebrated earlier. We can do it again. Anyway, if you're not going to make any sense, fuck it. I'm going to ignore the chat. See, that's what happens when you fuck around too much. I just start ignoring the chat because you're derailing the show and it's absolutely no fucking fun. So, all right. Enough of that. Bring it on up here. Ordinarily, you cannot bring prior bad acts into evidence to prove that they likely committed this crime. So you can't say because they committed this crime in the past, they likely committed this crime. Ordinarily, you cannot do that. But Florida has this interesting thing, apparently. Their interesting thing, let me bring this up real quick. Scrolling. The Williams, where are we? All right, there we are. Don't tell me what I did here. It's Wednesday. Today's Thursday. All right, there's where we need to go. This is called the Williams Rule. And what the Williams Rule says, I'm not even going to worry about bringing it up. The Williams Rule, it's based on a Florida case, Williams v. Florida, in which they say that the relevant evidence of collateral crimes, similar crimes, equal crimes, can be admitted at a jury trial when you're not trying to prove the bad. You can't say he did this. You can't bring it in to say he's a bad guy because he did this in the past. Or you can't say because he did that before, he likely did this, but you can bring in a prior bad act to show motive, to show intent, to show knowledge of how to do the crime. So basically you could say, okay, this guy has been arrested and charged with safe cracking. You can bring in an old safe cracking case he was convicted in, not to say because he cracked a safe before, he did it again, but you can bring it in to say because he previously was convicted of safe cracking, he knows how to crack safes. So you can bring it in to show that he has knowledge of how to do something, or that it's his modus operandi, it's his standard operating procedure, basically. So why are we talking about this right now? We're talking about this because he previously served 3 years in jail for stabbing his previous girlfriend. Now, you can't bring it in to show propensity to commit the crime. You cannot bring it in for that, but you can bring it in to show that he knows how to stab people and that it's his standard operating procedure to get mad at someone and stab them in the neck. So apparently they have ruled that at some point they can bring his prior criminal stabbing of his previous girlfriend into evidence. There will be no whiskey drinking today. We are drinking tea from the Dragon's Treasure Tea. I want all the way go down. Everybody can go down there in the description and click on the merch link, and you can get yourself a Legal Vices, not a coffee cup. This is a cocktail glass. You can get yourself a little cocktail glass there. All right. There we go. So at some point, the fact that he stabbed his previous girlfriend in the neck is coming in. And there was a an article in the Tampa Bay News discussing this girlfriend, this previous girlfriend. Let's bring that up here real quick so we can see what we're dealing with here with this lovely dude. All righty, share screen. This is kind of a sad story here. Share screen, Chrome tab. Man charged. Boom. All right. This is the article. Let's embiggen it. Let's get rid of this giant ad. How do we get rid of this giant ad? Go away, giant ad. You're not helping. There we go. Get rid of you, ad. Damn you people in Florida like your ads on the internet. Jeebus. All right. When the call came Saturday night, this is from May 30th. Michelle Rogers was at her mom's house in Michigan with her 2 school-aged sons. She knew the number, knew something was wrong. She stepped outside with her cell so the boys wouldn't see her react. He did what? She started to panic, couldn't breathe. She feared this was going to happen, but still couldn't believe it. Her former boyfriend, the father of her youngest son, had just been arrested for murder in the Tampa area. News reports said that he'd gotten into an argument with a woman at the Valrico bar, then killed her, inflicting, quote, severe upper body trauma. Hillsborough County deputies described the scene as horrific. I tried to warn her, Rogers said Sunday. I tried to warn everyone, but no one would listen. This didn't have to happen. 5 years earlier, Matthew Robertson Terry, 47, had started fighting with Rogers after getting drunk on St. Patrick's Day. He stabbed her in the neck 7 times in their Lansing, Michigan home, beat her head against the floor, broke her nose and a molar, and bit her face. She said she doesn't know how she wriggled away and screamed loud enough for neighbors to call 911. She spent 5 days in intensive care. Lawyers got his attempted murder charge dropped to attempt to inflict great bodily harm. That sucks. According to Michigan Department of Corrections records, he was sentenced in December 17 and was discharged from the prison system on December 29th, 2021. Less than, 5 months before he got all stabby on the new girlfriend? Roger said he served 3 years in prison and 1 on parole. She begged the parole board not to let him out. He's a very sick individual who should not roam in society, she wrote. Mr. Terry is dangerous and will hurt another person. It's simply a matter of time, except the next time, that person might not be as lucky as I was. Rogers was so scared, she moved to another state. A year later, Terry was off parole and moved to Florida, Rogers said, to be with a woman he had once dated in Michigan. I kept telling her. So this previous stabbing victim is actually talking to the current girlfriend. They were in contact and saying, I kept telling her, please don't let this happen to you or your kids, said Rogers, 41, but she wouldn't believe me. Hillsborough deputies haven't released the name of the woman found at the murder scene. The home of the address belongs to a Hillsborough teacher. Rogers said the woman was friends with Terry years ago, then reconnected with him at his trial. The deceased in this case went to his trial and reconnected with him in 2017. She came up from Florida to support him, Rogers said, and just kept glaring at me. Terry is an ex-Marine and software engineer, Rogers said. He played hockey, coached kids wrestling, and enjoyed spending time on the water. When the deputies found him just after midnight Saturday, he was hiding in overgrown brush off Lithia Pinecrest Road. They took him to Tampa General Hospital to be treated for lacerations he got while fighting his victim. He still had not been booked into jail by Sunday afternoon. A day after getting the news, Rogers was angry, frustrated, shocked, but not really. She said she feels awful for the victim, terrible her warnings went unheeded, and relieved that Terry will be behind bars again where he can't hurt her or her kids or anyone else. Her head aches from reliving her own trauma, and her heart aches for her son who hasn't seen his dad since he was an infant. He was supposed to meet him next month. She doesn't know what to tell him. Wow. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, so he's gone stabby before. He went to prison. And within 5 months of getting out of the system, he moves to Florida and gets stabby on someone else. I mean, you can tell the police he was a stabby person, and that he shouldn't be let out. But the police can't arrest someone for a crime they haven't yet committed. We just don't do that in the States. But the other girl, the victim, could have listened. But it's a shitty situation. But they're going to bring details, I hope, of that particular incident into the trial, to show that he knew how to be stabby, and that he, that's his like standard operating procedure: get drunk and start stabbing women. All right. That gives us our background here. I'm bringing up the video stream so we can jump in where we left off yesterday, and then we'll hit the outstanding super chats. So boom, let's see here. View, boom, here we are. Oh, hey, that's me. We don't want to view me. That's funny. All righty. We want to go to Law and Cuck. Law and Crime. Law and Crime, they need to work their shit out. They really do. The feed was better yesterday. It was much better than day one. Yesterday is still buffery and glitchy and things. We'll see how today goes. And just so you know, it wasn't me. We did a perfect O.J. Simpson stream just right before this with no buffering, no issues along those lines whatsoever. So we'll see how this one goes. And let's share the screen. All right. Boom. There we go. Embiggen it. All right. And with that done, let's pull this out here. And we've got several super chats to get through here. All righty. Here we go. Here's the super chats. All right, everybody, what do we got here? We got 815 people here and only 286 likes. That's like a quarter. That's like 75% of you haven't hit that like button. We need to get this to like 600 likes right now. So everybody, while I'm reading through these super chats, make sure you go down there and hit the like button. Let's get YouTube notified that what's going on here. 600 likes, that's kind of where they start to get you out into the rotation and letting people know what's going on here. So please get down there, hit that like button, get us up to 600. We can get up to 800 right now if we want, but I'll be happy with 600 just for the time being. And if you haven't subscribed, please do that as well. Bad Weather Biker says a good maritime Monday would be the story of the Squalus, the first successful submarine rescue. That's something I guess we can add to the rotation. Soon we're going to be getting to the Russian submarine non-rescue. That's kind of a tragic case. We're going to be getting to that one. We can add a successful submarine rescue to it. That sounds like a very good idea. We will write that down. Thank you so much for that, Bad Weather Biker. 378 likes. We need 225 more. Keep those likes pouring in. The Vault 7 Dweller Superior, they said, never gives up her dead when the gales of November come early. Yes, from the great Gordon Lightfoot song, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Not happy. That was a fucking stupid thing. They're sworn already. That was a dumb thing to say. Happy anniversary. No, it's the tragic anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It's a happy birthday to the Marine Corps as well. Thank you so much for that. And Pinochet's helicopter tours. The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down. The big lake they call Gitchagumi. More lyrics from Gordon Lightfoot. Corin Pope, Legal Vices, there's a very cool argument on the Williams rule. It's very interesting. Can we watch and get your opinion? I won't give spoilers. Yep. So that's what we're going to get to at some point during this, where they're going to make those arguments. And again, we're 2 days behind in the trial, but the court is on vacation basically today because of the hurricane and tomorrow for the holiday. So we're going to be caught up by the end of this week. Turn Terry into jet A fuel. Okay, that sounds like a good one, Bass. I completely agree with you. He's going to get the death penalty if he's convicted, I think. I already said it. The last witness, they had an additional question after asking for a moment. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, asked for a moment, and then they had one question. Yeah, so all right. I hope that was worth derailing chat for you, degenerate. All right. We got exactly 400 likes. We need exactly 200 more. Hit that like button while we get through all of this stuff here. All right, it. Roll that beautiful footage. They're already on day 4 now of the trial. Yep, and we're in day 2, so we're gonna catch right on. But they're not doing court today. There is no court today because of the hurricane. So they're done until Monday, and we will be caught up hopefully today and tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go live with the court feed on Monday. So, all righty, let's bring this back on up, and we will start the video. And I'm going to try to make as many comments as I possibly can and read the chat and pull some things out as we go along. But the super chats are definitely the absolute most effective, surefire way. Guarantees I'll read your question and answer it. Guarantees I'll read and comment on whatever you say, but I'll do my best to hit other things that I think are important that come up in chat. And we'll see if any of the people I sent the invitations out to come. All righty. Let's roll. This is after the morning break.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back.
If we need to pump up the volume, let me know.
We are going to pick up where we left off. It's 11 o'clock. The plan is to go. We've got 2 more witnesses we're going to get in before lunch. So whenever those are done, if it's right before 12 or right after 12, we'll take our lunch break at that time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call the witness stand Deputy Jared Curtis.
Jared Curtis.
How's the volume, guys? All right, let me know if I need to pump up the volume. Greta Thunberg here. Somebody called her Olive Oil. I think she looks like an old Greta Thunberg. The judge is really, really good, by the way.
Deputy Curtis, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Wherever you're comfortable, you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Jared Curtis. I'm a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, he's speaking slow enough that we can bump him up to 125 speed.
And I've been with the Sheriff's Office for about 2.5 years.
All right. What area do you patrol?
So the area in which I patrol is the most southern part of the county. It's the area of Ruskin and Waimama. So I work the southern part of the county currently and was working that part of the county at the time as well.
So I want to take it back to May, specifically May 28th, right after midnight, the early morning hours of Saturday, May 28, 2022. Were you on duty at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall being asked to respond to a call somewhere around 6211 Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir. So at the time I was at our District 4 office, which is located in Ruskin. I was at the...
Awesome. That's really awesome. See, and for those of you that watched the last stream with OJ, perfect, not a single buffering problem the entire hour and 20 minutes. Law and Crime, they've done something to their videos. All right. This is so freaking frustrating. Just chill. It doesn't like the 125 speed much, so.
Jury is present and seated.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a sufficient break.
And I know that was probably the dumb thing to do. Now it's got a buffer again. Seriously, F Law and Cuck. Oh, yeah. Great. Great. I hate Law and Crime. Oh, there we go. Yep, great. Come on. We're just going to stick with it. I refuse to give up. I refuse to give up. I'm bailing on this stream. This is ridiculous. Hang tight. We are. Yuck. That's lovely. Hang on tight. We've got we have backup plans. Good grief. The only hang on. The only problem we've got with this option here is hang on. Hang tight real quick. We're almost there. Do. Mm-hmm. This is so freaking annoying. All right. We've let them have their moment in the sun. We can go back and do this a different way here. Hang on, hang tight. This is just pissing me off. I really hate law and crime. And I think Flux is onto something here. I think Flux may be onto something. Hang on.
There's an individual that is in need of assistance. They may possibly be injured or what have you. The call relayed that the individual was found on the side of a house, profusely bleeding, appeared to possibly have a injury to the neck, and that they needed law enforcement assistance and medical assistance.
And did you respond?
Flux says they probably do it on purpose to stop the lawyers from taking their streams. Haha, cucks. And yeah, I'm downloading it as we speak, so we will go to the download as soon as it finishes downloading. Hey, Mr. Gigaspeeds, why not download the video? Yeah. Your content. Live in the same county. This is crazy. Free dentistry for veterans on 11/12. Hey, that's great. That's super if that's the case. That's really good. Fudge. Hang tight. We can just kind of sit here and chill and hang out while, oh, great. Yeah. Good God. All righty. Just kind of hang tight here while we can talk here for a minute while we try to download this damn thing. Just kind of waiting for it here. And we will bring it back up and then start the download. Yeah, and again, no. Wow, there's actually a lawtube.com. I didn't know that. That's kind of funny. This isn't funny though. And like I said, it's not me. It's just them. Idiot. We were now in the process of downloading eOldie video. Now we're doing this two ways. I'm downloading actually downloading it with a third party thing to my hard drive, as well as downloading it on YouTube's little downloady system thing they have. So we'll see which one happens first. This is so wonderful, isn't it? So how is everybody today? How are you guys doing in Florida? Everything is still okay down there. I hope everybody stays safe. Hope everybody, is doing well. And nobody suffers any damage from all of this. This is, typhoons are scary here. Hurricanes are scary there. All right, I'm going to go to the YouTube download thing right now and see if that helps. Because this is just insane. All right. Sorry for the delay. We just love our law and crime. They're helping. They're making everybody's life really nice. Let's see. That was at the 152 mark. Okay. day 2. And righto, we are okay. Let's see how this goes. I just watched it for about a minute in the background. Yeah, it comes and goes. For some people it buffers, for some people it doesn't. You know, it's just bullshittery. All righty, do.
All right, you arrive at 1:30. Do you remember approximately where you parked your patrol vehicle?
So approximately, it was a little bit of a distance from where the other deputies had initially arrived to and started conducting the investigation. So I parked at a distance. I couldn't tell you exactly where, and then walked up and then was tasked with assisting the investigation initially with doing a neighborhood survey.
Okay. That was your first task, a neighborhood survey?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do that? You did perform a neighborhood survey?
Correct, I did. So a neighborhood survey is where we go door to door, knocking on people's doors, trying to make contact with other residents in the community to try to see if they've seen anything, heard anything, if they have any cameras attached to their residence.
The secret is just don't touch
the
anything.
investigation in which we're conducting. I knocked on several doors. I made contact with 2 separate residences, but at the time there was nothing of evidentiary value to obtain from those 2 residents we made contact with.
Okay, after you finish that neighborhood survey, what's the next assignment that you had, if any?
So at that point, I was tasked with assisting the on-scene detectives with doing what we call rapid ID. It's a program in which we utilize to run a fingerprint on an individual to try to see if we can get any kind of response as to their identity. So
yeah,
I
please
was
check
tasked with,
if you have subscribed.
at that point, trying
Please
to identify
double
the
check to make
decedent.
sure you're still subscribed.
So I
YouTube
located
dropped
to where
about
they
30 members
identified
for
Kay
no
Baker
apparent
was,
reason yesterday and the day before.
attempted to identify her utilizing that rapid ID.
But before that point, you identified her as Kay Baker, but at that point, you or your fellow officers didn't know who that was.
Correct. Later identified as Kay Baker. Correct.
Yeah, let's see what I don't know.
Successful in your rapid ID?
Yeah, we're at 7:20 now.
No. So I made my way over
Huh.
to Kay Baker.
That's what we downloaded.
Unfortunately, there was a large amount of blood about herself. There was a large amount of blood around her neck, her chest area. Her hair was completely matted in blood. There was blood all over her face. You could tell that she had some kind of injury to her neck. It was very difficult to see through all the blood what exactly the injury was at that time. She was in a pool of her own blood at that time. I attempted to still do the rapid ID. Unfortunately, there was no response on the rapid ID. I'm not sure if it was because her hands had so much blood on them or if it just didn't have any fingerprints in the system to be able to identify her. But there was no response at that point from the rapid ID.
All right, so after you finished that attempt or that assignment, what was your next assignment, if you recall?
So from there, I returned back to my patrol vehicle, put the rapid ID back into my patrol vehicle, and it was requested of me to assist with perimeter on the outside of the initial response scene. So I relocated out to Lithia Pinecrest, which is the road running to the rear of the residence.
And see, that's
and
why
helped
I
perimeter
wear this
there,
hat.
And continued assisting in that manner.
For that reason right
All
there.
So let's talk about that.
That's why I wear hats in the house on
First
stream.
of all, do you have an estimate of the time that you
Mr. Clean.
relocated from the immediate crime scene to the point where you're relocating to Lithia Pinecrest?
I would not recall an exact period of time or how long I stayed out there off of Lithia Pinecrest, but I did relocate out to there and stayed there for an extended period of time.
Okay. So if you arrived somewhere around 1:30, can you give any estimate as to what time it was when you then relocated to Lithia Pinecrest?
And again, an exact time, no. I was there for an extended time on scene with conducting the neighborhood survey, with then attempting to do the rapid ID. I then relocated out to Lithia Pinecrest and was there for another additional extended period of time. An exact number, I cannot recall.
Okay. let me ask it this way. At some point, did you become aware that fellow canine officers had been summoned to the scene to assist in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
At that point, had you already relocated to Lithia Pinecrest?
Yes, sir. At that point, when K9 arrived on scene, I was already out on the perimeter off of Lithia Pinecrest.
Can you give us any estimate as to how long you had been out there before that point?
How's the volume on this?
Maybe
this
an hour.
This is a different stream than we were showing before. Let me know if I need to change the
Maybe,
volume.
maybe less. Again, for me to try and give you an exact time period, I cannot say because there was a lot going on. We were there for an extended period of time. I can't give you an exact time frame.
Give us an idea of where your vehicle was located, your patrol vehicle was located on Lithia Pinecrest, using reference points, either the residence that you first responded to where you found Kate Baker, or the area where the person was apprehended.
Yes, sir. So I was out on Lithia Pinecrest somewhere between 6207 Kite Ridge and the brush in which we found an individual. So I was to the rear, 6207, a little bit east on Lithia Pinecrest, exactly to which residence I was behind. Couldn't tell you, but I know it was to the rear of 6207, east on Lithia Pinecrest, and Deputy Gianni was also present. He was ahead of me, so he was more to the west of Lithia Pinecrest, and I was to the rear of his vehicle in my patrol vehicle.
What was Deputy Gianni also one of the deputies who was assigned with the responsibility of holding the perimeter in that area?
Out on Lithia Pinecrest, yes.
All right. When you were assigned with the task of holding the perimeter, well, what does that mean? What do you do?
So in that instance, what we're doing when we're holding a perimeter is we're trying to make sure that nothing comes in or out of that area while we're conducting our investigations. So our objective is to have our lights activated, our patrol lights, red and blue lights, and holding that area, trying to check for anyone that might be attempting to come in and out of the area. If obviously we make contact or see someone, we stop them, try to get them identified, because we're working an active crime scene and we need to protect the integrity of that crime scene and make sure that no one comes in or out of that area.
And did you have your lights activated on your patrol vehicle?
These cops are doing such a good job.
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you estimate the distance between your vehicle and Deputy Gianni's vehicle when you were working with Deputy Gianni in attempting to hold that perimeter?
It was a pretty good distance. I couldn't tell you exact number, but he was further ahead of where I was. It was a pretty good distance from my vehicle to his vehicle.
Regardless of the distance, do you believe that if anyone had tried to enter or get into the crime scene or escape the crime scene, do you believe that you would have been able to see that person if they had tried to do that between the patrol vehicles?
Absolutely. So when we're holding a perimeter like that, we're not supposed to be, on our computers. We're not supposed to be distracted in any way. We're supposed to maintain our surroundings, be aware, situational awareness. Again, you don't know exactly who could be coming or going. So for your own safety, the safety of other deputies, you have to maintain your awareness of your surroundings.
Nice old
And so,
phantasm
yes, I can confidently
blast.
say that if anyone was coming or going, we would have seen that individual.
And did you use any mirrors or other apparatus to observe both in front of you and behind you in your
Oh wait,
attempts to hold
we
the
can do
So, I mean, I have
Hang
my
on.
mirrors on each side of my vehicle. I have my rear view mirror, so I can see
Oh,
what's going on around
closed
me. I
captions
have
are
my
unavailable
windows
for
cracked
downloads. How nice.
slightly so that I can hear anything. That way, I'm not, I'm also utilizing my ability to hear what might be moving around me. So yes, I have my windows cracked so that I can hear things. I have my side mirrors in which I'm utilizing, checking those every so often, checking my rear view mirror ever so often, looking and making sure that nothing is coming and going to the rear of me either.
Okay, so for the entire time that you were holding the perimeter up until the time that a person was apprehended in that area, had anyone other than authorized emergency vehicles or officers entered or escaped that crime scene area?
No, sir, they did not.
All right, I mentioned that at some point, did you become aware that there was canine officers and their dogs summoned to the scene?
Yes, sir. So we had assistance with aviation. Aviation assisted us, and then it was requested that we have a bloodhound come out and assist with the investigation. I had learned that detectives and some other deputies had found a trail of blood leading away from our initial.
Oh, really? Come on. Really? Eat my ass. This is YouTube's download.
The trail of blood was leading away from the residence out towards Lithia Pinecrest, where we were now positioned, holding perimeter. So they requested a bloodhound dog come and track that trail of blood to try to see where it would lead to. And so canine units did come out with a bloodhound dog and also a patrol dog and began that track.
Yay, champ.
Was eventually a person apprehended?
Yeah, so the bloodhound led the canine units and the bloodhound's handler to an area of thick brush, a big overgrown brush area with high grass and branches that just before that brush had a very large pool of blood. At that point, when the bloodhound located this large pool of blood, which I later observed for myself as well, just outside of this large brush, the bloodhound was pulled back, and they then transitioned to a patrol dog, which was more useful in now trying to go make entry into.
In other words, it's the
line.
biter.
Overgrown.
They send in
brush line
Bitey
that we identified as
McBiteface.
being a location of interest
Curfew.
due to now the bloodhound leading us following this trail all the way to a large pool of blood outside of this.
It's weird they would have him testify after the two dog guys testified.
Yes, sir. So I was tasked with then joining the canine units and assisting them with making entry into this brush line. So I assisted the canine units in going into the brush line. We utilized our flashlights and our assigned duty weapons because we don't know if there's a threat in this brush line at this point. So as we make entry into the brush line, within a few feet of going into that brush line, to our right-hand side, almost simultaneously, myself and the canine handlers observed a white male subject lying on his back within the brush line in a t-shirt and underwear.
Oh yeah, he was only wearing his underwear.
Take custody of that individual?
Yes, sir. So at that point, once we identified that there was someone in this brush line lying on their back, we started giving loud verbal commands. Sheriff's office, show me your hands, show me your hands. At that point, as soon as those verbal commands started being given, the individual immediately complied and put both hands directly straight up in the air, showing his hands.
And who was that person? Was that person that you saw in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, he is.
Can you point to and identify his location so that we can all be sure as to who you're referring to?
Yes, sir. So the individual that we made contact with later ended up being Mr. Matthew Terry here in the gray suit and glasses.
Yeah, that guy.
The glasses with the dark rims?
Yes, sir. Sitting in the middle of the other two individuals at the table.
May the record reflect that the deputy Curtis has identified the defendant.
Weird Science. Great movie. Kelly LeBrock.
All right, you talked about the
Kelly LeBrock was
application,
fine back in the day.
of the defendant. At that point, were you equipped with a body-worn camera which captured the relevant portions of the events regarding the apprehension of the defendant?
Did the cops
Yes,
ever
sir.
search
So
his
everything was
prison
captured
wallet for the
on
knife?
my body-worn camera.
Probably not.
And have you had an opportunity?
But they never did find the murder
to
weapon.
review a copy or the recording of that video in anticipation of your testimony today?
Yes, sir, I have.
I can assure you it has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 26. If you would look at 26.
Hang on, ladies and gentlemen. We have experts here.
Good when ready to go.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, guys. I
Yes.
recognize those voices.
Yes. Well, look who's back here, though.
Yeah, I heard him. Hey there. Get involved here. Andrew, I thought you'd be busy and not interested in this case.
Well, he is busy. I don't know about not
Oh.
interested, but he's in the other studio. I'm in the headquarters of the great headquarters of Law of Self-Defense here.
Oh, so you're visiting him.
Yes. So,
Oh,
and
cool.
hello, Legal Vices.
Hi. For those of you that do not know who Steve is here, Stephen N. Gosney, author and criminal defense lawyer extraordinaire in Florida.
Thank you for the nice introduction. I don't know.
No,
We'll
introduce
see.
yourself. Introduce yourself better than I just did.
Well, I'm a fan of Legal Vices, and I do criminal law in Florida for the Public Defender's Office for the Seventh Circuit. I do criminal appeals. I'm a board-certified criminal trial lawyer. Just done a lot of stuff, and I have a book I'm selling, and so.
Which
And-
I just got my copy of it today. It's a fantastic book. And when I was sending you the email about this, I put it on the top of my stack of files so I wouldn't forget it, which just means I forgot it. And it's sitting in my office, so I didn't get to read it when I got home.
Yes, and I'm a travel refugee. I was supposed to be home last Monday,
Mhm.
and I got caught in Phoenix and went through travel nightmare, travel purgatory, and I can't get back to Florida because of the hurricane.
Yeah.
So I came to Denver so that I could do my class for Andrew, and now we're going to do a podcast later. He's got a podcast. And I said, well, let me go on Legal Vices. He invited me, and it'd be nice to come visit.
Is Andrew free to join us right now?
No, he's doing, I don't know. He's got some other podcast that he's got to do for somebody else's live streams. So,
Well,
and
when
then
he gets free, let him know. Or after he gets free, then you got to go deal with him.
right when he gets free, then we're going to
Okay.
go live, and he's going to
Okay.
do something with me. So I'm just here, I'm accepting the nice hospitality of the Bronca crew. And then tonight I'm going to my friend's house. I have another friend in Denver. I'm going to go stay with him. And so I'm not leaving until Saturday. So my travel delay went from Monday to leaving
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Jeez. Well, I hope everything stays decent where you are in Florida.
Yes.
I hope there's no storm damage there. I hate the typhoons here, and I know you guys in Florida aren't particularly fond of the hurricanes there.
Well, now tell me about this case that you're following.
Oh, you're not familiar with the case?
No.
Okay, well, how many people do we have here? First of all, everybody, if you're wondering how to get all this neat stuff and how to get a hold of Steve, right there, crimelaw.net. And he's also a bass player, and he's uploaded a lot of cool bass tracks on his
Rumble
website,
only.
too.
Rumble only. Yes, you're a Rush fan. You like 2112.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Although
have
my-
900. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'll say my bass playing, it's getting better. I haven't played in like 20 years, so a lot of this is like refreshing my old greasy fingers.
Yeah.
So it's getting
the
a little
calluses
better.
built up again.
Yes.
All right, we currently have 931 here and 573 likes. Don't make me all go Bronca on you and threaten to quit if we don't get a certain number, but come on. That's like half of you aren't doing your damn job. So get down there and hit that like button, and we're going to ride this thing out. To bring, again, Steve is one of the premier defense lawyers in Florida. So what a perfect case for Florida guy here. This is Matthew Terry. And we actually need you here because this is a really, really interesting thing. Matthew Terry is facing capital murder charges for getting really, really stabby with his girlfriend. They were at a bar, and he allegedly saw her dancing with another guy. I think they're going to bring in a woman to testify. No, she was dancing with me for about 5 seconds. She wasn't dancing with another guy. It was just two girls going for a couple of seconds. Apparently that triggers him. They get home. He starts breaking doors and going after her. She locks herself in a bedroom door in a bedroom. And it was one of the just like regular knobs with a little pinhole that you can use a hanger to pop open. And while he was in the process of preparing a hanger to unlock the door, she opens the window, pops the screen, jumps out. And he apparently catches her and gets really, really stabby and slits her throat, leaves her for dead, and runs off. The first responding officer on scene was just this cute little mousy girl. She's a rookie. She's still a trainee, but she's doing CPR on this woman as she's bleeding out. She's soaked in blood. She was a trooper, literally a trooper on the stand. Amazing, amazing witness for such a young girl in her first case ever. But they've been going through the incidents around, and the police are just being exemplary. Even before they go in the house to clear the house, all 5 or 6 of the officers there make sure everybody's body cam is on and working and functioning. They're just being stellar. The prosecution is being great. They do the whole, we're going to call this witness. This is what they're going to show. That witness, that's what that witness is going to show. Laid out a perfect roadmap. Defense was the Chandler Halderson defense lawyer level. Her whole introduction, her whole opening statement in this capital murder case was, keep an open mind, listen to what the witnesses say, make your own decisions. Oh, and remember to keep an open mind. Goodbye.
Well, is this a public defender case or a private counsel?
I hope it's a public defender case, because if he's paying for this, he's not getting his money worth. But I mean, I don't think they have a whole bunch to work with.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, in public defenders or defense attorneys. Oh, I was just talking with Andrew like last night. Is that the system is designed, if somebody is guilty, that the system will railroad that person into prison, right? If the state has the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt and there's no defense, there's no magic wand that any attorney has to wave to say, aha, but he's the high paid attorney and he's going to wave his magic wand and get the guy out. No, the system is designed to funnel people into prison who have the state has the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt and there's no good defenses, right? Now, in that case, and we have those cases occasionally, where we have to sit there. We're public defenders, so we have to be there next to them. And in that case, you just say the state has the burden beyond a reasonable doubt, keep an open mind, listen to all the evidence. And then the argument at the end is, yes, well, there's these 10 nuns that witnessed the murder, and there's a bloody crime scene, and there's a video with him doing it. But it's not to the level of beyond the reasonable doubt, right? So you've always got that argument. So, if that might be what you're witnessing here. Is this a death penalty case or?
Yep.
It is.
Yeah. The original prosecutor that had it didn't want to go for the death penalty. The new prosecutor gets it and says, "Oh yeah, we are." So they are going for the death penalty. But the interesting thing is we just talked about, and you're way more qualified than me to answer this one particular question.
Sure.
As you know, you can't bring in prior bad acts to show that because they committed a prior bad act, they're more than likely than not to have committed this particular act.
Correct. Yes.
Or to show the propensity for it. But this Williams rule you have in Florida.
Yes. Right.
Explain that. That comes into play because he stabbed his girlfriend in May.
Oh, really?
Last
Last
December, he got out of 4 years in the Michigan prison system for stabbing his previous girlfriend in the neck repeatedly.
That's called Williams rule evidence.
Yes. And so explain that. Explain how they can get this prior bad act in Florida.
Okay. Well, Williams rule is alpha of a case. It's Williams v. State out of it's a Florida case, so we call it Williams rule. And it has originally it started as a signature thumbprint kind of methodology, or my friend Derek used to say methodology, which isn't. But if, for instance, you've got a serial killer and the serial killer like carves an X in the cheek of every victim and leaves them unclothed on the side of the road, and there's 10 victims like that, right? And then so that's called, and so it's similar crime evidence that shows a pattern of crime, right? So it's like a thumbprint of the criminal. So that's the way it started. So it starts very narrow, like typical any kind of thing, right? We start narrow. And then what happens is like, well, how similar does it have to be, And so it gets, it gradually leveraged so that it has to be kind of roughly the same. So now it's basically, and the state has to give like a 10-day notice. Although that gets fudged too, because it's like, well, we didn't give the notice. Well, how much did it harm? So then that door gets open wider and they surprise attack you at the end, right? So I have a case that I did on appeal on the Williams rule on this very point. It's a Williams rule, it's called the Taylor case, Taylor v. State out of the 5th DCA, in which my client was accused of a sex offense, and it was a swipe across the chest on the clothes for a slight moment, just like this.
Mm-hmm.
And they bring in and the child was like 11. All right. He was bed checking his stepdaughter. Really, it shouldn't have been charged, as far as I'm concerned, but this sort of thing. Well, he was a prior sex offender. He had a prior rape of an 18-year-old where it was a kind of a knife accusation, right? Which is very dissimilar. And that case was reversed on appeal because a brief swipe over the chest in a pajama clothed stepdaughter is way different than a 18-year-old's date rape kind of situation that involved. So that is too far afield to bring in a prior bad act. Okay. So it has to be similar, and there's an analysis. So what you have is you have a 10-day notice. The court then conducts called a Williams rule hearing, in which it does an analysis and integrates the two things. How similar is it? How dissimilar is it? And then the question is, does the prejudicial effect outweigh the probative value? And once you get through that keyhole, the state can then introduce the prior bad act in the case to say this shows propensity.
Okay. And so that's apparently what's happened, because I guess they decided that him stabbing his previous girlfriend in the next 7 times and doing the same thing to another woman less than 5 months after getting out of the system is reasonably connected. So let's do these quick super chats, and we'll jump in, and you can help us walk through some of this actual testimony here. Eva Torres, what was the maritime bar like? There is no such thing really as a maritime bar. Were you able to transfer it to Korea, or did you do more law school there? Real quickly, there's really no such thing as an international lawyer. You're just a lawyer who does things internationally. I'm not licensed to practice in Korea. I'm licensed in the state of Utah. I sort of function here as I guess you'd call it a consultant kind of thing, as a consultant associate.
I have a question about that, because it's fascinating to me what you do. Is it mostly federal practice? Maritime law is federal practice, right?
It's I don't do a lot with the U.S. cases. We very rarely have U.S. cases. Most of the time it's English law and English proceedings, because we do mainly with the big insurance company like Lloyd's and people like that. So we do mainly, and the big thing in the maritime industry is most shipbuilding or ship collision cases is basically tort. So that's the law of wherever it happens. Contractual things almost always will have law of England specified as the governing law. So I know way more about English maritime law than I do about U.S. maritime law.
Interesting.
It's a really it is kind of an interesting situation. Paula Williams, our newest member, congratulations and thank you and welcome aboard. Baloney Bong, illegal Godzilla watch party time. Yeah, we were kind of getting there because Law and Cuck is buffering like crazy. Stingy, how's that cardigan jockstrap? That sounds comfortable. And Flux, I fucking love Steve. He is such a gem of a soul. Steve, you need to be on more streams. You're a fantastic human.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. People are so nice. I'm not really. They just say that. I just play one on TV.
And Williams' rule already elaborated. Yeah, it was already elaborated by me because I read Wikipedia. I thought it would be much more effective to have someone who actually understands it and actually uses it in practice to be a little more coherent than I was.
And got an appellate reversal on the Williams rule issue. So that was quite a victory. I'll send that to you. Let me look it up here for you.
Yeah, see, and that's why we let Steve talk about these things. Steve Gosney is awesome, says Bass. Thank you so much. And with that, we can dive right back into this.
One more thing. I need to say two things. Okay. One is that I might get kicked off because Bronca says it is if I'm taking away his if I'm buffering his streaming and it's then he's gonna kick me off. And two is I might have to take about a 5-minute break because I need to update something on my website. And Emily just showed up. So,
oh wow!
So if
everybody there,
I'm in the like Death Star. This place is high tech, man. The law of self defense. This is no joke.
Wow.
All right. Anyway.
All right. Wow. Now you've got the boss's boss showed up, huh?
Yep.
All righty. Here we go. This is one of the officers who was on the scene. I guess that was kind of dumb. Let's do that. There we go. This is one of the officers that was on scene. He's just sort of going through procedurally where they are. And they're so cool. They have two dogs. Champ the bloodhound followed the blood trail to the bushes where they found the guy they never found the murder weapon. They found him a couple of hours later in the bushes with some scratch marks on his hands and 2 stab wounds in his neck where apparently he tried to off himself.
Wow, with a knife, boy, that's serious.
Yeah, but they don't know where the knife is. Well, it's probably the same knife he got all stabby with his girlfriend with. But Champ, the bloodhound, gets to the bushes. Then they get to the bushes. He says, "Okay, Champ, good boy, you did your job. Now let's send in Curfew, the bitey dog, to get him." So they send in.
Now, I will just say also, I work in the 5th DCA. This is the Hillsborough County, which is in Tampa area. That's outside my jurisdiction. So I'm able to comment on this. It wouldn't come to my office. So,
all righty, let's do it.
The packaging of the markings related to exhibit number 26, and tell me if you can identify that as the video that you reviewed before testifying.
I think we get more body cam footage. Cool.
Exhibit number 26 accurately depicts the relevant portions of your testimony today.
Yes, sir, it does. I do identify this video.
Now, at this time, the state would offer exhibit number 26.
Any objection to 26?
All of these officers are really sharp. There's like nothing to be snarky about. Just you have to commend them for basically everything.
unlike the Cummings case we just...
Yeah, a little different. Ugh. Okay, they're reviewing the video before it gets published to us.
Yeah, you know, actually, Andrew, we were watching that thing on like 1.25 speed.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this is just, see, what'll happen is they'll start out with a boom witness, and then they'll do all the evidence presentation to kind of just get it up there. So a lot of these middle witnesses tend to be slow.
Yeah, and they talk slow in Florida too. So we had one on 1.5 speed, and it sounded like a normal conversation.
Well, Florida is the only place that when you go south, you're actually going north.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? I had to
Yes,
think about that for a minute.
Yes, because we have all the New Yorkers coming down, and they all moved to Miami, you see. So
and this is the same judge. I'm sorry, this is the same judge that did the Sumner case.
Was that the popcorn murder case? I did the popcorn murder case, which was.
Oh, cool.
Oh, look at that! Look at that's a pretty cool shot. Oh, look at these! Look at the camera angles.
That's the defendant. Yeah,
they've
gotten better with the camera. Yeah, that's Mr. Stabby. And we believe that might be her parents back there, because they just sort of stare at him and roll their eyes a lot.
My apologies. It's a good thing he's here. I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, I guess this is where they find him in the bushes.
Hey, we got... Hey! Hands! Hands! Keep your hands where we can see them! Don't move! Keep your hands where you can see them! Get up! I'm holstering. You got me? Yeah, I got you. I got both. Yep. Do not move, understand? Turn over on your stomach. Yeah, I know. Turn over on your stomach.
That's Curfew wanting a piece of him. At least they put his hands behind his back to cover the plumber crack there.
What's your name, buddy? I'm gonna get you up in a second. Bear with me.
Oh, this is the worst I've seen the officers do. He can't get the handcuffs on him.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna get him turned over. Hey, give me a light here, please. What's your name, buddy? Hey, what's your name?
blood on his arms.
Hey, buddy. Buddy. What's your name? What's your name? Matthew? Hey, we let them know we got a laceration to the neck.
Is there drugs involved here? Is he supposed to be on drugs?
He's apparently drunk out of his mind. Don't know about drugs.
Oh, not a good day.
Yeah, he got drunk in the bar, got stabby on his girlfriend's neck. That's what happened in the last case too. St. Patrick's Day, got drunk in a bar, stabbed her in the neck 7 times.
Now, why are they seeking the death penalty in this? Just out of curiosity.
It seems to be kind of political. That's kind of my feeling. The first prosecutor said that they wouldn't prosecute any of the illegal abortion laws. They wouldn't prosecute any of the transgenders using the sex they identify as cases. Seems like he was really political to not prosecuting things, and then they put this new person in, and she said, "I think we're going to go for the death penalty."
Well, and while we can talk over the video here, I guess.
Yeah.
There's not, but one of the problems with the death penalty in Florida, I have done, or I'm qualified to do death penalty appeals, and one of the problems is that every first-degree murder case qualifies. And
Can you stand up? Can you stand up? Now? Where else are you injured?
Oh yeah, look at that stab neck wounds.
Oh, yeah. No, nothing on the chest. We got 2 lacerations to the neck, 1 on each side of the jugular.
Oh my goodness.
He apparently missed the jugular on both sides.
Can you stand up for me? Listen, we got EMS coming, but we got to get you a little bit closer to the ambulance, all right?
See, there's supposed to be a winnowing.
You can make it?
Well, this is a complex subject. I guess we do it or not.
You want to give it a shot? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stand up. There you go. Follow that light.
He looks way different in court.
Yep.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight. Sharpened up. Yeah, the blood they got rackets for was a lot more than that.
Watch your step. Stay to the right.
I put that Williams rule case in the chat, on the private chat for you.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah. Keep going. Get that off me, please. I can't go. There we go. Keep coming this way. Yep. All right, sit down. Yeah.
All right, end of video.
All right, Deputy Curtis, in the video that it showed some deputy with their hands on the defendant. Was that you?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, you mentioned that there was some lacerations that you testified about that on either side of the defendant's neck in the video. Describe what you observed about his medical condition, specifically related to those any injuries to the neck.
Yes, sir. So obviously, once in close contact with the individual, I was able to see that the individual had 2 incisions on each side of the jugular. Both appeared to be equal in length and width, almost looked to be surgically incisioned. They were equal on each side.
Do they still have the electric
They
chair in
weren't
Florida?
Profusely
No, it's lethal
bleeding at that
injection.
point. There was no arterial bleeding. There didn't appear to be. They looked deep, but they looked deep just on the skin. They didn't look that he. That,
Calls for medical.
I'll suspend. Let's move on.
All right. Did you observe any other blood on the defendant?
yeah, so around the collarbone area and the upper portion of the neck area, on the shirt and on the collarbone, there was a lot of fresh, wet blood that you could tell was fresh, and then there was also a lot of dry blood on the forearms and on the hands, and those are the only markings. I saw some elongated scratch marks or cuts on the forearms, but other than that, I did not observe any injuries to the individual.
All right. Did you have occasion to understand that emergency vehicles have been summoned to the scene?
Correct, yes. So we, as you can see from the video, we were kind of sitting there for a minute. We were trying to determine whether the responders from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue would come to us, or rather we would go out to try to make our way out to them. It was determined that because of the difficulty that we had getting into that area, it'd be best to try and bring the individual out to the roadway to them. So that's what we did. We located out to Lithia Pinecrest out of the brush to bring the individual to Hillsborough County Fire Rescue to so that they could further render any kind of aid that the individual needed.
All right. You described his.
Is the
his
state of
condition
Florida in the
regarding
courtroom?
cuts on his neck. Do you have some basic emergency care training?
Objection.
Well, to this question,
To any testimony regarding any medical evidence, he's not specifically trained for that, and we have lots of doctors who are coming.
we're not there yet. I'm going to overrule objection to this question.
So yes, sir. Through our training, we are trained to respond. A lot of times when we're responding to
Objection, unresponsive to what they do a lot of times.
Sure. Restate the question that you asked.
Okay. I'll restate the question in this way, Deputy Curtis. Have you responded in your experience to scenes with individuals in medical distress prior to May 28th, 2022?
Sustained.
Well, he may not be disclosed as an expert witness, so they're seeking to
Did you
get medical
render
testimony
any
out of him.
emergency care to the defendant based upon your observations of the defendant?
no, sir, I did not. I did not deem it necessary at the time.
And do you recall whether or not fellow officers took any photographs of the defendant at the scene?
Yes, sir. There were photos taken by Deputy Gianni.
And do you recall the arrival of the emergency medical personnel after they were summoned?
I'm going to try to
render
bump this
aid
up to 1.25 speed and see if
Yes,
it
Hillsborough
buffers.
County Fire Rescue.
If it
arrived
does,
on
we'll just have to
scene,
go back.
and, he was placed on their gurney.
And do you recall whether or not there was compression applied or other emergency
If you
measures
put this
applied?
prosecutor at 1.25, he sounds like a normal conversation.
I did not observe that at that point, no, sir.
Were you tasked with maintaining
He's still slow.
or maintaining eyesight of the defendant or otherwise accompanying the defendant to the hospital?
Yes, sir. So once the individual was placed into the ambulance, I followed that rescue to Tampa General Hospital and stayed with them the whole way until we arrived at Tampa General Hospital.
All right, so you followed the ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the ambulance in emergency mode? That is, was it bypassing vehicles? Was it bypassing traffic control devices on the way to the hospital or not?
No, sir, the lights were activated, but we were not running code, as we refer to,
When you say running code, what does that mean?
meaning lights and sirens activated, stopping traffic at
So
intersections.
apparently it
and
wasn't
any more
life-threatening
haste.
injuries he suffered.
All right, do you recall?
When did Orville
approximately how
Redenbacher
it was
pass the
that
bar?
you get from the location of the apprehension of the defendant?
Okay, that's good. We'll have to start referring to him as Orville Redenbacher,
That's
the
pretty
lady
good.
we've been calling her old Greta Thunberg.
And after he arrived at Tampa General Hospital, did you position?
And this is
yourself in
Mr.
a way that
Clean.
You could keep your eyes on the defendant.
Yes, sir. So I accompanied into the emergency room, and then I stayed where I could have a visual of the individual the entire time.
Did you observe any care being administered to the defendant out there at the scene by the emergency personnel?
Yes, I could observe that there was some care being rendered.
All right, between your observations of the defendant while he was being apprehended, your observations of the defendant and interaction with the medical personnel both at the scene and at the hospital, can you tell us whether or not...
Does this sound like it's been
was
sped up
able
at
to
all?
speak? Not what he
No,
said, but was he
you
able
could go to
to-
1.5 and it still would be fine.
Yeah, that's what he was the one I was talking about when we said we did speed it up to 1.5 and it sounded normal.
Although
So
I
they
like,
haven't-
When
yeah.
you
I
were
like the attitude
At
here,
the
the,
hospital, did you take any photographs of
the
defendant
calmness
at Tampa
Yeah.
General Hospital?
of the
Yes, sir, I did.
presentation.
Can show you what has been marked for identification. States
And
Exhibit
the
27.
prosecution has not put on a single piece of evidence, statement, or argument that he committed the crime yet. So
Okay.
they're like in a slow burn here.
If you would take a look at Exhibit 27, A through F, and tell me if that fairly and accurately depicts.
They did a lot of testimony about
At Tampa General.
the lady running through the backyards and the first responders as she was dying. Then they went to outside the house prior to doing a sweep of the house. They went through the sweep of the house. Now they've done the finding the guy in the
So they do
bushes. So
photographs and
they're
check
doing it
out.
very chronologically, and I think they're just kind of laying the groundwork now for the act. This is Greta Thunberg here, if you couldn't tell.
And do those photographs accurately depict the appearance of the
You got
defendant
names for
on the
everybody,
way
right?
to
Big
Tampa-
names.
Yes, sir, I do.
At Tampa General Hospital.
Yes, sir.
And the state would offer Exhibit 27, A through F.
Any objection?
No objection.
27A through F will be admitted at this time.
Commission of Public
May
Comment.
publish.
Thank you.
Oh, and the prosecutor, she lets the defendant have a weird amount of control over what's going on.
27A.
And I've
Here,
never
in
seen
this
anything like
case?
it. Yeah. Like every
How's
time
that?
they have a sidebar, I guess he puts on earphones that lets him hear what they're talking about at the sidebar. And when she ends every witness cross-examination with, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?" talks to him, and then says, "No further questions."
Well, that's interesting,
Here's
because
C.
really the defendant has a right to be present at all meaningful points in a trial.
Yeah.
And sidebars are kind of excluded, so that I like
Yeah.
that. Who's the judge
Yeah,
here? I haven't seen the judge yet.
E.
What's his name?
And F.
Let me see here.
So how are they connecting identity over right now? Is there witnesses? Do you know?
They haven't done. It's
Right,
been,
the
it's been
deputy
officers
prosecutor
that have
asked to perform any
testified so
other
far.
tasks related to
The
this
first couple
particular
were the ones that saw the woman and rendered
Right,
aid while they
yeah.
called 911. Since that, everybody's been police officers.
Yeah, so they're laying that they've got the victim, they've got the death, they've got the
You
capture.
indicated that you arrived on scene at about 1:30 in the morning?
That's correct.
That's about an hour after the 911 call, right?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so even though you may be able to talk about what you could see or didn't see once you were on the perimeter, after doing the neighborhood survey and after doing rapid ID, you really don't have any idea whether someone could have escaped the scene in the hour prior to your arrival or while you were doing a neighborhood survey and rapid ID, right?
There were other units present that were on perimeter.
You have no idea what occurred prior to you arriving over an hour after the 911 call, do you?
I'm aware that there were units on perimeter holding scene, ma'am.
Sir, do you have any idea what occurred prior to your arrival?
I have some knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you know what happened prior to you getting there to see it for yourself?
I did not see it for myself, no, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't see it, you didn't hear anything, and you weren't looking through any mirrors like you said you were once you were on the perimeter point, right?
No, ma'am.
Because you weren't there for that, right?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Okay. Now, additionally, after you arrived, you indicated you did a neighborhood survey, you did the rapid ID, all of that took some time as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, the information you gave about going in and having contact with Matthew Terry, that didn't happen until after 5 a.m., right?
It is possible. Yes, ma'am. Again, I don't know, as I explained to Mr. Dirks, exact time frames, exact times, do not fully recall.
Would you dispute that it was actually not until around 5 a.m. if that's what others have testified to?
No, ma'am, I will not dispute that.
Okay. Now, in regard to your contact with Matthew Terry, you found him lying on
No.
his back, right?
Oh,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
You immediately roll him over and handcuff him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you find him, you actually note that there's a large amount of blood on him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got the 2 lacerations that you described as one on each side of his jugular, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You described him as being fairly lethargic, right?
Yes, he was.
And we actually could see that on the video. We could see how lethargic he was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you spoke to him, he was in a very low voice, had to be shook at one point. You actually had to shake him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should I just have a moment here?
Yeah.
See, this is what she does.
That's smart though, because you don't want to let somebody go if you want to make sure you're careful that you don't miss something that you should be asking. So.
Yeah.
One final thing, while you were at the hospital, about how many feet, and if you can't do feet, just let me know and I'll move in the room and you can tell me the approximate distance you were from Matthew Terry.
I would say the distance in which we are now is fairly accurate.
So from testimony chair to defense counsel table, would you agree that it's probably in the nature of about 15 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Grounds?
Grounds.
That means you
Grounds.
can answer.
So yes, I was moving about throughout the time that I was there, but I'd say this is about the furthest distance that I was.
And would you agree that it's probably about 15 feet?
Fair enough, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Yeah,
Witness
so
be released.
this is clean. The way they're doing it,
Thank you. Mr. Jack, may be released.
so defense attorney, right, they're going to just say,
I'll ask the state, please call your
if the defense is identity, let's say the defense is identity, which so far what you're saying it probably is, right? Then it's like, did you see the guy stab him? No further questions, right? So they're just
Ladies and gentlemen
establishing
of the jury, as soon as we've
that
concluded
this
this
witness
I'm
doesn't
gonna
need to be listened to because it doesn't go to the issue of identity, right?
Yeah.
If you're there may be no defense, but if they're going to go with identity, which sounds like what they're doing, then you just want to short, sweet, nothing you say matters. You don't know, you didn't see. Next witness, right?
Deputy Gianni, good morning and welcome.
I like the white uniforms. They're cool.
Yeah, they're sharp.
Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step.
The judge is the only one that talks fast.
When you get to that chair, go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is
Judge
fully
Sabella.
adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dirks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Gianni, work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Just over 6 years.
And what is your assignment or duties with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
And you've been a patrol deputy during your entire service at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Is there a particular area or district that you were assigned?
I work in the District 4 area, Apollo Beach area.
Were you working in that capacity in the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022 this year?
Yes.
Do you recall getting a call requesting your assistance in an investigation somewhere along Lithia Pinecrest or Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County?
Yes. Yes, I was dispatched for that.
Okay, and tell us what time you arrived at that area after being dispatched.
I arrived approximately 1 a.m.
Were you in a marked patrol vehicle, the kind we generally see out here on the streets in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Is that vehicle been equipped with emergency lights and along with the markings?
Yes.
All right, you arrived at that scene. What is the first thing you did, or where did you go? What happened?
When I first arrived, I arrived at an intersection on Lithia Pinecrest Road. and Falcon Ridge Road, and stayed there for a little bit of time. Then I relocated to another position.
All right, so you were at Falcon Ridge and Lithia Pinecrest, that intersection.
Yes.
Give me an idea.
Yeah, this
how
is
long
what
you were
good
there
police
before
officer
leaving?
testimony looks like, people.
I'd say
Yeah,
approximately.
it's
15
very
to 20
clear
minutes,
and objective.
possibly 30.
That's the thing.
And after that period of time,
Oh,
you
and
were
all their
asked
body
or
cameras
directed
work.
to change your location somewhat.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where did you then?
They don't look good
position
when
your
they're
vehicle?
stained in donut residue.
Yes, I positioned my vehicle. I believe it was southeast of that location, which was directly behind the incident scene.
Yeah, this was the judge in
And
the
when you say
Summers
directly
case.
behind
The
the
Trevor
incident scene,
Summers
you're
case was
talking
the
about the
white
area
guy
somewhere
that
around 16,
kidnapped his
209,
wife and
6211,
Yes.
Kite Ridge.
did like horrible
So your
things to her,
position there,
and then he fired
while
his
you were
own
positioned there, did you immediately activate
his own
your
lawyer so that
emergency
he
lights?
could cross-examine his
Did
wife
those
on the
emergency
stand.
lights Maintain being
It's a recent
activated
case.
for the entire
I'm
time
sure if
that
you
one.
saw her, you would know it.
on the-
No, I
Yes.
I have my own
Do you
cases
recall
to deal
which
with.
direction you were
Yeah.
facing?
North.
Oh no.
Yeah, one thing, that last officer, the way
I
he
believe it was
testified.
northwest.
Yeah.
Northwest.
No, go ahead.
And do you recall
I don't wanna
ever
talk over the
seeing
witness.
another patrol vehicle occupied by Deputy Curtis at any time that same morning?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time he arrived in relation to the time that you were there?
I do not. I do not.
What was your responsibility? What was your job? What were you asked to do while you were out there at Lithia Pinecrest?
My responsibility was to just secure the incident scene behind the incident scene, and just watch for any foot traffic going in or out of the incident scene.
And did you perform that task?
I did.
Did you perform that task continuously during the entire time that you were out there at that instance?
Yes.
Did you try to observe both in front of you, to the sides of you, and to the rear of you while you were assigned that task?
I did. Yes.
Did you see, other than emergency vehicles, other than your fellow officers, did you see any other person cross that perimeter line that you were asked to maintain?
No.
Do you recall radio traffic that was being relayed, the police radio traffic indicating that canines or dogs were going to be summoned to your general area?
I do recall radio traffic about K9 arriving on the scene.
Okay, and you had already been out there at that scene,
Yes.
maintaining perimeter for a time before any of that occurred, is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear or see Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Air Service helicopters in the area as well?
I did. I heard air service in the air.
And did you observe any activity by any other individual other than the emergency people in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's vehicle up until that point, at any time during your assignment to control or secure the perimeter in that area?
I did not.
At some point, did you become aware that an individual had been apprehended in your general area?
Yes.
Was it within the scene that was trying to be controlled?
Yes, it was behind my vehicle.
That was behind your vehicle. After that person was apprehended, were you assigned with any task relating to capturing any evidence or photographs or anything like that relating to that apprehension?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to, once they made contact, I was asked to grab my digital camera and take initial photographs.
Of the person that was apprehended?
Yes,
And did you do that?
I did.
And do you recall the identity of the person that was photographed that was apprehended?
I do.
And is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point to him and identify his location or his description so that all of us can be clear as to who you're referring to?
That gentleman right there, sitting at the table with the dark blue, looks like a dark blue tie. Dark tie.
With the dark rimmed glasses?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the deputy has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Deputy Gianni, did you have any other assignments relating to this investigation?
I did not, no.
Do you recall approximately what time it was when you released the perimeter, where you no longer had the assignment of maintaining the perimeter that day?
After being released, it was daytime out, so approximately 7 a.m.
And before that time, you had maintained the perimeter of that area?
Yes.
All right, Deputy Johnny, you testified earlier that you got to the scene originally right around 1 o'clock in the morning. You originally positioned at the intersection of Falcon Ridge and Lithia Pinecrest.
Yes.
And you estimated 15 or 20 minutes later, you repositioned yourself to the place that you described earlier. Can you say that by 1:30 you were in that area that you testified about directly behind the incident scene?
I believe so.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Deputy. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
So she's going to do the same thing as the last witness.
Morning, Deputy.
So all you don't know anything,
Can I ask
sit
you one
down.
rather obvious question? So before you were on the perimeter point at about 1:30 in the morning, you really wouldn't be able to tell us if anybody left that scene or anything that occurred prior to you being on the perimeter point at about 1:30?
No, I couldn't.
And you're aware the initial 911 call came in just after 12:30, about an hour earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
That's it. Just in and out.
Released or subject to recall?
You see, the state wants to present the complete case. So they're going to present every witness that touched this case. And the ones in the middle are going to be the ones that just are nominally attached. So that's what you're seeing. Who is the opening witness? That was probably the crime, right? The murder scene, the most dramatic thing showing the severity of the crime. Then you're going to have all your evidence witnesses. And then the last witness is going to be your strong identity witness, right? Oh, so we're on break. Yeah, so this is
we got a lunch break here.
This is the way a clean prosecution should unfold. All right. So you're going to lead in with your crime. You're going to paint this crime scene of the person stabbed, the victim, the drama of the actual crime, right? Identity is the issue out there. And then you're going to call, as a prosecutor, you're going to call every witness in an order to establish all the evidence, make sure we're not excluding anybody because we want the truth out there, right? And we're not going to call people. So we're going to call all these witnesses and line them up. And then at the end, witnesses will be the ones that establish the identity, assuming identity is the defense. So you'll have maybe eyewitnesses, circumstantial evidence, whatever it is that goes to that major issue, the most dramatic, the best, the strongest at the end before you go to the jury, right? So this is the clean. And now the defense attorney, assuming the identity is the defense, they're going to, any witness that doesn't go to identity, they're just going to say, you weren't there, right? You didn't see it, right? You're not going to deny a murder occurred. So you're not going to deny it was legal or it was self-defense, right? So the issue is going to be identity. You're just going to say, you don't need to pay attention to that. The only witnesses you pay attention to are these circumstantial identity witnesses, right? Like, let's assume they went in the bathroom and she stabbed in the bathroom and there are no witnesses, but he went in and out. Yeah, but did you keep an eye on that door the whole time? Are you sure nobody else went in that thing, right? Try to create some reasonable doubt in that way. So, interesting case. Oh, the death penalty. Well, I don't want to interrupt. It's your show here, but...
No, you're the expert. Go ahead.
Well, people were asking about the death penalty, and this is a very complex subject. This is like the highest level of criminal law that you can get. All right. So one of the problems with the death penalty in Florida is that the Supreme Court says, okay, you've got first-degree murder. So this is clearly a first-degree murder charge. You have a set of all first-degree murders. That is pre-planned murder of an innocent victim with no defense, right? Pre-planned, intentional homicide of an innocent victim. That's first-degree murder. Now, amongst the set of all first-degree murders, there has to be a winnowing. Not all first-degree murders should qualify for death penalty. All right, so you understand that's the concept, for the big concept that overarches everything. The problem with the Florida death penalty statute is that every first-degree murder qualifies for death penalty. Therefore, there is no winnowing allowed, and the reason for that is something called aggravator creep. There's so many aggravators, some of them like cruel and heinous, right? Cruel and atrocious, or cold and calculating. And those are so broad that it covers every first-degree murder case. So those aggravators are present in every first-degree murder. Therefore, there's no winnowing process. It's completely arbitrary which first-degree murder case is death penalty and which one is not. So if you took a collection of first-degree murder cases and put them in front of me and said, which one's eligible for the death penalty? and which one's not, I couldn't choose. It's all based on jurisdiction, all based on choice of the prosecutor. So therefore, that's one of the arguments against the current Florida death penalty statute. Does that make sense?
Wow, you did that very, very concisely. Such a convoluted topic.
You'd think that I actually did this for a living.
Yeah, you seem to have explained that once or twice.
Well, that's just one aspect of the death penalty that people need to understand about why, because like there's a lot of arguments for and against the death penalty. But when we're talking about our statute, the way it is presently constituted, it's overbroad. It covers everything, and therefore it doesn't force a win, and it's unconstitutional on that basis. So that one of the people asked me, it might have been in the class I was doing. I'm doing appeals with Andrew's law self-defense criminal law class that I'm teaching. In fact, it was somebody asked me this, which was what did he ask? I lost my train of thought. Well, you're having a great time. Anyway, go ahead. You can ask
self-defense, something about that. No, see, and this is why I invited Steve on here, because he practices in Florida. This is exactly what he does in his practice.
Although I'm death penalty qualified to do death penalty appeals. I'm also qualified on death penalty jury selection. Although I'm specially trained. So what we have, that's why I was asking, is this a public defender? Because in our office in the Seventh Circuit, we have a team we assign 5 attorneys on a death penalty team. So we have 2 trial attorneys. We have a lead trial and a second chair trial attorney. And on jury selection, we have 3 usually appellate attorneys or capital attorneys that do jury selection. So what we do is we have the 2 leads, and then we have the 3 back supporting attorneys that do support on a death penalty case. So we have a team of 5. That's typical in a death penalty. I just got done with a death penalty case in Putnam County. And this is the way it works. I don't know why that's important, but that's why I'm wondering if this is private counsel, because it's amazing. People don't understand how good our public defenders are on death penalty cases in Florida.
That's essentially all you do, right?
Well, no, I do general appeals mostly. Most of my job is.
But I mean, for the usual ones that are assigned to the death penalty cases, they usually specialize in that area, don't they?
Well, I'm death penalty qualified on appeals, not on trials. My board certification is in trials, but I'm not certified to do death penalty trials, and I don't really want to be. Don't tell me, because I'd rather do the appellate end on that.
Yeah.
But I do the jury selection. Our lead counsel on that is a lady named Rosemary Peoples, who's brilliant. We have a team. We have some great people, and they're committed people that are great attorneys. And people have no concept of the amount of dedication that we have in this elite kind of group. We have the best attorneys I've ever been around. Now, when you get private counsel, it's hard to compete with our office in quality of representation. And I don't know. I'm just talking for the public benefit. If anybody has questions, super chat it up.
Yeah, and speaking of super chats, Vince Clortho, they actually make them ride the Lightning in Florida. Florida does not do the electric chair anymore.
Not anymore. It used to be old Sparky, but no longer.
Yeah. I remember being on a school bus in elementary school when Gary Gilmore got the death penalty going again in the U.S. They fried him there in Florida.
Oh, I have one other one too. Cops testifying directly, not taking that. These police officers so far have been very good. The one guy with the kind of the bald head that came on, he was tempted. Because, and this is the way a cop should testify versus when they do it badly. All right. What happened was she got up there and she was saying, you don't know anything about the case. You can't say identity for sure, right? You're excluding. He says, I have knowledge. See, because he's reading other police reports from other officers, right?
Yep.
So he wants to blurt out, well, we all know you did it, right? He wants to blurt that out, but he did. He resisted. And that's the way he did, because he really doesn't have direct knowledge. And what the good police officers testifying, and we may have them in the chats, they may review this, right? The prosecutor is the orchestrator of the trial. they're going to orchestrate the presentation of evidence. One witness, one police officer witness is not there to prove the whole case. They're all fitting together as a sequence of events, and the totality of all the witnesses and all the evidence will prove the case, and the prosecutor's in charge of that. A lot of officers think, well, we all know he's guilty, and it's my job to prove him guilty, and I've given what I know. That's when they go overboard and they blurt stuff out, and they want to say, because he's trying to say that he didn't do it, right? Well, the prosecutor's got that in hand. It's not the job of the cop to fill in all those gaps. His job is to be the witness, the eyes, the ears, what he saw, what he did, what the defendant said, answer the questions, and sit down and be part of the puzzle as the witness puzzle. The prosecutor's the one that presents the evidence in order. Does that make sense?
Yep, perfect. You should teach a class in this.
You know, if somebody would hire me to teach this stuff,
or write a book.
Or
Can't wait to get back to the office tomorrow so I can remember to actually bring the book home. It's easier to read when it's like with you. Are you legal space vices, or legal vices on Rumble? Actually, both, because I'm an idiot and I set up like two separate things because I'm kind of dumb. But legal vices, one word, is the main one that I use.
Yeah, and crimelaw.net. I'm only on Rumble. I'm not on YouTube. I'm only on Rumble.
That was this question. Where to go? Grounds to your objection, says Lancelot. Thank you so much for that super chat. Wrestler's mom says, does Steve have a channel on Rumble? What is your Rumble channel?
It's Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney. But crimelaw.net is where you get my book. And the book is kind of, it's really made as a reference, because I do a lot of back room stuff for our trial division. So I do appeals, but also when we get questions from the trial division, I'll answer them. And sometimes we come up with real questions that come up occasionally, but are really difficult questions. And so then I do like these deep dive law review articles where I'm like, well, that's a good question. And that's what the book really is answers to all these questions that we get that don't come up all the time, but require a lot of thought. When you're in the trial division, you're slinging cases left and right. You don't have time to do an essay on BB guns as deadly weapons, right? So that's what I do. So that's what the book is. It's like a reference. You can skip around if you're like, oh, this topic is boring, I'm going to go to the next chapter. So you can break it up. You don't have to read it front to back. You can skip around.
Yeah. And this is just kind of the lawyer nerd in me. I mean, you do what you do with every new book you get. If you flip through it, you see, okay, hey, gee, there's a little personal inscription there at the beginning. You flip through and you go, ooh, footnotes. I literally went, oh, footnotes, how exciting.
But footnote. My book has got so many footnotes, it's ridiculous. But it's summarized. So each chapter has okay, here's the executive summary.
Yeah.
So it gives you the body of knowledge. And then when you need to get into it in depth, it gives you the case citations and everything else. So it's meant to be
anybody that likes LawTube and LawTube adjacent stuff and watching these trials, go to crimelaw.net and get this book. You'll notice two things really quickly about the book. One, it says it on the cover and it's right inside, foreword by Andrew Branca.
Yeah.
Andrew's written the foreword to it, and I believe it's either the second or the third paragraph in the acknowledgement. Nick Rekieta is mentioned a couple of times there.
Well, so Nick Rekieta is actually, he's on the back too. He gave me a promotional quote for the back.
Yeah, he's on the blurb on the back as well. So
Nick's been great. And also,
if you like these guys, you'll like the book.
Do you know Steve Hayward from Powerline blog?
Yeah, I know of him. I'm not like personal friends, but you are obviously.
I want to be.
Oh,
I'm a fanboy of, and so he wrote me a nice blurb for the back also.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a really, I mean, you'll like it, even if you're not a lawyer, just reading the acknowledgements. I was laughing through the acknowledgements. Just, I mean, it's great. Maybe if you don't mind, maybe I'll read the acknowledgement section tomorrow.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it's great. It just literally thanks everybody. It's brilliant. It's a brilliantly written acknowledgement section.
Oh,
crimelaw.net.
Well, well, thank you. I don't know. What can I say? I did order some more, but I've got a second edition coming out. So I'm not sure. I'm a refugee, I've been out of my world for a week, and I can't believe it. I was only supposed to be with my wife in Phoenix for a weekend, and I've been laid up. So I'm really so out of touch. I've got orders to fulfill, and I've got to order the new set, the new second edition, which is done. Oh, you don't even know my life.
You went to law school though. You haven't done the lawyer book writing grift correctly. You still got to charge full price for volume 1, and then like charge equally as much for the supplement to it.
Well,
you got to write the textbook and charge for the supplement. You don't put out a second edition and also do the horn book version as well. So
no, you know what a bad and you see you're not Nick, and I will confess this because he'd yell at me if I told them this. But everybody who gets the first edition, I will email them personally the extra chapter so that they don't feel like they've been robbed of an extra chapter. And
wow.
So
I'm telling Nick on you.
So I just because I feel guilty that I didn't, because it's a really good chapter that the new edition is going to be on prosecutorial cheating and closing arguments. It was Florida specific, so I didn't include it. I thought it was too Florida specific, but then as I think about it, and we go on these channels, it's like, man, prosecutors like to cheat, don't they? It's not just Florida.
Yeah. That's a kind of a universal thing. Well, we've got a few more super chats here. Then we'll jump back into the afternoon. We got to shook off the morning session, and we're doing good at the 1.25 speed. Chris Penza, help make legal prices publicly available. Gavel Book is like Kelly Blue Book, but for legal services. We need traction to keep building. Tell your friends. You never know who might be looking to hire a lawyer. I think it was on Nick's channel I heard about this. I need to go give that a look, but go ahead and look at Gavel Book and see what it's all about.
It's hard to find find a lawyer.
Yeah.
People always ask me, like, do you recommend somebody to do this? And I'm like, it's hard to recommend. Not many lawyers I'd recommend.
Yeah. I mean, even the ones I do recommend, I have no idea what they charge.
Yeah.
So if that's like a Blue Book thing, it probably gives you like a price range for a particular area. Sounds pretty good. Go look at Gavel Book and see what it's all about.
Oh, I want to respond to one. Darth Hideous says all prosecutors cheat. That's not. I mean, look at the Darrell Brooks trial. Those prosecutors, that was as clean as you can do it, and that's the way every trial should be conducted.
Yeah.
I'm just in defense. I'm the most critical of prosecutors of anybody, but there's a way to do it, and there's a way not to do it.
Yep. Play by the rules, man. That's just it. If you're going to take away someone's rights, if you're going to take away their life, literally, do it by the rules.
Oh, I know what I was going to say about death penalty, because this is something people don't understand, is that like due process is a thing. And due process means the rights that you are due. The amount of process that you are due is dependent on the situation. So if you get a traffic ticket, you're going to get a hearing officer, and you might be able to say something. Well, wait a second. You might be able to bring. If you've got a death penalty case, how much process is actually due? Well, it can't get any more. The maximum possible process is you are due. So that's why in a death penalty case, you see the maximum amount of objections, maximum amount of appeals. Every issue is challenged because it's maximum due process. It doesn't get any stronger than somebody trying to take a citizen's life. So that's why you'll see things that are different in death penalty that you won't in some other trials that may be less serious. Does that make sense? Like in a misdemeanor court, there's a truncated process, right? You don't get depots sometimes, and you have to specially ask for depots and stuff.
Natalie, are you wearing LL Bean today? Lol. Great color on you. Yesterday we were talking about someone's dress, and said they wear LL Bean and drive Subarus. And I said, well, hey, now wait a minute. I'm wearing LL Bean. A large portion of my wardrobe is from LL Bean, so now I'm catching it. But to answer the question, I know you probably can't see, but yeah, there's the LL Bean tag right there. I swear to God, here in Korea, it's great because they don't build Koreans my size by and large. I just go click, 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 and LL Bean comes floating to me in about 10 days. So yeah.
I have a Subaru, so does that make me?
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it a hatchback? That was part of the condition. I think it was a Subaru hatchback. T Hong will say, Jeff, can you ask Steve if he knows or has an opinion on Dan Markle, FSU professor case with Charlie Alderson in Florida? Please and thank you.
Yes. Dan Markle is the FSU professor. Are you familiar with this case?
I do not know this.
Very interesting case, actually. Extremely Most murders, like this case. Okay, for example, let's bounce it off this one, because in this case, it's just a heat of passion, drugs, typical senseless murder, right? I mean, that's 95%, maybe more of murders are this kind of stupidity, that people have a bad attitude, they're on drugs, they're killing out of territoriality or some very primal base instinct. The Dan Markle case was an FSU criminal law professor who was murdered in a parking garage. And the suspects, it's been unfolding. The suspects have always been the ex-wife's family or the family of the professor, and it was maybe over insurance or I think it might have been custody issues, because it was a very bad, and it was a hired killing.
Oh my! Okay.
Where the rich dentist family of the wife, I think this is correct, I'm a little bit off on the chart, but something like this, hired these two people to go up and murder him. It was like a contract killing. And it was very hard to solve. I think they got the people that were the killers somehow, and then they're testifying and they're pointing the finger at the people that hired them. Wow. So it's in Tallahassee. Again, it's not in my jurisdiction. I'm not really familiar with it, except to know that it's a very complex case, and the guilt is questionable because of it took a long time for him to piece it together. It was unsolved for a long time. It's an interesting case. I mean, it's an unusual case. Most murders are more like the one that you're covering right here. This is much more typical. I mean, 95% plus is this.
Wow, so that sounds like an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, somebody says he was killed in his driveway. Probably. I'm kind of spitballing it. You're asking me out of the blue, but I'm aware of it because we have a lot of
ex-in-laws family hired to hit on him. Yikes.
Yeah, and they're like professionals. They're like got a lot of money and stuff. It's very unusual. Very unusual.
Yeah, I did fast forward. We're ready to go. We're just taking a little break here. We're gonna get back in as soon as we read one more super chat. Don't panic, everybody. If Nick is on the back, does his nose work as a book stand? From your book, yeah, could be a bookmark. All righty. Well, I fast forwarded through. Now that apparently is the end of the police officers. Now they seem to be getting into the civilian witnesses, and I'm so awesome. I just hit stop screen instead of bringing the screen up. So give me another extra couple of seconds here, because that's how I roll. There we go. This is the little Dalek up there in the corner looking down on everybody.
Exterminate. I love your references. Exterminate.
But they wish they could.
They could fast forward this stuff.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to buffer again.
Gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. A couple of things I need to go over before lunch and the time that you returned. In any way, shape, or form, by show of hands. Let the record, thank you all very much. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, although I have told you not to monitor the news or anything related to this case, I suspect that perhaps you may see news about this tropical storm called Nicole. I will keep informed of the information that is released.
I guess that's the end of him.
County schools have closed on Thursday, so we will see.
Oh, shit. Hang on. I guess that's the end of Steve. Probably got called away to do his thing, or he was interfering with... Oh, no, he's back.
No, I'm sorry. I'm back. Actually, Andrew just came in and said, can you invite him?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. We'll Branca-ize this. I thought he was coming in to tell you to get the hell off my system.
I thought so too. But...
All right. We will invite Mr. B on.
Oh, and I was able to update the inventory myself here. Okay.
Where are we here? Scroll on down. Law of self-defense. All right, Andrew, it is sent to you.
You don't know how cool the Bronca compound is, man. This guy is cool.
It even has its own train tracks, apparently.
Oh yeah, there is that downside. The new Death Star is located next to a train track and an open window, but it's pretty neat. This Bronca's got a very professional operation. I'm proud to be associated with this company, his company.
Awesome. Well, we will start this and keep on rolling.
He's almost there. He's right next door, actually. I'm in the old computer section.
All righty. Well, we'll wait a couple of seconds for him to pop on then.
Yeah, the thing is that I was supposed to go home on Monday.
Yeah.
But my plane got canceled because it was Frontier Airlines. And they just said, sorry, your plane's canceled.
Yeah,
too bad. And then now the hurricane. And so I've been a refugee. And so I came to Denver because I had to do the class on last night. There he is.
Oh, there.
Hey.
And the old and Andrew's been kind enough to put me up and set me this office up, and I'm not leaving until Saturday. So it's like an extra week vacation. Great vacation.
Cool.
It's been great having Steve as a house guest and office mate. He's actually just about 6 feet away from me on the other side of this wall over here.
Well, and that's a testimony to your awesome internet connection that you can do 2 high definition streams through StreamYard to YouTube with no buffering issues.
We'll see. We're trying. This is actually an experiment. First time we've done this. So if it starts pixelating, I'll dump out.
Yeah. Well, we've just come back from lunch for day 2 of this capital murder case. The guy stabs his girlfriend to death in the neck. 5 months after he got out of the prison system for stabbing a previous girl in the neck. So,
does he have an explanation for this?
Not yet. They've just gone through all the police officer testimony and how they did a sweep of the house. The victim died. They found him in the bushes in his underwear with a couple of stab wounds on his own neck. The dogs got him.
What's the defense? It was somebody else.
We don't know yet. We literally don't know what the defense is yet because they gave a Chandler Halderson defense opening statement.
Oh, did they?
It was 5 minutes long for a capital murder case.
Keep an open
mind. Yeah. It was literally like it was so close. I really want to go back and see if she didn't just say exactly the same thing. It was like, keep an open mind, listen to the witnesses, make your own decisions, and keep an open mind. The end. And so now we're getting into the civilian witnesses. So it'll be interesting to see what they testify about.
We're kind of predicting an identity defense, but it may be weak. There may have the statement. And like we were talking, I mean, last night I was teaching with Andrew, and sometimes the defense doesn't have anything. So what you go back on is reasonable doubt, and it's burden of proof.
Yeah, you got the wrong guy. It wasn't me.
Right.
And this is the same judge. I don't know if you know the Trevor Summer case, the guy that kidnapped his wife and tortured her, then fired his lawyer so that he could question her on the stand and make her life a living hell a few months ago. Same judge. I don't know if that was like horrible.
One other point I wanted to make, and it's an issue that it's one of those things. I've got all these things in my head. It takes the right case and time and place, and we sometimes set it up through the trial division. But one of the things the state of Florida has done is abolished voluntary intoxication as a defense. So you can't use it to negate mens rea now as a statutory matter. And I have a problem with that in the right case. I think there's a problem with that intellectually. The law should be rational. Mm-hmm. And the fact is that intoxication does negate a certain level of mens rea.
Yes.
So I think that statute is improper, it's unconstitutional in the right case. Okay.
Right.
So in this case, this guy was intoxicated. To what extent, I don't know. And whether it's a defense to first degree murder is a question. In the right case, that statute could be challenged. But that may be why the defense is not, you're not bringing up intoxication as a defense because
it's kind of a tipping point occurs, right? So generally speaking, voluntary intoxication is not a legal defense. That's it. But you can imagine someone who's so drunk, just like we do it with voluntary manslaughter, right? Where it's adequate provocation. They're in such a passion, there's hot blood that they can't form the intent required for straight up murder. You can imagine a circumstance where someone's so intoxicated on alcohol that he can't form the intent required for murder. It ought to be at worst a manslaughter conviction as opposed to a murder conviction. I see some of the comments here saying his blood was 0.1. That's actually not that high for someone who drinks a lot.
I've seen a case with a person with a 0.38, and they were functional. Jesus. They were driving. It was amazing. Hey, is Shane Sousa a real person, or is he like some kind of robot? Because
he's everywhere, right?
He's everywhere.
My moderator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
their area. This is our lovely defendant here who gets stabby with women.
Oh,
see
he
what
has a prior Williams rule evidence, which is similar fact evidence, where evidently he stabbed his other girlfriend in the neck or something.
7 times, yeah.
Admissible to show lack of accident.
Yeah, and the ex-girlfriend actually contacted the new girlfriend and said, "Don't let this happen to you," and she just blew it off.
Women.
Sean Royal.
Got Greta Thunberg over here as the defense lawyer.
Yeah, I think he's corporal now.
So this is the defendant here with the blue tie?
Corporal Royal? Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear
The judge is the only one that
that
talks fast in Florida.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So
Is
help
this
you
the
God.
judge swearing in the witnesses?
You'll follow the bailiff to the
Yes.
ramp that leads up to the
That's
witness
kinda
chair. Please
weird.
watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Weird's too strong a word. It's a little uncommon. Usually that.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury. My name is Sean Royal, SeanRoyal. And Mr. Royal, how are you employed? Currently a corporal in our homicide section. And let's talk
guess
about
he's
that.
not
That means
civilian.
you are sworn law enforcement.
Correct.
You work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
I do.
How does one?
I hate
become
that
a
thing where
deputy?
they
Just to
they
start with,
overdo the head turn to the jury.
You
Basically apply like you would any
That
other job.
bothers
You have to
me.
complete.
I know there's
several
sometimes
months
left to
of
do that.
academy training. Once you become sworn, you start more.
Amber Heard
full
ruined
training
that
type-
for
type,
everybody.
It looks so
I'm not going to go
unnatural.
through every step you've ever taken in ascending through the ranks, but at some point, did you become what's known as a homicide detective?
I did.
And are you now currently a corporal overseeing other detectives in the homicide unit?
Correct. I am.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that deals with an address of 6209 Kite Ridge Drive from May 28th of 2022. Were you still acting as a corporal then for the homicide unit?
I was.
Even though you are
Yeah,
the
if
boss or
this is still at
supervisor of the
1.25
unit, you
speed, if
assist
it's
in
too
investigation.
fast, let me know. We'll
Sometimes
slow
if
it down to
need be, yes.
1.
Most of the time, no.
As part of this particular case, the Kite Ridge case,
all out of
did
gum.
you assist specifically, did you go to a place called the Landing Bar and Grill?
I did.
And
You know,
was
he looks
that
like
in furtherance
Rocker.
of
Remember the
assisting
baseball
lead
player,
detective,
Rocker?
Kevin
Yeah.
Ratu?
Yes, it was.
When you went there, did you have information about Kay Baker and other individuals potentially being at the landing the night before?
I did.
Were you attempting to then locate surveillance video from the night in question, which would have been the evening of May 27th, that would have depicted Kay Baker, Matthew Terry, and any other people they might have been with?
Correct.
Did you watch surveillance video at the landing bar?
I skimmed through it. I didn't fully watch frame by frame, but yes, I was there to see how much footage needed to be pulled in order for it to be put on a thumb drive or a disc or whatnot.
When you're watching the video, did you have some idea of a general time frame that you were looking for to see if these people were at the landing bar and grill?
I did.
And what was that general time frame?
I was told that they arrived at the restaurant on the 27th, sometime around 5 or so after work, and were there till almost midnight into the 28th.
So did the video that you ended up watching have some sort of time and date stamp on it?
It did.
Was the time and date stamp correct?
It was not correct.
What was incorrect about it?
The timestamp was 12 hours fast. So
Has there
we knew
ever been a
that
CCTV
they were
camera anywhere
at
that had the correct
restaurant
time?
On the 27th, around 5:30 in the afternoon, but the timestamp
like blocks
that
on
showed
the
on the
old
video
VHS machines.
was 5:28. So May 28th, 2022, at 5:30 in the morning. So it was 12 hours fast.
And were you able to watch a live feed of video when you were there at the landing?
I was.
And when you were watching a live feed, did you have a watch on your wrist so you could confirm the real time against the time of the live
Do you have a
feed?
watch on your
Correct.
wrist,
So that's
Branca?
the first thing we would do is check the time.
I was actually
to
just
see
setting
what
the
was
time.
accurate, knowing that
Yeah.
it was off. We had to find the correct time and day.
Got the day just. Sweet.
backwards,
Just,
per se.
date just.
So
Yep.
you knew before you even started looking for the video in question, you knew that you were looking for a 12-hour time difference.
Correct.
Did you end up finding video that you thought was of interest to this case that covered between roughly 5 o'clock till midnight on the evening of Friday, May 27th?
I did.
Did you inform law enforcement about that so that could ultimately be obtained?
I did.
Pass the witness.
That was quick.
Yep. See, they're very efficient. I like this. I like both sides. This
Yeah.
is a clean
Yeah.
trial so far.
Oh, very clean.
And he can be released. Well, I don't have to redirect him. He can be released. All right. Yeah, you may step down. Maybe
Dang.
See, this is the way it should be done right here.
All right, you may step down for review. Release the witness.
Thank you.
This is so nice to have a trial that's like, I'm not criticizing somebody.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's really hard to be snarky about this.
Yeah.
Speaking of being snarky, there's 1,139 of you and only 783 likes. Let's get up to at least 900 likes. Don't make me sick Branca on you.
Right.
Don't make him angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
They're free, folks.
Hit that like button, please. You've been here more than 30 seconds, so that obviously means you like it and you're enjoying it. Let YouTube know about it so they can send it out to the masses and recommend me.
Oh, Bifrons is talking about his Rolex. Branca's got the killer Rolex. Man.
Yeah. His was basically free.
It was.
You'll come forward and be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable.
The worst part is what she actually sold for us are renewing memberships. So it's actually, she's buying that for me every year. 2 Rolexes every year in perpetuity.
Christmas is coming up.
She's so awesome.
Yeah.
Watch your step.
So this might be the.
Have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, that's Matt Lawyer chick, folks. I'm talking about on Twitter. She's great. I'm a big fan.
Afternoon, sir. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Nicholas Dalton Calicochi.
And Mr. Calicochi, where do you reside?
6205.
And this
Kite Ridge
prosecutor is
Drive,
the slowest
Lithia,
speaker
Florida.
ever.
Does that mean your neighbor would then be the house at 6207?
Boy, everyone here is a lot of
Yes,
big
sir.
boys in the courtroom.
In May of this year,
USA.
in the earlier months before, January, February, March, etc., of 2022, do you know who lived at 6209?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry, 6207.
Yes, sir.
Too many addresses to keep track of. Who lived at 6207 Kite Ridge Drive?
It was Kay Baker and Matthew Terry.
And I want to ask you, do you see the person that you know as Matthew Terry in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you please point to him and describe the clothing that he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
Yes, sir. It was the man in the middle with the black glasses, gray suit.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Now, I want to ask you, Kay Baker was your neighbor. How long had she been your neighbor?
Kay Baker's the
up
victim.
until we get to May 28th, 2022.
Math teacher.
For as long as I lived there, I moved in roughly 3.5, 4 years ago.
And during the 3.5 or 4 years that you lived next door to Miss Baker, did you all ever become friends?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about what your friendship was like?
We grew close. We were neighbors. My son and her kids hung out all the time. We used to go to the pool all together, hang out outside of doing yard work and stuff like that.
All right, you mentioned that Miss Baker had children.
Yes.
She had 2 boys.
Yes.
At some point during the years that you lived there, did you ever end up meeting Mr. Terry personally?
Through passing. Nothing more than a hi-bye. That was really.
But did you ever see him like at the house, coming and going, getting the mail, cutting the grass? whatever it might be?
I saw him coming and going maybe once or twice, not a lot. Before I worked at the landing, I was working morning shifts, so I was never really home during the day.
Did you ever get introduced to him by Miss Baker, where she said, "Hey, this is Matt, my boyfriend," or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you knew who he was.
Yes.
I want to talk with you about the landing. You work there,
Yes, sir.
and what is your job title or function there?
I'm a cook.
All right. And so as a cook, where do you work inside the landing? Is it like an outdoor grill, or what is it?
No, the back kitchen.
So you're behind doors and walls most of the night.
Yes, sir.
When you get off work, do you ever decide to stick around afterwards, have a drink, eat some food, socialize with others?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen Miss Baker there at the landing?
Yes, sir.
Was that a place that she would sometimes frequent?
Yes.
So I want to talk with you then about Friday, May 27th of 2022. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember what your shift was that evening, roughly?
I know I was working, I believe, 12 to volume. Volume, I probably got out roughly 8, 9, somewhere around there, maybe even a little earlier.
All right, and for people who've never worked in the industry, what does till volume mean?
Volume is until the restaurant slows down. It's, once the busy rush comes and it slows down, then I'm let go.
All right, so some nights that might be 6, other nights it might be 7, other nights it might be 9.
Yes.
Did you guys just have a
By
discussion
about
in your
7
stream,
o'clock or 8
or is
o'clock
that
that
just
night, were
me?
you already off duty?
I believe so, yes.
And when you got off duty that night,
You would've
did
seen
you
it.
go
Just
home
you.
or did you stay at
Me.
the
Okay.
business?
I stayed at the business.
And did you see Kay Baker there?
Yes, I have.
Did you see anybody else with Miss Baker that you recognized from having met before?
Yes, sir.
Who was there?
Kelly Andrews, her husband, Matthew Terry, and
Hold
just
on, the way you said that's a little confusing. You
Sorry.
said Kelly Andrews,
yep,
then you said her husband.
Kelly's husband, sorry,
Okay,
and Mr. Terry.
and then Mr. Terry. All right, so there's at least those 4 people: Miss Baker, Mr. Terry, Miss Andrews, and Mr. Andrews.
Yes, sir.
And where were they?
They were sitting at one of the high top tables right next to the bar.
And for people who've never been to the landing, can you describe this location? Is it a purely indoor, or purely outdoor? What's
It's they were sitting outside on the patio at a high top, right at the bar.
Okay, so they're on the outside patio.
I just love how
And
neither
where
of
are
these
you in
guys sound
relation
like
to
they're
them
at
when you're hanging out there
1.25
that night?
I
speed.
am up against the wall of the patio leading inside, about a table, 2 tables away.
And were you seated with someone else?
Yes, sir.
So if we were later on to be able to watch a video, are you in that video somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you're wearing a backwards hat in that video?
Yes, I was.
So you're seated at a 2-person table wearing a backwards hat?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So while Kay was there, do you know if Miss Baker was drinking?
Yes, sir.
And did you see if Mr. Terry, the defendant, was drinking that evening?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any specific idea as to what it is they were drinking?
No, not off the top of my head. I know Miss Baker had a White Claw or something along those lines at one point, but that was all I realized.
White Claw's
I didn't
not really
pay
alcohol.
attention, really.
And so for most of the night, you are
We have
not
potentially
seeing-
criminal Sean.
Is that correct?
No, sir.
Speaking of
At
White
any point
Claws.
during the evening, does she ever come over and say,
There
hey, how you
ain't no
doing,
law when
socialize,
there's
things like
White
that?
Claw.
Yes, sir.
And so you had a chance to see her throughout the course of the
We
evening?
brought in potentially Sean
What time
as
do
our
you think she
resident
left that?
White Claw expert.
Probably around like 11:30, if not a little sooner.
They are
Alright,
good.
So if you saw her, let's say 7:30 initially when you got off work, and she left at 11:30, you had a chance to see her over a 4-hour period?
Yep.
Can you describe Miss Baker's level of intoxication, or how much you think she was sober?
Nothing.
Baker is the victim?
Nothing that I would say that she was intoxicated where she was stumbling or anything like that. She had a few drinks, that's all I could really tell. There was no, slurring of the words or anything like that.
All right, so you could tell that she'd been drinking, but not to the point of like excess.
No.
What about Mr. Terry? Did you ever have an interaction with Mr. Terry that evening?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell me about his level of sobriety?
He was more on the more intoxicated side. I could definitely tell he was slurring his words a little bit.
He was a guest
I didn't
lawyer in
really pay
Ricardo
close
Law.
attention to him when he walked by or anything like that to see if he was stumbling or anything. But I noticed in his words when he was talking, he was stumbling a bit with his words and trying to get them out.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about a specific moment. Do you ever remember there being a specific moment where you realized there was some sort of disagreement or discussion between Miss Baker and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where you were and where they were when you first realized that something's going on.
I was sitting at my table, and Miss K. Baker was standing next to me, and then that's when Matthew Terry came over and confronted her about dancing with another man.
All right. Did you specifically hear words come out of the defendant's mouth making some sort of accusation of dancing with another man?
Yes, sir.
And how, if at all, did Miss Baker respond?
She seemed upset because she was like, I was not dancing with anybody else. I was.
What are you gonna
just
do,
standing here
stab me in the
talking
neck?
and Stuff like that.
Did you intervene in this conversation at all?
No, sir.
So now it's just the two of them talking to each other.
Yep.
At some point,
Really was
they
kind of
moved away from their
suicide.
table.
Yes, sir.
And where did they go?
They went back to their table where Kelly Andrews and Kelly's husband was sitting.
All right. And could you tell exactly what was being said
No.
at the table?
No, sir.
Okay. So that happened. Is that somewhere around 10 o'clock when that happened?
Yes, sir.
This is well before they leave around 11:30.
Yes, sir.
After that conversation, did you have a chance to interact with Miss Baker again?
Yes, sir.
Does she appear upset?
No.
Does she appear distraught?
No.
Does she appear angry, sad, mad, anything like that?
No. Happy, good spirits like always.
As you would normally expect her to be every time you interact with her?
Yes, sir.
Does she appear any more intoxicated than you've already described?
No, sir.
Do you have any further interactions with the defendant after that period of time where he makes the accusation?
Not that I recall, sir.
Are you specifically watching him to count every drink that he's having?
No, my back was my back was to them.
So you have no idea how much the defendant might have had to drink after that?
No, sir.
At some point you mentioned that they do leave. Did you happen to notice how they left?
In her car.
In Kay Baker's car?
Yes.
And from where you were seated out on the patio, could you see the car they got into?
Yes, sir.
Could you then see who got into any particular seat in the car?
Yes, sir.
Who got into the driver's seat?
Miss Baker.
And who got into the passenger seat?
Matthew Terry.
So they leave.
Yes.
What time does the landing close down?
Midnight.
Did you stay until they closed down?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend who works there as well?
Yes, I do.
Does she basically have to work until the end of the shift?
Pretty much, yes.
So you don't leave the landing until at least after 12 o'clock at night?
Yes, sir.
When you went home, did you notice anything unusual happening on your street when you got home?
Yes, I pulled up and there was caution tape across the street and I got stopped by a deputy sheriff officer and they asked me what I was doing, where I lived, and I explained to them I lived at 6205 Kite Ridge Drive and they told me to go park down the street and to walk back there.
All right, so at this point, there's already some sort of crime scene set up.
Yes.
When you eventually were able to get led to your home at 6205, did you make any efforts to talk to law enforcement to try and get information about what was going on?
I did because I noticed my next door neighbor, Miss Baker's door was wide open. So I was asking if everything was okay, being a friend, a neighbor, wondering what was going on. And they asked me if I seen her or anybody else with her that night.
And did you tell them that you had in fact seen Kay Baker somewhere earlier at the landing bar?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to provide them the general timeline as far as they were there somewhere around 7 to 11:30?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to provide law enforcement with the specific names of individuals like Kelly Andrews and her husband who were there with Miss Baker?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very efficient.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calacoche.
Good afternoon.
You described what you called a confrontation where Matt confronted Kay about this supposed dancing incident, right?
Yes.
But when you talked to the police that night, you didn't describe it as a confrontation, did you?
I don't recall.
Do you remember saying that it wasn't even a tiff?
At that point, I really don't recall what I said that night. I was more or less just worried and stuff, so my words might have came out wrong.
Okay. Are you saying now it's a confrontation, or was this something that wasn't even a tiff?
Going back on it and trying to reconnect the dots and looking
Now
at
that
it,
I know
I
she's been
definitely
stabbed in the
consider
neck.
it more as a confrontation than a tiff.
I think it's
So
more
that's
than a
because
tiff.
of what's happened since, but immediately after, you described it as not even a tiff.
How
right?
dare you,
I
witness?
believe so, if
How
that's what my
dare
words say,
you,
but I don't
says
recall.
prosecutor
Did you have
Anna
to see what you told
Thunberg.
the police?
I believe what you're saying.
Okay, so you believe that you did describe it to the police as not even a tiff.
Yes.
Okay. You also described it
I'm not
as
criticizing the
being over
defense
in 2
attorney, by the way,
seconds,
folks. This is
right?
what
Yes.
you're supposed to be
Being
doing right
something
here.
that after which Kay and Matt just went back to their table having fun with everybody
Greta.
else, right?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay, and that's something that you immediately after, as soon as you got home and saw the police, told them.
Yes.
Greta
In
Thunberg,
addition
this
to
is your
telling them
future.
that, you also told them that it wasn't an
Man, she
accident,
likes to use
right?
the tanning bed.
I believe so.
You told
Yeah,
them
she
there was
didn't.
no
I think
bickering,
she got a
right?
spray tan overnight because she didn't
Not
look
that I
like this
recall, but
yesterday.
Yes.
Do you want to see it? Because I want to
No,
be sure we
no,
know.
you're good.
Oh,
I
you
trust
can't
you.
do obvious
Do you
changes like
believe now
that.
that you did tell the police there wasn't even any bickering?
Maybe she's
Yes.
trying to make the jury
and
think
there
he's
weren't
got more
even
than one
any
lawyer.
stern looks between Matt and Kay.
I don't recall saying
Tomorrow
that,
she'll
but
come in with Groucho Marx
Stand
glasses.
first. Pencil, page 8. You take your time.
Okay.
I've had it highlighted for you. Do you remember that night being asked specifically by the police whether there were even any stern looks between Matt and Kay, and you told them, not that I noticed. I noticed that they were cheerful.
yes.
Okay. And that again was
And?
immediately after this incident that you now describe as a confrontation, right?
Yes.
So that was your impression that night after what happened at the landings,
Yes.
that it was a non-issue, they went back to having fun 2 seconds later and were cheerful.
Yes.
Should I just have a minute, Your Honor?
He only had a 0.1 blood alcohol, which is not high.
Yeah.
Last question. What's the driving distance from the landing back to your subdivision?
When did they
3
test?
minutes,
Was he
probably
arrested right
2
away,
miles,
or
if that?
But
He
within
was
an hour?
arrested about
Within
2
an hour.
hours later. Yeah, an hour, 2 hours later, they found him in the bushes.
so it's contemporaneous?
Thank you, sir.
And he had stab wounds. He had tried to stab himself in the neck.
Kelly Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. What a loser! He couldn't pull that off. It's right there.
Apparently not. Yeah, he was like on 2 stab wounds on each side of his jugular. If he'd just gone for the middle, it would have solved all the problem.
Did they do a full talk on him?
Hey.
Any other drugs or anything?
Not that I know of. I think it was just alcohol. But I don't know.
Is this the guy? He went to jail for assaulting another woman, right? He's
Yes,
been in prison.
he stabbed his previous
Okay.
girlfriend 7 times in the neck. He'd only been out of the system for 5 months before he stabbed again.
Hey,
But who doesn't do that?
listen to the ladies out there. Make those sandwiches, right? No mayo means no mayo.
They love the bad boys.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Kelly Andrews.
Hi.
And Ms. Andrews, are you currently married?
Are you related to Julie?
Who is your husband?
Sean Andrews.
How long have you all been married?
13 years.
Do you know someone by the name of Kay Baker?
Yes, I do.
Was she a friend of yours?
Yes, we've been friends for about 14 years.
Oh, jeez.
And can
Was.
you give the jury some idea of the type of friendship you have? Are you like people who only talk every once in a while, saw each other all the time, whatever the case may be?
When we first met, it was once in a while, and then we became closer as the years went on. She became one of my best friends. We were very close, vacationed together. Our kids grew up together, and they came over and played very often.
And they danced
So-
together.
Throughout those years, as your friendship developed, you're married to Sean Andrews?
Correct.
And so does Kay becomes Sean's friend too in the process?
Yes, she does.
Do you know someone by the name of Matthew Terry?
Yes, I do.
Do you see Mr. Terry in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's sitting there in the gray suits and the glasses between the two attorneys.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. That's a record fact. She's identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Did you ever have a chance to hang out with Kay Baker and the defendant when they were in a relationship?
Yes, I have.
And when do you think the relationship...
Throuple.
It started long distance, and then it became more serious towards the end of 2021. And then it was a long distance relationship, and then he eventually moved down in 2022.
Okay. Prior to them starting a long distance relationship and your...
I bet there's like Harlequin romance books out there where the theme is prison romance.
Yes, they dated when they were a lot younger.
Like the letter,
and,
except from prison,
ended the
unlegal
relationship. It was
stationery.
amicable. They did remain
He
friends.
killed
and
the
then they
neighbor
rekindled
and
later on.
killed it in
Somewhere in
bed.
between, did Ms. Baker get married?
Yes, she got married in between, and I believe he did too.
Okay, so after both of their relationships or marriages had ended, somewhere later they decided to rekindle a long ago relationship.
Correct.
Now, did Ms. Baker have children by her marriage to
Instead of a
another man?
notebook,
Yes, she
it's
did.
the legal pad.
On the night of May 28th, 2022, were those children with Ms. Baker or were they with the ex-husband?
They were with the ex-husband.
So she did not have custody of them that particular night?
No.
You mentioned that the defendant eventually moved down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where he moved down from?
Okay, now this is actually, I think we need to stop this and give a little bit of a background. This long distance relationship she's talking about she had with the alleged perpetrator. While he was on trial, he apparently had a relationship with her before, and then she broke up with him. Then he got all stabby with his then girlfriend. While he was on trial for stabbing the ex-girlfriend in the neck, the victim apparently went up to, I think it was Michigan or Minnesota, I think it was Michigan where they were, went up there to attend his trial. They reconnected while he was awaiting trial. She went all the way up from Florida to reconnect with him while he's on trial for stabbing a woman in the neck. And she's
Jesus.
there's an article in one of the Tampa Bay news stories where she was saying, I told her not to let this happen to her and her children, but she just sat there and glared at me in court the whole time. So after he gets out of the system, he goes down there to be with her, and 5 months later, she's no longer with us.
How about that 19th Amendment?
Self-patrolling. That's what happened there.
I knew he loved me. He cared about me so much because he got so angry, and only if he loved me would he.
You only hurt the ones you love.
It's like Goodfellas.
The ones you love.
He said he'd kill me if I looked at another guy.
As men, you hear this, oh, I met my husband. He was married at the time I met him, and but then he divorced her to be with me. But I can't believe he would cheat on me. You listen to that and you laugh. But I know he stabbed her in the neck. But he's not going to stab me in the neck. I mean, where do you draw the line?
Well, I think that
apparently across her throat was where he drew the line. But
oh gosh,
sorry.
Well, that's good.
Where is
That
Ms.
was
Baker
appropriate.
Michigan. So they had dated in Michigan, and then she eventually moved to Florida, and then many years later he follows her.
Correct.
When he moved down from Michigan,
did
he move into Ms. Baker's home?
Yes, he did.
And so did him, Ms. Baker, and the two children all live together in that home?
Yes.
Anyone else living there?
No.
Prior to Mr. Terry moving down and living in Ms. Baker's home, did he ever come down to visit as the relationship was still kind of long distance?
Only in 2022 he had come down a few times, and then he moved down a little after that.
And when do you think he moved down to Florida in 2022?
Probably towards the end of February, early March.
All right, so when you say he came down in 2022, that was maybe like in January then?
Yes.
But before that,
See, he should have tried to escape the scene in a slow Bronco.
phone calls, text messages, whatever.
Definitely text messages and phone calls.
Yeah, what's the Al Cowling?
So now Mr. Terry has moved down.
I mean, did he turn this one into a Pez dispenser
How
also?
often, once Mr. Terry moves down, do you all hang out?
Quite often.
And when I say hang out, is there ever a situation where you hang out alone with the defendant?
No.
Is there ever a moment where Kay Baker hangs out alone with your husband?
No.
So when you're hanging out, you're basically like always as couples.
Yes.
Or I guess maybe just you and Kay might hang out?
Yeah, we would go out together.
Okay. So did you get to know Mr. Terry then?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever get to hang out with him in a social function where drinking was occurring?
Yes.
Is that more than once?
Yes.
Did you have multiple opportunities then to observe Mr. Terry?
Sorry,
and what he was
Ann, this
like
is
when he
this is the home of irreverent humor.
This case is so clean right now that it's hard to snark. Oops.
Right, it is.
I mean, this is
And
everybody's.
this is the interesting thing too. See, they go to the sidebar, and he gets to put on the earphones to listen to the sidebar.
I really like that, though.
I just noticed this is the judge from the
Yes, the summer case.
crazy. Yeah, he abducted the
Yeah, the Trevor Sumner case.
Yeah, he's been
This
busy.
is Hillsborough County, which is Tampa area, Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, they've been busy.
Tampa's a
busy place.
Yeah, Tampa's a
Well,
big.
no, I
city.
mean this guy's been busy. This judge has been busy though, like 2 pretty big back to back like this almost.
Fair to say you've seen the defendant how he behaves or acts when he's.
Hey, Phil McCracken, welcome to the clean and sober level of membership.
The night of Friday, May 27th, 2022, somewhere in an earlier period of time that you made a plan with Miss Baker to go and hang out at a place called the Landing Bar and Grill.
Yes.
And what was the general plan?
We were to meet in the evening and just get together with the 4 of us, my husband, Matt, Kay, and myself, and some other friends showed up as well.
So did you end up meeting at the Landing Bar and Grill?
Yes, we did.
Did you arrive there alone or with your husband?
Alone first.
Your husband came later?
Yes, he did.
Why did he come later?
He was working.
And when does your husband typically work? Does he have like a sort of set schedule?
Yes, he usually works till about 6 and then gets home around 7.
All right, so he wouldn't have been there until 7-ish.
Yeah,
He's a 6 worker.
You were there before him then?
Correct.
When you got to the landing, who was there already?
Kay and Matt were there and some other friends that I had just met that night.
And do you remember the name of any of them?
I remember Tara, and I believe her name was Lynette.
Okay, these were friends of Kay's?
Yes, they were.
When you arrived, were people already having drinks and eating food and whatever else was going on?
Yes.
So now you sit down, you join them, eventually at some point your husband shows up. Are you also eating and drinking at the landing?
Yes, I am.
And what are you drinking that night?
I was drinking White Claw.
What does your husband drink?
Ripping for Sean.
What does Kay Baker drink?
Usually she will drink White Claw or wine, but I think that night she was drinking a mixed drink.
Some kind of liquor?
Yes.
Did you make any observations or do you know what the defendant was drinking that night?
The same thing.
The
It looked like the same thing. A
The
mixed
mixed
drink
drinks?
with alcohol, yes.
Okay. And so I'm sure that you were not actively keeping track of the number of drinks every person was having, but were people drinking throughout the night?
Yes, they were.
Can you give us some indication as to how rapidly people were drinking? Were they like tossing back shots at high volume or were they sipping drinks throughout the night?
Sipping drinks throughout the night, but quite often though, a little more.
So I want to eventually turn your attention to around 10 o'clock at night. Did there come a time somewhere around there that you went to the restroom?
Yes.
And just prior to you going to the restroom, did Miss Baker go to the restroom?
Yes, she went before me.
And so did there come a point at which she's coming back from the bathroom and you're going towards the bathroom and the two of you cross each other?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with Miss Baker in that moment?
Yes, we came up to each other closer to the bathrooms and started talking and doing a little dance.
All right, and this is the part where I'm going to want to show some video. So, Your Honor, if I can approach. Yes. Now I'm going to show you 4 discs that are labeled as State's Exhibit number 53 for identification purposes. Did you have a chance to watch these discs?
Yes, I did.
Did you watch each of them individually?
Yes, I did.
Do these discs fairly and accurately depict events that took place on the evening of Friday, May 27th, 2022 at the Landing Bar and Grill involving yourself, Ms. Baker, and the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence State's Exhibit number 53, which is 4 discs of various clips.
Are they labeled?
The discs are each individually labeled with a long name, but I'll read into the record when I play them. But
And as long as we're talking about being in bars,
No, because they're
everyone
named
go,
after
go
the
to the
disc,
merch
the
page,
file
the
name
link
of
down
the
at the
disc.
bottom. Get
So,
yourself
for
a
example,
Legal
this one is
Vices cocktail glass.
D12_220528111055.
Does it come with a knife?
C. They're all labeled.
Good.
I mean, you gotta get that. That's how you gotta grip this with the
Yeah.
knife. I'm gonna try to grip suitcases for Sarah Boone.
Nice. There's got to be a place that makes like suitcase tags, like luggage tags with your logo on it.
I'm going to take the disc
I
labeled
thought about that.
D12_20220528084939-C and label that as A. I'm then going to take the disc labeled D12_20220528100017-C and label that B.
All right, get that evidence in.
I'm going to take the disc labeled D06_20220528100017 202205.
While he's doing that, everybody go visit Potentially Criminal Sean. If you haven't subscribed to him, you should.
The last disc will be
crimelaw.net and his lengthy. What's your Rumble Street? Crime Law Stephen N. Gosney. Is that what it is?
Well, my Rumble is Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney.
Okay. And
thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to
Law of Self-Defense, Andrew Branca. Just go there, get your free book, get hard, and get everything else. You need to subscribe to Law of Self-Defense and do everything there possible for him.
And I'm officially starting with disc A. Ma'am, I'm going to pause the video a second. On the video, there's a timestamp that says 5/8/28/2022, Saturday, 9:59:07 a.m. On the video, there is a series of people seated at the end of that table closest in the picture. There's an individual wearing sort of a peach or orange-colored top. Who is that?
That would be me.
There is a person seated directly next to you wearing a sort of greenish-colored shirt. Who is that?
Matt.
There is a person. There is a person seated next to who you described as Matt wearing a blue shirt. Who is that?
My husband, Sean.
There is two other people at that table. There is a person in a red shirt. Who is that?
That would be Kay.
And then there is one other person seated next to her in a dark or black colored shirt. Do you know who that is?
Tara.
And across the table from them is a gentleman in a white hat who at the moment appears to be smoking. Who is that?
I believe it's our husband.
That's Tara's husband?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in peach, Matt is in green, your husband Sean is in blue, Kay's in red, and Tara's in black. Is that correct?
Correct.
And people that own bars with restaurants, take note, grease rises and floats. Wipe your CCTV cameras off every now and again so they're crystal clear, unlike this one.
Now I paused it for a second, but it appears that Mr. Terry had something up to his face. He has both of his hands up to his face. Do you know what he's doing in that moment?
No, I do not.
Do you know if he's drinking? Do you remember if he's drinking?
Yes, I know he was drinking that night.
Okay. He was drinking during this time?
Yes.
And for a split second there, right at about 9:59:23, Kay Baker slapped or patted a gentleman seated against the wall there with a hat turned backwards. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Nick, her neighbor, who also works at the landing.
Ms. Baker has now left the patio area and has gone inside. Is this the time that she's going to the restroom?
Yes.
And almost immediately, the defendant appeared to look at her and then follow her into the restaurant. Is that him going in?
Yes.
She can answer yes or no, so we'll let you.
Was that the defendant who got up and followed Ms. Baker in?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to switch videos then for a second. I'm going to move to disc B.
That's actually a pretty good CCD video. I mean, it's a lot better than what you usually see.
Yeah. So it would be perfect if they just kind of clean the lens every now and then.
Yeah, it's even color.
At roughly 10:01 a.m., as according to the timestamp on the video,
1950s
you're
technology.
walking away from the table now. Do you remember where you're going?
I'm going to the restroom.
And then is Mr. Terry and Ms. Baker already still inside, having gone inside?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to change off of this for a moment. I'm going to move to what is marked as disc C. Now, having been to the landing, can you tell what we're looking at here from this camera angle?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
The angle where the bathrooms are here, and then you walk around, and then there's the bar, and then you keep going this way, and then that's the exit to the patio.
All right, and so I know you pointed, but for purposes of the record, there's like some markings on the video, like a time and a date, and a place where it says side dining. Can you use those as reference points to describe where the bathroom is?
Yes, the bathroom is. Do you want me to point?
You can either point or describe it.
Okay, so it's by this where the word says side dining.
So basically, in the camera angle, it's the bottom right corner.
Okay.
Yes.
And the door that would then lead in and out from the patio area, where is that in the video?
The top right corner.
All right, so top right corner is where you come in and out of the patio.
Correct.
Now there's a person walking past the bar and now turning in a red shirt. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Is this Ms. Baker going to the restroom?
Yes, it is.
There's now another person coming, walking past the bar, turning and heading towards the bathroom. Is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Which one is he?
He was the one that just walked into the bathroom.
See
Walking
it
past the
again.
bar, turning and
That's
heading
him
towards
there.
the bathroom. Is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna let it play for a minute or two.
Now they're both in the bathroom together, I guess.
It's hard to see. I wish he'd point that out a little better. I missed that. So that's the thing. It's hard, you know. You don't. These. Okay, where's the
Restroom?
Yes, it is.
That's her going in. He's going to be walking across the back of the bar here in just a second.
There's now another person coming,
right there where the cursor is.
walking past the bar, turning and
Oh, I
heading towards
see,
the bathroom.
yes.
Is that
So it's-
the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And let it play for a couple of minutes.
118. There is a person coming out of the bathroom in that area where it says side dining in a red T-shirt. Who is that?
That is Kay.
And now at 10:01:20, there's a person coming, walking along the bar from that top right corner in an orange or peach colored top. Who is that?
That is me.
Now, before I play the video, I want to ask you a question about that night. Somewhere during the course of the evening, did the defendant ever accuse his girlfriend of sort of dancing with some other person?
Yes, he did.
Did you physically hear the defendant make that accusation?
Yes, I did.
The
Okay.
portion of the video we're about to watch, is that the only portion that in any way relates to any sort of accusation of dancing with another man?
Yes, it does.
And I know it's a little hard to see, but trailing behind you on the video, there's a guy coming in sort of a white shirt, like a white baseball jersey. You watched this video, right?
Yes, I have.
Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
Is that any person that you've ever met?
No.
Is that any person that was there with you at the landing that night?
No.
Is that any person that you saw interacting with Kay Baker other than whatever we're about to see in the next few seconds of this video?
No.
This is somebody unknown to both you and your friend, Ms. Baker.
Correct.
Okay, so this guy back here is the one they're talking about.
A little dance.
Okay.
10:01:30.
Like
Burn
1
about 10
second.
seconds.
Jesus.
Can you describe what is happening in that moment between you and Ms. Baker?
We are hugging after we did a little dance, just excited for the evening out. And before that, a gentleman had walked by, and Kay turned for half a second and put her hands up.
Okay. Standing there, did you think Kay was dancing with that guy?
No, not at all.
Did that man like come up and dance any more with Kay than we see on that video?
No, he just passed by.
Relevance to anything that you think we saw, the jury can certainly make their determination from the video.
I'll ask it a different way. Ma'am, is there anything about this video to suggest that it's somehow been altered, that there's some extended period of dancing that we're not seeing?
No.
I'm going to back up 1 second to right in the middle of that.
You've got man.
Right at 10:01:24, there's a person coming out of the bathroom at the bottom right-hand corner in a green shirt. You see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
That is Matthew Terry.
So I'll play the video again from that second. Right there at 10:01:33 or 32, did you see a person looking back at both you and Ms. Baker?
No, I did not at the time. I do now in the video, though.
But do you recognize who that person is in the video?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is Matthew Terry.
All right, and I'll play this for a few minutes. Ma'am, you and Ms. Baker appear to be talking. Do you remember having a conversation with Ms. Baker during this time?
Yes, I do.
Was she expressing any desire to dance with some other man or date some other guy or break up with Mr. Terry or anything like that?
No.
Jealousy is a scary, scary thing.
There's a gentleman at about 10:02:50 that came out of the bathroom wearing a jersey that's labeled Pedroia. Is that the same gentleman that danced past you earlier?
From the video I've seen now, I believe so, but I don't remember at the time because I wasn't paying attention.
So stupid, huh?
People kill each other over nothing.
Nothing.
Most of the time.
Now about 10:03:25.
It's not Columbo. It's not always a life insurance
Yes, it is.
policy.
Where is Miss Baker
It's usually
walking towards?
nothing.
She's walking towards the patio.
So I'm going to swap back to this B. And I'm going to jump forward just a little bit here. It's 10:01:20. You have left already and gone inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
(10:01:42). There's a person coming out from a door and heading towards a table. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Matthew Terry.
(10:02:05). There are two gentlemen standing at the bar area. Is that your husband and Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean,
The gentleman who's just
if she
walking
wasn't
back to
killed
the
for
table is
this,
going
she
to
would have
the
been
door.
killed for something else.
Yeah, this is just a guy who likes to shit
And then
test
turning
his
back
women.
around. Is that
Just like a
Mr.
lot of
Terry?
women like to shit test men. You
Yes,
just
it
pick
is.
things to give them shit about. See if they'll be compliant.
Interesting.
The train is back.
The problem with the Death Star is it's too close to trains and windows.
Ma'am, since we originally saw the video, there's a person at the end of the table. At the end of the table across from your husband. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's Tara's son.
All right. And also around this time, 10:03:35, somebody has come out from inside of the business and is walking towards the camera's direction and is wearing a red shirt. Who's that?
Kay Baker.
Someone stuck their leg out and then Miss Baker stopped and turned to that person. Is that Nicholas Calicochi?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this train by my office, folks, is not in the distance. It's a block away. But I only have to put up with it for another 22 months.
But who's counting?
And 10:04:43, there's a gentleman seated at the table. He's got his arms crossed across his chest. Is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
He's watching. He's eyeballing her. She looks like she's yelling at the other people at the other table.
Yeah, he's working up a mad, is what he's doing.
He's looking, he's getting jealous, right? What's she
Well, he was
doing?
texting-
My possession is talking to somebody other than me. Dancing
He was
with people.
texting somebody. I'm wondering if he wasn't texting her, telling her to get her ass back to the table.
She's having too much fun outside my presence. Control.
Yeah, yeah.
He's ordering a knife set from Costco.
10:05:45, there's someone coming out in a peach or orange colored top. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Now, before you sit down, I want to ask you, what do you remember happening at this moment when you get back to the table in regards to the defendant?
When I sat down, Matt immediately asked me who was Kay dancing with.
And did you have any idea in that moment what he was talking about?
No, I mean, I knew that there was a gentleman that passed us, but explained that she wasn't dancing with him, that it was just a mere passing.
And so did you specifically tell the defendant that Kay Baker was not dancing with the other guy?
Correct.
And how did the defendant react or respond to that?
He was very insistent that she did, and that I remember him saying something very strange along the lines of, I want to protect my queen and my kingdom. I was telling him he was being jealous and just to stop.
He did a really bad job
You
of
told him he was
protecting
being
her.
Jealous. Did he let it go? How did he react?
After explaining to him over and over again what had really happened, he was pretty insistent for a while, and then he seemed to let it go at the moment.
Okay, so you describe it in a couple short sentences. He asked you who she was dancing with. You say she wasn't. You tell him you say something about him protecting his queen and his kingdom, and you tell him to stop being jealous. But is this more of a back and forth?
For the most part, I am getting defensive of Kay as my friend and accusing him of being jealous, and he just wants to know who she's dancing with, yes.
All right, so I'm going to play a little bit of the video now. (10:06:08) into 09, Mr. Terry's leaning forward, and now you turn your attention to him. And then at 10:06:15, you turn your head. Tell us what's happening.
That was the point where he asked me who was Kay dancing with.
And right about 10:06:21, you sort of pump your fists for a second. What are you doing in that moment?
Showing him what Kay was doing at the time, a little dance with me, and then quickly turn for half a second to the gentleman that passed by.
All right, and so is this the time that you're talking about where he's telling you that he thinks Kay's danced with another guy, and you're telling him no, she didn't?
Correct.
My friend's watching from West Virginia. Brilliant.
Friend from West Virginia.
Brilliant. Mariah is her name. Mariah Casey, great lawyer in West Virginia.
If you subscribe, you can comment. Hit that subscribe button, everybody. And we've got 946 likes. Let's get 1,000 likes. Come on, 50, 40, however, what's that? 54 of you. Go over there and hit that like button. Guess we can clear a couple super chats while it's quiet. Lancelot said, I'm glad she lived, but how do you stab someone 7 times and not hit something vital? Well, apparently he stabbed himself and missed his jugular vein twice. His jugular.
We had a case in when I was prosecuting in Flagler County where a woman got stabbed almost 300 times and lived.
Jesus. Wow.
Crazy case.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yee. Here for the truth. Can someone smack that grin off him? Me? Who are you talking about, Steve?
No, the defendants kind of got a little bit of like, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I'll take the
Yeah.
mic, Quinn.
Yeah. Julie O, asking for good vibes while waiting to hear from the vet on whether my dog has enlarged heart. She survived hemolytic anemia, so she's a tough little nugget. Oh, best wishes. We have someone else who's currently on their way to taking their dog to a crematorium. That sucks.
10:09:07, Mr. Terry just pushed in a chair and he's grabbing something off the table. Do you remember there coming a moment where he left the table temporarily?
Yes, I do.
And is he gone for a few minutes and at some point later both he and Ms. Baker come back?
Yes.
Go get his woman. Yeah.
(10:09:20). Is that Ms. Baker with her arm around Mr. Terry?
Yes, it is.
Did he just bring her a drink?
Yes.
Look, it's my woman. He's protecting his woman.
Yeah. Chris Penz says someone on Gavel Book requested an Esquire estimate for an NFA trust, DIY 50 to 250, with attorney 650 to 1500. I have no idea if that's accurate, good, reasonable, or bad, or otherwise, but apparently that's what it says.
I was going to say 1,500. I mean, versus you doing it yourself, there's a lot of ways you can screw up an NFA trust.
Oh yeah, DIY.
10,
Do not do
is that
it.
Ms. Baker
Do
again?
not do
Mr.
it. You
Terry?
never do it. Trust yourself.
Especially with something like that, because it's not just a
Is that
normal
now her
trust.
rubbing his back and his shoulders?
Yes.
Yeah, I have another story on that. I had a case when I did civil litigation before crime, criminal law. I did for 6 years. I did a lot of litigation involving trusts and estates. I saw somebody tried to do their own trust that basically lost every penny to lawyers' fees, suing over it. Had a $1.5 million estate that basically went to attorney's fees because he tried to do it himself and he screwed it up and everybody started fighting. So it's not worth it.
Well, especially with this guy, if you do an NFA trust and you buy like a $20,000 machine gun and the feds tell you it's not properly owned.
Well, I mean, always use a lawyer, even if you don't think you need one for any contracts, any wills, trusts, estates, major purchases. Just do it.
Yeah, when you're talking about your estate, that is a major financial deal. Don't get cheap on that element.
Ms. Baker and Mr. Terry have stopped talking face to face. They're not coming back to the table. Do you remember this moment when they come back to the table?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what happened.
Kay came up to me and asked me what was Matt talking about, and when he returned, he said, just own up to it.
Mr. Terry said, just own up to it?
Yes.
Who did that comment appear directed at?
Kay.
So he was telling Kay Baker to just own up to it. And what ensued following just own up to it?
Can you repeat that question?
How did the conversation unfold from there?
She basically said, how can I own up to something that didn't happen?
And at that point, did you realize that Mr. Terry was still accusing Kay Baker of dancing with someone else?
Yes, I did.
Did you attempt to again explain to Mr. Terry that Kay Baker was not dancing with another man?
Correct.
Is that what we're about to see?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, at 10:12:06, you do this motion with your hands where you sort of cross them. What do you remember talking about in this moment?
Basically that I was explaining that the man had just passed by us at that time.
All right, so you're still talking at this point about the accusation?
Correct.
Hey, thanks, guys, for getting us up over 1,000 likes. Deeply appreciated. Isn't this hearsay? No, not. It can still be answered yes or no.
You're again doing this
We'll get into this extensive next break.
What's happening then?
I'm just explaining how when we got together, we were doing a little dance, and that he came
Had to
by
check
and
we're
did
still
it
on
along with us
1.25.
as he passed by. I don't believe he even stopped.
All right, so these seconds continue to unfold. This is all still that same conversation about the accusation?
Correct.
And how would you describe Mr. Terry's demeanor during the course of this conversation?
He was very frustrated and insistent that it did happen.
Somebody says, Mr. Upper Torso. Did you see that, chat? That's funny.
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
This guy gets into a jealous argument with his girlfriend, and then someone else stabs her while he's pantless in the woods, right? Yeah. But Crystal, member for 3 months of the Clean and Sober, says, this is pretty triggering for me. My ex was jealous and possessive like this. We had this interaction several times. I'm lucky I didn't die, too.
Well,
get out of it, man.
It's hard. I mean, it's a hard thing. I mean, what is the line? The person who is violent, who's somebody who's just jealous. It's crazy overreaction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Just a wild shot in the dark that it might be a little overreaction.
10:13:47, you and Ms. Baker appear to be talking. Are you still talking about this argument or discussion about this accusation?
Yes, we were.
T. Hank says, my ex threatened to kill himself with a knife if I left. People are nuts. Leave. Tell him to do it. Do you a favor. If a dude ever says that, just tell him to go ahead.
Tell him he's a pussy.
Walk away. Was that kind of the end of the conversation for the moment?
For the moment, yes.
All right, and so for the rest of the evening, does the accusation, at least as far as at the landing, does the accusation of dancing with another man come up again?
That wasn't legal advice, by the way.
All right, so I'm going to jump to the final disc. Disc D. All right, it's now 11:37:28 a.m. according to the timestamp Are you, your husband, Ms. Baker, and the defendant the only people left at the landing still?
Yes.
There's a variety of stuff on the table. Is that like, it looks like maybe a pizza carton or whatever? Is that like food that you all have already eaten?
Yes.
So I'm going to jump ahead.
The Cummings case was not guilty, all charges, folks.
Yeah, that was good.
All right, it's now 11:37:58 a.m. on the timestamp on the video. Is that Ms. Baker grabbing her purse?
Yes, it is.
Is that, she seems to be talking to someone. Is she talking to Nicholas Calicochi?
And if this is
Saying
Florida, that's not pizza. I don't care what they call it.
Oh, don't bust on Florida. Tampa's a great town, by the way. It's probably, if I was going to choose to where to live in Florida, it'd be Jacksonville or Tampa.
You appear to be on your phone. Do you remember what you were doing around this time?
I was ordering an Uber home.
Should have ordered a neck gator.
Jeez. Bro, this is why it's so good.
11:39:01 or 02. Is that Mr. Terry still raising a drink to his mouth?
I'll be back in a minute. Don't get me deplatformed while I'm gone.
Yeah, I live in Daytona Beach, by the way. Daytona Beach is okay, but if you're living in a big city, Jacksonville, Tampa, Daytona's small. It's only 500,000.
11:39:39. Is this Ms. Baker and Mr. Terry leaving the landing?
Yes.
At this moment, when they're leaving, has the conversation about the accusation faded from memory and no longer a concern, or is there like still an argument about it going on at this time?
No, it seemed to be dropped.
Okay. $11:39:46. Just beneath the TV, you can see a pair of headlights, right about here-ish, if you can see my cursor. Do you know whose car that is?
No, I do not.
Now what's he doing? They're gone. Where did they go?
He went to the woods to go and have a stripping club where he could stab himself, and she went to the bathroom. I don't know what happened to her.
Once Mr. Baker and Mr. Terry leave the landing, do they ever come back?
No.
Do you and your husband remain there for a while waiting for your Uber to come pick you up?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to pause the video a second.
I was very good
At some point,
while Jeff was gone.
while you
I
were
didn't say a word.
sitting at the landing, waiting for your Uber to come pick you
Okay.
up, did you receive a phone call?
Yes, I did.
Who called you?
Kay did.
And do you remember about what time that is?
I just know it was 11:40 something. I can't remember exactly.
Okay. So it's somewhere still within like 10 minutes of this moment on video we're watching.
Correct.
Ms. Baker calls you, and can you tell where they are from the sounds in the background?
It sounds like they're in the car.
So they're in the car, and what is Ms. Baker calling you about?
She's calling me because Matt is accusing her again of dancing with that guy.
And can you tell if Mr. Terry is anywhere in the vicinity of this phone call as it's being made?
Yes, I believe I was on speaker because he could hear me. I was telling him to stop. You're just being jealous. You need to just drop it.
All right. And so this phone call is somewhere post 11:40. Do you believe you're still at the landing when this phone call happens?
I do now that I see the video.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump ahead to about 11:48. I'm going to start at 11:48:18. On the table, there is a bright light. Is that your phone?
Yes, it is.
And it appears to be lit up at the moment. It went dark. When your phone rings, does the screen light up?
Yes, it does.
And if a phone ends or a phone call ends, does the screen turn off?
Usually, yes.
All right.
He was calling her.
At 11:48:42, your screen lit up again. And now you look at your wrist, and your wrist appears to light up. What is that?
My Apple Watch. It's
Does your
connected to
Apple
my phone.
Watch notify you when you're getting a phone call?
Yes, it does.
Is this you picking up the phone and putting it to your ear to have a phone call?
Yes, it is.
Is this you having the phone call with Kay Baker where she tells you that Matthew Terry is still accusing her of dancing with another man?
Yes, it is.
And that phone call appears to have started at the tail end of 11:48.
And Crystal said if it was easy, if it was as easy as just leaving, we would all do it. This type of behavior is usually coupled with emotional/verbal abuse and coercive control. Fear is a very powerful thing. And also, chat, I'm glad that others here understand. I don't feel so alone.
Yeah. And there's, you know, it's not just one thing. There's a whole mix of things,
11:49:51.
right?
Is that you ending the phone call and putting the phone back down?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that phone call, to the best of your recollection, lasted about a minute?
Yes.
During that minute, are you positive, are you 100% certain that you recall Kay Baker calling you because Matthew Terry was still accusing her of dancing with another man?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall having to again tell the defendant he was being jealous and to stop it?
Yes.
And do you recall hearing him acknowledge you when you told him he was being jealous and to stop it?
Yes.
Somewhere shortly after this phone call, did you receive a text message from Ms. Baker?
I did.
And do you remember what that text message was about generally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. John, if I can approach. This is States 54. I should mark these.
I mean, this is very good questioning and very good answers.
And clean, too. Clean, clean, clean.
Yep, clean. I like it.
Ma'am, did you have a chance to look at these before court?
I did.
Do you recognize those?
This
Yes, I
guy's
do.
thinking he's going to have to update his prison Tinder grinder profile.
From your phone, as well as the text message you received from Kay Baker?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move into evidence States Exhibit number 54A and B.
Any objection? No objection.
Going to post up some pictures of
I'm going to
himself
play the
in his
video again,
suit.
just so I don't have to jump back and forth. I'm
No
going to move
pants.
to 1156.
Yeah, we've already seen him without his pants on, so.
We'll pick up here at about 11:55:25.
Her dancing, not that it happened, but if he thought she was dancing with someone, of course it doesn't
About
justify the
11:55,
stabbing, but it might
42, looks like you're
arguably
looking at your
mitigate
phone, is
murder
that
for
correct?
manslaughter if it was out
Well,
of
be-
provocation.
Or a second degree heat of passion type.
Right.
Do you remember
Yeah.
what you were doing at this moment?
Probably checking to see if the Uber was on its way.
So you've not yet received this text message?
I don't believe so. I think it was a little after.
Here for the Truth says, jail is the new diet. Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight since the stabbing incident.
Well, he might be on the intermittent fellatio diet.
He maybe soon.
There was a period of time there where you were using your thumbs to do something with the phone, and then you stopped and made a comment to your husband and were talking. Do you remember if that's around the time you received the text message from Kay?
Yes,
When you received that text message, did you take the time to respond to her?
I did.
When you hold your cell phone, are you the kind of person who like hunts and pecks with your index finger, or do you type with your thumbs?
I type with my thumbs.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish States Exhibit number 54. You may publish. This is States Exhibit 54B.
Blank piece of paper. Oh, here we go.
Is this a photo of your phone depicting the call log from Kay Baker at 11:48 that lasted approximately 1 minute?
Yes.
States 54A. Is this the conversation you had with Kay Baker at 11:56?
Yes, it is.
So for anyone who doesn't know how text messaging works in the modern era, if any such person exists, on the left, there's a box in sort of gray. Whose text message is that?
Case.
And then on the right, there's boxes in green. Whose text messages are those?
Mine.
Okay, and so if you would, could you read the gray box that you're attributing to the text message from Kay Baker?
It says, LOL, sorry for that, so dumb, all good now.
And I guess that's a little smiley face?
Yes.
And then the next text message that you sent back is what?
Tell Matt to stop being stupid or I'm going to punch him in the balls.
Did you mean that literally? Are you literally going to punch somebody in the balls?
No.
Why were you saying that?
I really wanted him to stop being jealous and to drop it and stop the fight.
Is this the last conversation you ever had with Kay Baker?
Oh, he thinks that's
Yes, it
fucking
is.
funny.
The next morning, did you wake up to news from either the actual news, like on TV, or from other people who were text messaging you, or whatever the case may be?
Yes, I did.
And did you have reason to suspect that something might have happened to Miss Baker?
Yes, I did.
I'm not going to put it back up, but there's a text message there at about 9:32 in the morning asking Miss Baker to call you or text you. Is that because you were already trying to figure out where she was and if she was okay?
Yes.
At some point, did law enforcement reach out to you and ask to talk with you?
Yes, they did.
Did they meet with you and your husband?
Yes, at my house.
Did you provide them information regarding what had happened at the landing bar the night before, as far as going to the bathroom, crossing paths, the other guy, the little dancing, all of those sorts of things?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of any moment that is not on video that we've already seen where Kay Baker is dancing with another guy?
No.
Was there any portion of the conversation that night where the defendant suggested there was some other moment in time where his girlfriend was being unfaithful and dancing with another guy?
No.
That's it.
That's it.
Those 5 seconds.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Sean.
Cross-examination.
Quickly, while she's doing that, Greg says, after following Brooks, I almost forgot a trial can occur without everything being objected to. Yeah. Grounds.
I know she was your best friend, so I'm going to try to keep this brief.
Uh,
But
they're
that
gonna go
night,
for the-
there was not one moment where Matthew Terry screamed at Kay about this so-called dancing incident, was there?
No.
He didn't push her, right?
No.
Didn't slap her?
No.
Didn't kick her?
No.
Didn't punch her?
No.
Didn't do anything that caused you any concern when they were leaving that something physical might occur?
No.
In fact, on the way home, when you get the call from Kay, you tell him, cut it out, and you hear him in the back go, okay, okay, right?
Correct.
You don't hear him screaming at her?
No.
You don't hear him cursing at her?
No.
He's not cursing at you, saying, Kelly, stay out of this, this is none of your business?
No.
He just says, okay, okay.
Correct.
And then when you get the message from Kay, the last thing is that it's all good now, right?
Correct.
And you're close enough with them that you say, tell him to stop or I'm going to kick him in the balls, right?
Punch him.
Correct. No reason to think anything would get physical, right?
No.
Could I just have a moment?
But it did, didn't it?
His flight is really evidence of guilt here, and there might be an instruction on that. There's a special jury instruction as to flight as evidence of guilt in Florida.
There was that end moment there that we got to watch by 11:30. Mr. Terry took a drink, and he hugged your husband goodbye, and he's having a conversation with you and your husband. Describe his level of intoxication at that point.
He was intoxicated. I could tell by his his eyes and the way he was slurring his words.
Sorry. You could hear him slurring words.
Yes.
You could see, what about his eyes?
They just looked glossy and a little closed.
All right. And again, I'm not suggesting you're any kind of expert, but in just your everyday experience of dealing with people who've ever been intoxicated, did you believe the defendant was intoxicated at that point?
Relevance outside the scope, beyond your expertise.
I'll allow her to offer her leg in you as to beyond the scope, I'll allow you to recross.
I do, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recross.
Just to be fair, you had been drinking that night too.
Correct.
You had actually been drinking before you even got to the landings, right?
Correct.
And so had Kay, right?
Correct.
And Kay was intoxicated too, right?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay. So the whole group was drinking, not just Mr. Terry, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Eddie, redirect.
When Kay left, did you think that Kay was as intoxicated as the defendant?
No, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Release, you're subject to recall.
She is subject to recall.
Okay, ma'am, you may step down, but you are subject to recall. So I don't know if they want you to wait outside or not.
No, she's free to go.
Free to go for today, but you may be recalled. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask the state to go ahead and call your next witness.
Stay called Sean Andrews.
Sean Andrews.
How long ago was the killing?
May. he did not waive his right to a speedy trial.
Mr. Andrews, good afternoon and welcome, sir.
But notice how prepared the state
You
is.
swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth.
That
and
is a
nothing but the
big
truth.
guy
So
right
help you
there.
God? Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. If you'll follow Dale out of the ramp as he's up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is
This
fully
man is
adjusted.
walking with a purpose. Holy crap, who's he?
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, sir. If you would, introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Sean Andrews.
And Mr. Andrews is the husband of Kelly Andrews.
Yes, sir.
The woman that just walked out of the courtroom?
That's her.
Okay. I want to talk with you about Kay Baker. Do you know Kay Baker?
I do.
And how did you first come to meet or know Kay Baker?
I met Kay roughly 10 to 12 years ago. Friends of my wife, Kelly.
All right. Friends of your wife eventually ended up becoming your friend.
Yep, absolutely.
And so throughout the years, as the decade passes, do you become friends with Kay Baker, get to know her kids, so on?
Yes, we hung out quite a bit. She has kids, we have kids, so they constant interaction. So we spent a lot of time together.
As part of knowing Ms. Baker, did you come to know that at some point she started a relationship with a gentleman named Matthew Terry?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you ever get a chance to meet Matthew Terry?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I did.
And could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly what you're talking about?
He's in the second next to the other gentleman with glasses on, olive suit. White.
All right, that's the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Right, shall so reflect.
All right. Tell me about how many times you think prior to May 28th
Settle down, ladies.
you had hung out with or met with or talked with the defendant.
So my first interaction with him was roughly January of this year.
And how often do you think between January then and May you all would see each other?
So from January to May, more interaction was involved. So if I was to guess, it would be once a week, could be once every 2 weeks.
All right, so
Quite a
fair
bit.
to say 2 to 4 times a month?
Yes.
And that's like a 5-month period, so maybe 10 to 15 times?
Yeah, could be more, but roughly that time frame.
Most of the time when you got to see Mr. Terry, was it sort of like a couple's double date sort of situation?
It was always yes.
You'd go out with your wife, he'd go out with Ms. Baker, and
Right.
the 2 couples would go out to dinner or whatever the case is.
Or it could be they came to our house with Kay's kids and our kids interacting.
Did there ever come a time where you had a chance to hang out with Mr. Terry?
This guy
just
can
you and
never
him?
claim he
Scott?
didn't hear somebody though.
Not just as guys. There was one evening where
He's got all the
I took
women
my
in
voice
chat
and
moist.
He took his
Does
kids.
he?
We met at Chili's.
Oh yeah.
We had dinner.
They've about 7 people have
kids had
commented on
fun.
his hands, his shoulders.
Shortly after that, we were all done, and that was our only interaction.
It's like a dinner.
Yes.
Exactly.
And so is it fair to say that through the multiple times you got to meet Mr. Terry, you had a chance to interact with him and get to know him?
Yes, sir.
During any of those social occasions, did you ever have a chance to be around Mr. Terry when he was drinking?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever have a chance to make observations? I'm not going to ask you what the observations are, but did you have a chance to form your own observations as to what Mr. Terry's like when he's been drinking?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk with you about the night of Friday, May 27th, 2022. Did you end up going to the landing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to work that day?
I did. That was
Jeff, you
like
need
just
like
said, that
a
was a
panties
Friday.
flying up
I
on the
got off work
witness
at
stand
6.
animation.
My commute time from work to home was about an hour. Ahead of time, I had ordered an Uber, and I got to the landing roughly 7:30, 7:45.
A waterfall
So when
or
you get to the
something.
landing around 7:30, 7:45, is your wife already there?
She is.
Is Kay Baker there?
She is.
Is the defendant there?
Yes, sir.
And are there a couple other people that are there hanging out?
There were other people at the table, yes.
And your table, can you describe for the jury, where is this table at the business?
So we were outside of the restaurant bar. It was a fairly large table. There was a small little bar near where we were. There was roughly 6, 7 tables out in that area.
So it's like a patio outdoor seating area?
Outdoor setting.
And for most of the night, were you seated at the end or the head of the table?
Yes.
Who was seated to your right?
To my right.
Someone's got to get his wife to stop grabbing onto his ears like that.
Who was seated to your left?
Yeah.
That would have been Matt.
And then next to Matt was that Kay Baker?
I don't know, unfortunately, at that time.
Well, I mean, was she sitting with her boyfriend parts of the night?
She was there at the table, yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure people got up and
Got
went
up,
to
and
the
that's why I
bathroom
don't
and
remember if left side, right side.
Okay. Somewhere during the course of that evening, after you've been there for a couple hours, have people already started drinking?
People were drinking before I got there.
Well, but once you get there, because
Once
you
I
actually
get,
see it.
yes, people were
What's the
drinking,
speed of the
Were you
stream
drinking?
right
I
now?
was.
What were you drinking?
125.
Bud Light?
Yes, sir.
I had a feeling.
Too fast?
What is
No,
your
I like it. I can go fast.
Typically,
but-
my wife drinks wine. Sometimes she drinks seltzer, and sometimes she drinks a mixed drink.
Okay, and
She drinks a
White Claw
lot.
is?
It's a seltzer.
What's a
Tequila makes
seltzer?
her clothes
Anybody
fall
drink?
off.
Is that like seltzer water, like it's just carbonated water?
It is an alcoholic drink.
The wedding song.
Unfortunately, I could not give you a true definition.
Fair enough. It's an alcoholic
It is an
drink.
alcoholic drink.
I just want to make sure people don't think it's like seltzer water, it's just
No.
carbonated water.
It is an alcoholic drink. It's low in carbs.
Okay. And so you're drinking beer, your wife's drinking White Claws.
White Claw
Remember if
distributor
the
right
defendant was drinking an alcoholic drink, a beer?
From what I remember, it was a mixed drink.
Okay, some kind of alcohol.
Yes.
Not like a beer. I mean, alcohol is a beer, but like a liquor.
It was a liquor drink, yes.
Got it, okay. Did you see the defendant drink multiple drinks? Or do you think he only had one that night?
More than one.
Did you see Kay Baker drinking that night?
I did.
Do you remember what she was drinking?
I believe she was drinking similar to what Kelly was, mixed drink, wine, seltzer. Again, I'm not 100% sure how much of each or...
I'm sure you weren't keeping tab of each individual drink, but she was
I was
drinking.
not, yes.
I want to talk with you about 10 o'clock at night, roughly, at the landing. You're already there, your wife's there, the defendant, Ms. Baker, are all there, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember there coming a moment where your wife got up, went to the bathroom, came back, sat down, and then there was some sort of like discussion between the defendant and your wife?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So going back what you said, Matt had went to the bathroom shortly after Kelly, my wife, and Kay went to the bathroom. I don't know exactly the time frame of how long that was when Matt came back to the table where I was sitting. Him and I were talking a few minutes. My wife came back. Shortly as we were sitting, Matt had asked my Kelly who Kay was dancing with.
And did you at that moment have any idea what he was talking about?
I had no idea. I was not inside.
And so I'm not going to ask you to repeat word for word everything everybody said, but I mean, can you tell me what the general tenor of the discussion was in that moment? Did your wife say, oh yeah, she was dancing with this guy?
So her explanation was her and Kay were inside the bar. They were having a drink. There was talking, chatting going on. There was music playing inside the bar. Must have been a popular song that they liked.
Claw and Crime. That's a good one.
Kind of did a
Sinbad
little dance,
333. That
raised
would
their
be a
arms,
good overlay.
hurrah.
Claw and Crime.
There was a gentleman that passed him. She had said he was an elderly guy and that Kay did not dance with anybody at the bar and to drop it, there was no big deal.
And did the defendant just immediately drop it and say, hey, I'm sorry, or did the conversation continue?
He did not say he was sorry, but the conversation was dropped.
Okay, and so the conversation ends. And then a few minutes later, does the conversation come up again for some reason?
I think he did ask more questions about it.
Okay, and asked who?
Kelly.
All right. And did they again have to address this sort of topic of dancing with another man?
Yes. And again, it was reiterated that don't worry about it, don't be jealous. It was an elderly guy, that's not Kay, she's not who she is that she would be dancing with anybody. You know, you guys are boyfriend, girlfriend, just, you know, get over it, it's not a big deal.
At any point, did you ever notice Mr. Terry getting up from the table and then going over to Kay Baker, who was standing talking at another table with some other people?
Yes, I did.
And you don't know what they were talking about in that moment, I would assume.
I do not, I was not close enough.
But then did they, after that conversation took place,
Telling
come
the
back to the
defendant
table
didn't try
and
to
again
stab the dude in
start
the neck.
talking about the accusation of dancing with another man?
So when I noticed that they were talking, he came back first.
Okay, and then did Kay come over and start asking your wife about it, all that, about the whole accusation again?
Yeah, shortly after she came back to the table.
And so are they again, your wife and Kay Baker, now having to explain to the defendant what did or did not happen as far as dancing?
Yes.
And is the defendant still insistent on, I saw it, I was there, something to that effect?
It appeared it started to get a little bit more heated. I think he became more just aggravated, wasn't happy with what he saw with the situation. He didn't understand why Kay wouldn't confess, she wouldn't own up to her dancing with a specific individual.
And you use the word own up to. Do you remember him saying something to the effect of like just own up to it or just confess or something like that?
I did hear that.
So there's now a second conversation taking place about this allegation of dancing, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did that conversation then again draw to a close?
He had talked to me a couple times about it, just bringing it up casually. You know, he was explaining to me why he didn't understand why this happened. I had told him, don't worry about it, forget about it. I highly doubt this happened. But it was brought up a few times with me.
All right, so now you're talking about a moment where you're having like a sort of one-on-one conversation, you and him.
Yes.
Are you seated right next to each other?
Yes.
So you're talking to him from just a couple feet away?
Correct.
And I want you to describe what you noticed about the tenor of his voice, the tone of his voice, his demeanor in general. Did he seem happy about this?
He was not happy. My thoughts were, as he kept bringing it up, he seemed aggravated. When you bring up something like that with another individual and another female male, to me that would mean there's obviously some jealousy involved. He just wanted probably clarification of truly what happened at that time.
And so you had a conversation with him, and then I guess at some point the night went back to other conversations, other topics. The night just passed.
Yeah, we had maybe another one. I think there was probably 2 or 3. They didn't last very long. I again told him, Matt, it's fine. Just I truly believe it's not a big deal.
So is it fair to say that throughout the course of the evening, you're now describing a conversation with your wife, then he gets up, he leaves, he comes back, now there's another conversation with your wife and Kay, and separate and apart from that, you're describing at least one, if not a couple other times where it's just you and him still talking about this one topic, this accusation?
So I would say yes, just with him and I think maybe with another one, Kelly was at the table as well.
Okay. At some point, did the night start to draw to a close? People start packing it up, going home, making preparations to leave?
Yes.
Was that somewhere around 11:30? Were you still at the landing with your wife when Kay and Matt would have been packing up to go home?
So from my memory and on my wife's text messages, phone calls, I believe we did leave at 11:30. We did take an Uber home.
Okay, so at some point later, you took an Uber home.
That is correct.
Do you ever remember there coming a moment after Kay and Matt have left that your wife gets a phone call where she appears to be talking to Kay Baker, and it's again about the accusation of dancing?
She did get that phone call.
You were not on that phone call, right?
I was not on the phone call.
It was not on speakerphone. You couldn't hear what was being said, could you?
It was not.
But at least from the end of the phone conversation, you could hear, meaning your wife. Did your wife get yet another phone call after the defendant and Kay Baker have left the landing, and she's having a conversation about the accusation of dancing with another man?
I'm sorry, did you say another phone call?
Right, just the one phone call. After
Oh.
they've left, is there still another conversation about accusations of dancing with another man?
There was that phone call, but then there was also a text message.
I got it, but you didn't send the text message, right?
I did not know.
So we'll rely on whatever your wife told us as far as that. I'm just asking, did you hear your wife on the phone having another conversation about the accusation of dancing with another man?
I heard her talking, but I don't know the specifics of that conversation. I'm only going by what she had told me after the conversation.
Fair enough. I want you to describe for the jury at the time that Kay Baker and Matthew Terry left, what can you tell me about observations you made about Ms. Baker in terms of how sober or not sober she might have been?
I don't necessarily know if she was sober or not. I know she appeared to be in a position where she could drive home. I know that night she did have drinks. That's all I could recall at this time.
Okay, so she wasn't like stumbling, falling down, anything like that?
No.
You thought she was perfectly okay to drive?
That's correct.
Can you describe what the defendant was like at the tail end of the night when he's saying goodbye to you and stuff, his level of sobriety?
This is 1.25
He
speed.
definitely had more drinks than Kay at that time.
Okay, and what are you relying on for your observations for deciding that he'd had more drinks and it was impacting him in any greater capacity?
I did not count how many drinks he had. I'm just going by our past and how much I had, but he had a similar amount. Mine was beer. Typically mixed drinks are a little bit outweigh more on the alcohol content of beer.
Speculation.
Hold on. I'll caution the witness not to speculate. Let's move on. Ask another question.
You thought he was having as many drinks as you did?
Correct.
But what I'm asking is, what did you observe in terms of any things he might have done that would have led you to believe whether or not he was sober or not sober? Did you make any observations about him?
My observations at that time would be slurring of words, eyes bloodshot, possibly remember a little bit of swaying, stumbling a little bit throughout the rest of the evening.
And so, again, I don't mean legally, because intoxicated has a legal definition.
Correct.
Did you think Mr. Terry was intoxicated that night?
I think he had his fair share of drinks.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Huh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Andrews.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, thanks for asking.
You used a term I just
Boy, that
wanted
was
to
the most
clarify,
polite
so
F
things
you I've
got a
heard in a
little
while.
heated. Do you remember describing it before as just a little tension?
Are you stating when Matt and Kay were talking away from me?
No, I'm talking about the conversation in general about this whole dancing issue.
I would say it got a little heated on the tone of his voice and the fact that it just kept being brought up.
Sure, but there was no fight, right?
There was no fight, there was no outburst, arguments throughout that night, no.
Great, and certainly no threats, right?
No,
Nothing physical happened,
no.
not even something as, not that any physical is ever good, but nothing even as minor as a push, anything of that nature.
No, I never said that.
Okay. And in fact, you said Matt seemed fine and the topic was dropped, right?
Well, again, he brought it up, I wouldn't say necessarily several times, but it was mentioned quite a few times, so he definitely seemed to be bothered, and based on bringing up those conversations, it appeared that it did anger him, it made him jealous of the situation, and he wasn't quite sure of what was going on.
Now, when you say angry, though, you've described it as something that really wasn't a big deal, right?
I don't think
We're not
corpse
talking
white
about
is the
something
appropriate
where he's
lipstick for
screaming
her
at
to
anybody
have.
Or making a scene, right?
Correct.
So this was something that pretty much was discussed, and that was it. There was no scene, nothing that happened, no issue that was
Like
caused
the
as a
Walking
result.
Dead makeup kit.
There was no scene, but again, my reason or definition of anger was just as time went on, it just seemed to be his tone seemed to be louder. his demeanor or facial expressions.
You certainly didn't think anything physical would occur, right?
Absolutely.
You wouldn't have let Kay leave with someone you thought would harm her, right?
That's correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Those are good questions.
Yeah.
See, but there's an interesting balance and tension here, because if she's going to say identity is the issue, then she's going to want to say, see, he wasn't upset, he was calm, right? But then that cuts against what Andrew was saying about the lesser included, about heat of passion killing. So it's which one do you go with, right?
You don't have to wait outside today, but there's a possibility.
Hey, is the flight instruction in Florida disfavored by judges, Steve? Because I see increasing hostility to the flight instruction as consciousness of guilt instruction.
Sadly, I'm afraid not. I think it gets more and more. Talk about it. Say, yeah. So Andrew asked about the flight instruction. So flight instruction, for people who are new to this thing, is that a flight, the flight meaning running away from the scene, is evidence of guilt. All right. And so there's an instruction that talks about that you can consider the accused's actions after the crime as evidence of a guilty state of mind, right?
Consciousness of guilt.
Consciousness of guilt. The problem with that is that sometimes somebody's fleeing because there's some other reason to flee. Like maybe they were a witness and there was a shooting and they're running from the shooting, right? Well, why did you run? Well, because you were guilty. No, because I was trying to get away from the shooting, right? So if it's equally, the way that the structure should be is if there's an equal explanation for guilt as opposed to innocence, they should not give that instruction. Then they can't use flight as evidence of guilt.
Yeah, they should only give the instruction if there's not a hypothesis for flight consistent with innocence.
Right. But my experience is that it seems like judges love to give that instruction and prosecutors love to argue that even when there's reasonable hypothesis of guilt. So
the guilty flee even when no man pursueth.
Oh, there you go.
So that is an issue here. Although this one here, the state that which he was found is very inculpatory.
It contextualizes the flight.
Yeah.
Alyssa K says, shout out to the prosecution for putting in the time to prep their witnesses. This had to have been such hard testimony to give as the victim's best friend, and she was unshakable.
I don't know, because like when I prosecuted, I didn't prep my witnesses at all. I told them, tell the truth and be clear, answer the questions presented, and don't go beyond that. I mean, that's all the prep that I would do. Now, I know that certain prosecutors go that, but I wanted to hear it fresh from the mouth of the person. And so these just might be cool customers, right? Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
Rach says, I had an ex threaten to unalive himself if I left after he cheated. And I said, if that's what you feel's best for you, shrugged and left.
Is there anything else to talk about?
Don't do me any favors. Now, Steve, you said you were going to explain to someone in chat why those were not leading questions that were asked.
Well, let's talk first of all about video testimony or commentary on video statements. And again, on the book, there's actually a whole article on this. I collaborated with Dr. Brian Cutler, brilliant expert on eyewitness testimony, and another Daniel Rumchek, who's an expert on artificial intelligence interpretation, identification from video. But in that article, which is in the book, it also talks about just commentary on video surveillance. So witness commentary on video surveillance, where if you're in the video, which these people are, you are free to comment as to the content of that video. That's the general rule. Where prosecutors, and so what the problem which you see is cops coming in and testifying as to content of video that they are not participating in. That is a best evidence rule objection. But in this case, the prosecutor's doing exactly right, and he is asking the participants in the video what is happening at the different times. So he's using the video as a foil for participants. That's completely proper. The second thing is the testimony of the defendant. Statements by the defendant to these third-party witnesses is admissible. It's not hearsay because it's a statement against party opponent. In this case, that party opponent is the defendant, right? So all those statements, everything he says is admissible. The third thing is that the leading questions part. What is the defense theory? If the defense theory is identity, then why would you object to leading questions? The prosecutor can reframe that and make it. In fact, you don't really want, I mean, I would rather have the prosecutor talk than the witness, because the witness is there and they're credible and they're telling you what happened. So if it's leading, it kind of like puts the spotlight on the prosecutor and away from the witness. So I don't think, it's sort of a stupid objection. Where is it going to get you? What's going to happen? All that's going to happen is they'll say, okay, well, tell the jury what exactly happened. And it's not going to give you any benefit. So I don't really see any benefit to our objecting to this on leading. It wasn't harmful testimony, and it keeps the trial moving. So I don't know. I'd like to have other opinions on that, but whether it's proper objection is one thing. Whether it's a helpful objection is another.
I think it's just ingrained. You don't let leading questions get asked. That they're just, you always object to them, and that's always what they're told. And it's probably hard to unlearn that, especially in a trial like this, like you said, where it's not helpful.
Yeah, there's a foil though. When you're objecting, like I always made a point. If I objected, I want to have a point for my objection. It's not enough that it's there. And it's hard because a lot of lawyers, they learn all this stuff and they learn all this way to object. And it's like, so I have to object everything. No, you don't have to object everything. Let them narrate all day on, like, okay, so you drove to the bar that day with your friend, right? Yes. And you talked to this, that's all leading, but it's irrelevant to your defense if the defense's identity.
Mm-hmm. I have that problem myself.
What's that? Going to bars?
No. With the not objecting to everything, even if I can object to it. But I think everybody does. But yeah, it's hard not to.
It's hard because it goes through your mind and it's there.
Yeah.
And you really have to have a coherent defense strategy in order to be that strategic. In this case, I don't know. I saw that there was a few times they were leading, but I didn't see the point in the objection. With the questions that were being asked and the narration, you weren't going to affect the flow of the trial by objecting. So I probably would not have objected as a defense attorney in that state. What do you think, Andrew? I mean,
no, I think you're right. I think, as lawyers, we kind of go through a, education, development, practice, evolution over our careers. When you first start out, maybe you don't catch all the things you could object to. You get better at it, and you become kind of, if anything, hypersensitive to the opportunity for objection. You want to catch them all because that's not the way it's supposed to be done. And then later you become more strategic about what you're objecting to, because you become kind of subconsciously competent at that process. And so you can think through it in a more strategic sense.
Well, we were talking about waiver. Oh, it was in the self-defense class last night. And that somebody had asked about waiver, because what happens is by failing to object, you are waiving that objection. Basically, it has to be fundamental error.
Yeah, no, if it's substantive, you have to preserve the objection.
But that goes to, there is a skill that you develop as a trial attorney that once you learn it, I think it just develops from experience, but it also, you have to think right on top of it. And if you don't object right then, it's gone. So you have to say objection, and then you want to tag on the reason you're objecting. And that it can be very hard. It's a very specific trial lawyer skill. And I know that when I'm on with you guys, sometimes it's like everybody chimes in like objection, leading, or whatever. And it's like everybody's got that talent because they've done trials. And it takes time. And then, but to think that, and then to add on to that, whether it's strategically good,
right,
is another whole level. So it's
common for, the lawyers in court and the judge, somebody objects and we all kind of know what the grounds for the objection is because it's obvious to us. We don't really have to say it. But if the reason you're objecting is in part to preserve it for appeal, you better be specific about what the grounds are, because it's the grounds you're appealing on.
Well, one of my little trial lawyer cheats that I always did, because I have an intuition. I'm very intuitive. And so I know something, it like goes into my brain and it bothers me. And so it goes down my spine, but I don't know exactly why. And I'm not that quick. So I like, objection, Your Honor, can we approach? And so then we approach, and as we walk up there,
give some time to think about it.
Right. For sure.
Well, we got two things. One super chat here. Let me get this out of the way real quick. Hannah Shaba, what's his plea of not guilty based on? We don't know yet. They haven't said anything.
It doesn't have to be based on anything. When you say not guilty, all you're saying is we're going to compel the state to prove our client guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's it.
Did they offer him a deal or no? Don't know. Don't really care. He's on trial. And the next thing we have to do, a new guest, a very, very special, dear, close personal friend of mine who has just come off of an election. Danny On is welcome to the chat.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Now we got
Can
to
you
be
hear
on
me
good
all right?
behavior.
We can hear you.
Yes.
Tell us about
Okay,
yourself.
great.
Yeah, we can.
Well, I just
Steve, this is your first time meeting Danny.
Yes.
Correct. And Sean, you too. Okay. Danny, go
so
ahead.
I just completed running for Salt Lake County District Attorney because we have a horrible district attorney here who isn't enforcing the law at all. And so here's my sign. Now you've seen it. Now you don't. We're still waiting for the final results to come in. It's just a sign of one of our opponents' incompetence. So get this, you guys. In Salt Lake County right now, we have a woman by the name of Lanny Chapman. She is the candidate running for Salt Lake County clerk. She is also the deputy clerk for the county and has run the last 3 elections and is running her own election as candidate for county clerk, which seems odd to me. And it seems odd to me that no one's asking any questions, but there's still 170,000 ballots out there that need to be tallied up. So I can be spicy, but not so spicy.
Right. Got it.
But I'm in this very weird limbo space where I'm both grieving the loss, because so many people invest so much money and time.
But now,
and energy
Danny,
into
hang
a
on.
race.
I'm going to cut you off before you get model in here. Something that's incredible. She ran as the candidate for Salt Lake County District Attorney because this 12-year incumbent person who is really not one of my most favorite people on planet Earth was running unopposed.
Yeah.
So from absolutely being a complete unknown just a few months ago, Danny so far has managed to pull in nearly 100,000 votes.
Wow.
Been beating the street, and it's what, over 42% of the vote is going for her favor. So it's not that there's like a 30,000 vote gap somewhere right there with still like 150 outstanding. It's still a tight race. So win or lose, done a fucking phenomenal job getting her name out and pulling. Yes.
First time?
Yep.
Well, listen, I certainly hope you win, but if you don't take it too personally. Few people win the first time out.
Well, I won't take it personally. I'm actually, what makes me so pleased is I got a demand letter from an attorney who was so mad that I blocked him on my Facebook. And I went, you know what? That's it. I've climaxed. There's nothing more for me to do in my life. I'm set. And I got a huh?
Can you share that with us? That'll be great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send it over to you.
That would be
Jeff.
so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, it
I
is.
don't need it
It
personally.
is
I just think,
comical.
can you just like hold it up for the camera?
Well, I was thinking of well, it
You
was
don't need
an
to send it to
email.
me. It's I just think it's funny. It's unbelievable to me that somebody would do that.
So I'm gonna review it. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna review it. I'm opening my own YouTube channel because that's apparently what
Good.
you
That's the
lawyers
thing,
do.
yeah. Yep.
So I'm gonna review it on my own channel and actually go through the cases with viewers so that they understand how stupid this truly was. Anyway, so I mean that's pretty great. The other one that was great is I got an op-ed written against me by a bunch of attorneys, about 18 lawyers who were just aghast that someone like me would run for this office. So unexperienced. Oh,
sorry about that.
Kyle,
Amber
can ya?
Alert.
So
Wasn't me.
But here's the thing again, that letter came out, but first time candidate, the youngest person I think ever to run for Salt Lake County District Attorney in the history of Utah. Maybe
no,
even
in
District
the
Attorney
U.S.,
anywhere.
I'm the youngest. If I win, I would be the youngest DA ever in American history, and I'm the youngest DA nominee in American history. I can claim that.
And now tell me which ones I'm leaving out. She was endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police, the governor, the attorney general. Who else?
Salt Lake City Police Association, Burgess Owens, Congressman Burgess Owens.
Oh, Burgess Owens is great. I have seen you somewhere. You've been on was it Legal Vices? I've seen you somewhere before, and you are excellent. I was really impressed. And don't take this down. Do not take it sit down because it takes such guts. And we need good people in public service. So this is just a first election. Do not, I know it's hard. It's taken any kind of loss, but it is so important that good people get into these offices, and especially prosecutors are so powerful. And I completely honor you for running against somebody, especially an incumbent. We need more people like you to step up, because there's so many people that do it for the wrong reasons. And I saw you, and it might have been on Legal Vices. I don't know which. Yeah, and you were so right on. You've got you've got the right attitude, and so please don't. This is just you're so young, beginning of a career.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I was actually just on the phone with a journalist who we developed a friendship. He doesn't do investigative journalism anymore, so that's why we're friends. And he's no longer a dirty smear merchant. So you know, we chatted, and he said, "Well, what are you doing next?" And I said, "Well, you know, my husband and I didn't have a campaign manager. I ran this entire campaign. And oh, I forgot to tell you, Jeff, I had a national PAC, Police Association PAC. I don't know who it was running ads for me in the state, which is how PACs are actually supposed to work. There's not supposed to be collusion there. And I genuinely had that happening. So I got a call from the head of the FOP, and he says, "Hey, Danny, someone is running a ad for you, and they mentioned the Salt Lake City Police Association, but not us. And some of our men are a little ticked off." And I was like, "I'm sorry, that's not me." So I'll tell you, it is so humbling to be loved for all the right reasons by complete strangers, by people who genuinely appreciate what you're doing. I've never felt so much sincere joy, and I would love to continue to be a public servant for that purpose, to make a positive difference for people.
Well, if you don't stand for anything, you will, you'll have no enemies, but you won't have friends. When you stand up for what you believe and what's right, you may get enemies, but sometimes those are the people. It's like, I'd rather you be on the other side. And the people that support you, the people that are behind you, it's like, these are the people that I'm proud to be with. So, having the courage to step out and say what you think, very important in this society where everybody's afraid to get up and say something true, right?
No, we live in a world with a bunch of weak back people. I'm tired of it. It's like, stand up, say something, don't be a friggin' wuss. I mean, that's the number one problem with society we have today. We have a bunch of wusses who are like mosquitoes. Like they feed off of others and others' emotions and others' entertainment, and they don't actually produce anything except more mosquitoes. And then they all congregate together just to make life miserable for everyone else. And I mean, I'm tired of it. I've had enough. I'm tired of people. Well, and especially it's funny because you mentioned being a prosecutor. I actually am not a prosecutor. I am a civil litigator, which is what is desperately needed in our county right now too. There's so much wasteful spending. There's so much wasteful litigation that never had to occur, but it's because it's poor drafting on, the legislation that's being passed by the county council, that's being drafted by our DA. Just a bunch of things where it's like we could save. I'll give you real quick. Sorry, there's 2 seconds because I'm not campaigning. I'm done. But I'll give you a quick example. One, we had our DA was attacked in 2020 because he actually decided not to prosecute an officer, which was insane for him. This guy hates the cops. So there's a joke in law enforcement here. If you want to actually prosecute criminals, just go deputize them. But he got a couple of his windows on his $64 million prosecutorial palace downtown were smashed. And so he decided to prosecute the protesters who smashed his own windows, charge them, and move forward with prosecution. Do you see any problem with this at all?
Well, it should be because of conflict.
I know, right?
Yeah, but they don't ever see it. It's like, there's this us and them, like we're the good guys and you're the bad guys. And so everything we do is holier than thou. And it becomes a problem because that is not the job of a prosecutor. They need to be, you got to look in the mirror and look into your own soul. And if you think there's any little bit of thing, you recuse yourself from a case like that.
Oh, absolutely. And it's hilarious, though, because this guy just attacked his own base, too, because he's all about restorative justice and Black Lives Matter. I mean, he was on board with all of that up to this point. He was pushing for bail reform in the state, and not bail reform in the sense that you and I are thinking. We're thinking like zero bail. for criminals, and his idea of threatening criminals is to have an empty bed at the jail. That is what he has said. So anyway, so his windows get smashed. It gets a little bit messy. Someone goes and buys some red paint. And when I say someone, I mean a legislator may have bought some red paint for someone to go paint his building. So he starts prosecuting them. He loses, obviously, and the case is referred out to a third party, which it should have been all along. And fast forward, he comes to the council last year and asked for $3 million of the American Restoration or whatever Progress Act, ARPA, and he wants to build a giant wall around his office. and now he's come to us again, and we're in budgeting season. I'm a senior policy advisor to a county councilwoman. So I'm looking over the budget and I go down facilities. He's asking for $1.5 million to put hurricane shutter windows or to install hurricane shutters on his windows downstairs.
Oh, because we have so many hurricanes in Utah.
Obviously, that's the natural thing. I mean, just so much government waste. And I mean, he was the idiot who came up with the idea of banning all mining up in our canyons. Right as someone had just gotten an application and approval from DOGM, which is our mining agency, our state mining agency, to start mining in our canyons. And I said, look, there's going to be a taking claim all up and down our canyons because there are so many mining claims up there. This is a huge mistake. We're going to be in protracted litigation, win or lose. And guess what? We may or may not even have jurisdiction over this property because it's handled by the state under state law. And you're going to end up costing the county millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I was told, no, it's not. You silly girl. You don't understand this. You don't understand takings. You don't understand eminent domain. And I'm going, you guys, I'm telling you, this is a problem. Well, sure enough, as soon as it passed, we get hit with a lawsuit. And of course, the court says, yeah, they can continue their mining operation.
We had a case in when I did civil litigation back in the day doing real estate litigation. We had well, it wasn't our case actually, but it was in Ponce Inlet, Florida, where the city took this type of arrogant attitude about takings, and it was over. Somebody was trying to develop into a marina, and they lost that litigation so hard that it basically it practically bankrupted the city. I think it was over a $20-something million judgment. They ended up against the city because they did it wrong. This type of stuff can get, because they see things, they aren't humble. They think they know everything. Mm-hmm. And when a dissident voice comes forward and says, maybe you ought to look over here, all of a sudden, well, who are you to say that, right? And then all of a sudden they run into it and there's somebody's got an interest and they didn't listen. And now they're in the losing end of a suit, and that can bankrupt a city. I mean, it's really severe. That was I don't know how that resolved, but I mean, it was a huge, huge judgment against a small town in Volusia County.
Yeah. And what was stupid about it too, and you're absolutely right, it has to do with humility and being able to acknowledge that you know nothing. I always tell law students that being an attorney is being in a perpetual state of stupidity, or at least feeling that way. So yeah, you're absolutely right. But I told him, I said, you can just narrow the language ever so slightly and you'll have the same outcome. You're not going to be having these giant quarry mines, which is what their genuine concern was, and the concern of the public, and frankly, my concern. But oh well, c'est la vie. So that's enough about me. This case,
humility, you're saying humility is something that's trained. It's you go into it, you think you know it, but then you keep your ears open to diverse viewpoints so that you can make the best decision. Because we make better decisions as a group when we're listening and coherently, rationally talking, right? But if you think you know everything, you're arrogant, you're going to be blind to your weaknesses.
But the most common thing in the world are prosecutors who watch too much Batman growing up, and they all think they wear a cape. They're dealing with bad people, and anything they do to get those bad people is good. They're seeking their desired. They want to save society. Forget due process.
Which is
I'm
fine.
Go ahead. I'm going to take this lull in the conversation that doesn't exist and jump back into the super chats. We have dollars for Danny from Flux. Dollars for Danny. I rooted for you so hard, even though all of our elections are bunk. Lol. How can we have an election when we don't know how it tallies the vote? They won't share the code. Yeah, well, hopefully it's,
We don't have a total tally of how many
Yeah.
ballots are still left to count.
Great. As a commenter, interesting argument yesterday about bringing in his prior stabbing of girlfriend using Williams. Judge ultimately sided with the state. Spoilers. Worth reversible risk. We're going to get to that. There's 3 more witnesses this afternoon. Then they're going to make the Williams argument.
Now, the one danger of this, I would definitely bring this in. It's very similar. If I was a prosecutor, I'd definitely bring in the prior. But the thing you got to be careful of, and I don't think they're doing that. The reason it can get problematic appellate wise is if the judge does not do a full order, which I'm sure he's going to do. And the other thing is that they make it a feature of the trial. So if it becomes like the whole thing becomes about this prior stabbing rather than the current stabbing, but I don't think they're going to do that either. So it is going to be an appellate issue. But it looks to me like it's pretty clean. If I was looking at it, it would be something his defense appellate lawyer will raise on appeal, for sure. That's the type of thing you would raise all day to second guess the Williams rule admission. But it's a hard one to win on appeal.
Well, we're going to see the actual arguments here, and just after 3 quick witnesses. Danny, are you going to stick around and watch the trial with us?
That's why I came, actually.
Super.
I was watching while I was getting all dolled up, and I was like, oh my gosh, how did this woman not leave? Why do these women accept this type of crap? If I had a guy even once say, you're my woman, or something along the lines of, I saw you looking at him, you know what I'd say? I'd say, yeah, because he's better looking than you. Goodbye. Have a nice day. I'll get my own ride home. I have such little tolerance for that type of behavior. Ooh.
But I don't know. It looked pretty. It was like a surprise. I mean, it's hard to see any kind of murderous hostility in the videos that we've seen so far. It's odd. I mean, why these things, how they come out of nowhere. I mean, she could have gotten surprise attacked.
I guarantee you it didn't come out of nowhere. I guarantee you there were a million red flags before we got here.
Lady Autumn Sky from Brigham City says, heard Danny from the other room, and it's just north of Salt Lake City and just south of me in Logan. Heard Danny from the other room and had to say, Danny on direct, be proud of the great race. Anyway it goes. This is just the beginning. You've had all these amazing endorsements, all this amazing work. You got 100,000 people that didn't know your name a few months ago. Now, if it doesn't go the right way, you got 4 years to ride his ass and not let him get away with shit and get ready to go. And
Maybe
Josh
that will be my whole
316,
YouTube channel.
welcome to Clean and Sober, our newest member, Josh 316. Let's jump back into this again. 3 quick witnesses, then they're going to make this Williams rule argument.
Hey, Jeff, thank you.
Yep, no probs. Let's see here. Love to have you. You were supposed to be on till tomorrow, but you just couldn't live without it. That's good to see you.
I missed you too much.
Aw, thanks. All right, fast forward.
I like his haircut. I like how it kind of has like a little tuft.
It's like Steve.
Green light is turned on.
Okay.
I would have done it differently, but
Ms. Johnson, good afternoon and welcome, ma'am. If you'll come forward and be sworn, you'll raise your right hand, please. You
Sorry,
swear
Danny.
affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow me, bailiff to the rank leads up to the...
Sorry, Sean, I'm going to put you on the bottom so that you have to put super chats up. It doesn't block anybody's face. We'll just block your little avatar there for a second.
Afternoon, ma'am. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Tara Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, do you know someone named Kay Baker?
Yes.
Was Ms. Baker a coworker of yours?
Yes.
And how long have you known her then in total?
That's some
2
hair.
years.
I want to talk with you about
She has
Friday,
gorgeous
May
eyes.
27th, 2022. Did you and Ms. Baker, after work that day, go to a work function, a work party at a place called the Roadhouse?
Mama Cass.
And
Nice.
were you there for a couple hours hanging out with other coworkers?
Yes.
During that time, was Ms. Baker drinking?
Yes.
And
And we're
at the end
watching
of
this at
a period of time,
1.25
somewhere
speed.
Around 5:30, did you all decide to split and go separate ways?
No, we decided to get back together. It was just the afternoon, and it wasn't all that long. So we both live in the same direction. We decided we would meet up somewhere in the middle, and I would bring my spouse, and she was going to go get her boyfriend and some other friends from that worked with us previous years, and meet up at a place kind of in between the both of us.
And what place did you pick to meet at?
The Landing.
And so somewhere later that evening, after you had parted, you to go get your husband, her to go get her boyfriend, did you all meet back up at the landing?
Yes, we did.
And when you arrived, who was there?
I think I was the last one, so it was, I came with my husband and my son, and another colleague from school was there with her boyfriend, Ms. Juarez, and then Kay was there with Mr. Terry, and then also there was Kelly Andrews there with her husband.
And so you said Mr. Terry, or Matthew Terry, do you see Kay's boyfriend in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so we know exactly what he's talking about?
He's wearing, I think it's a gray suit. He's in between two people sitting in the middle.
All right, and he's the one in the middle there?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
He looks
So
shabby.
this gentleman is there with Kay Baker. Is that yes?
Yes.
Got to answer out loud. And do you understand this to be Ms. Baker's boyfriend then?
Yes.
So tell me what the atmosphere is like when you first arrive at the landing and all the people are kind of already assembled.
We were in a good mood. We were celebrating, and they had drinks out, and we came in. We ordered, I think my husband ordered some nachos, and then we ordered some drinks. Everybody was talking. We introduced ourselves. Some of the people I didn't know until that night.
And so as the night's proceeding, are you guys having drinks and eating appetizers or food or whatever it is?
And then we're just talking, and we're talking about meeting up again for Memorial Day. Ms. Juarez lived near
Let me
the
stop you
beach.
there. I don't want to get too much into what everybody said because I want to run into hearsay problems, okay? So what I want to do is I want to instead focus your attention very specifically to somewhere around the 10 o'clock hour. Did you realize there was some sort of disagreement, discussion, argument occurring between Ms. Baker and the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what you remember happening that kind of first drew your attention.
Well, Kay and went to the bathroom, and Kelly went to the bathroom. At least I assume that, because they both got up, went inside. And we were still sitting at the table with my husband and my son. And then they came back, and they stopped to talk to someone else on the side that worked there, I believe. And all of a sudden, you could just see that things had changed. It became a little tense. And my husband already wanted to go. When he's one of those guys that when he's ready to go, we got to go. He had my purse sitting ready to go. And I told him, I said, just give me a minute. Things seem tense. And I overheard them talking about Kay. Well, as Kay was inside, he, Mr. Terry, accused her of dancing with another man and was upset about it. And Kay said that she wasn't. And I just didn't want to go on that bad a note. I started to feel the tension, and I asked my husband, just give me a minute. And I kind of leaned in toward them, and he was talking, and she was talking. He was right next to me at that point, because there was no one sitting, because it was Mr. Terry, then Kay, and then myself. But she was across the table at this point, because they'd just come from out in the building, and we were outside.
You're wandering way far afield here. Let me get you back on track, okay? I'm going to put on some video.
This is our first rambling witness.
I'll play a few seconds. I'm starting at 10:11:28 a.m.
Yeah, she's speaking pretty quick.
This is State's Exhibit number 53, Disc C.
Okay.
Should we bring it down to actual speed?
Yeah, my son's leaving.
All right,
Can you
I'm
make
just going
it-
to pause it here
these
for a
are too
second
fast
at
for
10:11:45 just to get all of the main people here identified. I'm going to start on the left. There is a gentleman with a white hat. Who is this?
That's my husband.
And he's got his arm around somebody else. Who is this?
My son.
Okay. Here, seated at the table with their back to the camera, is a person in black. Who is this?
Myself.
Next to you, there's a gentleman just starting to take a seat in a green shirt. Who's this?
This is the defendant.
There is a gentleman next to him in a blue shirt at the head of the table. Who's this?
Mr. Andrews, I believe.
Opposite the table from you is a
Kay.
female in red.
Kay.
And then next to her is another female.
Kelly.
All right, so now we've got everybody identified. I'm going to play some more again. All right, so we just watched a few seconds there. Ms. Baker appeared to be pointing at herself, and now Ms. Andrews appears to be putting her hand up, like exposing her palm in the direction of the side of the table where Mr. Terry is seated. Is this the moment that this accusation and subsequent conversation is taking place?
Yes, and the reason I remember is because my son wanted to say goodbye to Kay, but already saw that something tense was going on, so he just left.
10:12:19, is that your son then kind of motioning and then walking away? This is the time your son is leaving? You got to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know that this is the time the argument is happening.
Yeah.
Now, there appears to be a conversation going on at the table involving Ms. Andrews, Ms. Baker, and Mr. Terry. Is Mr. Terry making the accusation that Kate Baker was dancing with another man?
Yes.
Does Ms. Baker in return deny it?
Yes.
Does Ms. Andrews also deny that that ever happened?
Yes.
Okay, and I want you to walk us through the portion where you get involved in the conversation now. Tell me what, if anything, you say and what happens.
Well, I just wanted, I didn't want to leave on a bad note, and so I thought I could appease the situation. I also had not drank as much, I think, as the others. Can't say that with 100% guarantee, but I felt like I was going to try to smooth it over. So I walked, I looked at both of them, and I looked at him, and I said, you know what? Don't worry about it. You obviously are, this is silly to even be upset about, because think about it, you both love each other. I said, must be because you're jealous and you think that she was dancing with another guy and this has gotten you upset, but you don't have to worry about it. You're jealous enough to, you love her enough to be jealous, but she loves you enough to have not even noticed that guy.
All right,
So it's all good.
let me stop you there. You keep saying you say you're jealous.
Yeah, I was talking to Mr. Terry.
And when you make a statement to the effect of telling the defendant he's jealous, what, if anything, does he do?
What, if
As soon as I said those words, he whipped his head around and he said, wait a minute, I'm not jealous. I have no reason to be jealous. And I said, no, wait, you are, because you're upset about this. You think that she was dancing with this other man and it's upset you. And then he said, no. He goes, because jealous implies envious, and I'm not envious. And I said, well, I don't mean it that way. I mean that you're jealous because you're like a boyfriend who cared about his girlfriend and you were protective of her. And he goes, well, of course I did. I look at her. She's beautiful and I love her. And I think it kind of then, he was okay with that. At first I thought I made a mistake and made it worse. And then it kind of settled down and it seemed like it was okay. And things weren't as tense. And
all right, I'm going to play some more video.
Yeah, the defendant is the one in the green shirt with
10,
his
12,
back
30,
to us.
Mr. Terry does not appear to be talking to her and interacting with you directly. Is that correct?
Yep.
And the victim is the girl in the red
It looks like you
shirt
turned to me
standing
for a
up.
second.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
She is a bit like one of those old dolls where you pull the string and they just talk.
All right,
talk,
right
talk,
there
talk.
at about 10, 12, 56, it looks like you
I
leaned
feel
over
personally
to
attacked.
him. Were you saying something to him?
Yep.
And then he looked at you again.
Yeah. But this time it was like eyeball to eyeball, and he just whipped his head around. That was when I mentioned the word jealous. And I thought I made a mistake.
If I can't have you, nobody can have you.
She's put an entire chair and table in between.
10, 13, 22, is that you and Mr. Terry talking to each other?
Yes.
All right,
Although
so-
I'm having trouble seeing it, yes.
Well, if you need to stand up or reposition,
You
please
mind?
do. I know it's a weird angle.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so is there a moment there where you're talking with Mr. Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so you are talking inches apart, is that fair to say?
Yes.
I want you to describe the mood at the table while all of this is transpiring.
It was tense. That's why I didn't want to leave right away. It was tense.
You
And I
could
want
cut
you
it
to
with a
describe
knife, I
to the
bet.
jury Mr. Terry's tone or
Was there a
tenor of
point
his
when the
voice,
victim relaxed?
his demeanor, any
I
observations
just
you
thought
made
that's
about
funny.
how he was behaving.
He seemed upset. And he was kind of not listening to what I was saying until what struck me the worst was when I used the word jealous and he whipped his head around. That was the first time he actually acknowledged what I was saying or me.
All right, and you used the word upset.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a favorite football team, my favorite football team on
No,
the
he was
weekend.
mad.
He was mad, okay.
Emotions are strange things. That, you know, it's like somebody, I'm jealous and the emotion is flowing within you, right? And somebody calls you on it.
Is that your husband putting the chair away?
Yes, this is my husband saying, let's go. For probably the fifth time.
So how did your calming efforts, how did they ultimately help? Did they result? What was the result of that?
Blessed be the peacemakers.
Oh,
She's
my
trying, poor thing.
So did the other girl, the girl in the orange across. She's in a long dialogue saying, "You're jealous, calm down."
Where are the dudes? Why are the men not just grabbing him by the shoulder, being like, "Bro, let's go outside" or something?
Well, I don't think he's that out of control right here. He's glaring.
He's doing the.
He's
He
doing
just
the
seems to be
thing.
like a little petulant bitch kind of thing, just like Mr. Passive Aggressive here.
But if you were sitting with him at the
Ma'am, is it
bar,
fair to say that this conversation about the accusation and whatever went on for at least a couple minutes? Is that a yes?
Yes.
This was not like
I mean, to
he
be
said
fair,
one
he's
thing,
not
somebody
my
said no, that's
problem.
not true, and it was over.
No.
that too.
You
But nothing
had
here would
not
give you
met
the.
Mr. Terry before
I'm
that
not
night,
beating
correct?
him.
Correct.
That's
I
the
didn't
only
pick
time
him.
you ever met him.
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if Mr. Terry was drinking that evening?
Yes.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Terry's sobriety?
No, it wasn't until that point that I thought he didn't seem all that drunk. I thought he might have been drunk when he started to get upset like that.
Okay. Did you end up leaving not too long after this?
Yes.
I mean, by 10:30, 10:45, are you and your husband gone?
I know the exact time because when we got in the car, I texted Kay to say thanks for the invite. I had a great time, and that was at 10:44.
All right. So by 10:45, you're in the car and you're home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I don't know if I was home, but I was definitely in the car on my way home.
Fair enough. You're correct. You were at least in the car on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have no idea what transpired after 10:45 at the landing.
No, sir.
You have no idea how much drinking did or did not occur after 10:45 at the landing.
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
That was quick.
Perfect. That's it. Get to the point. Shut up and sit down. Good. You know, all the attorneys here are everything. This is such a refreshing trial after the Brooks trial.
Back to you, Ms. Johnson. You just said that you had only met Matt that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Yes,
court reporter,
yes,
you
ma'am.
gotta answer out loud.
Sorry.
And because you only met him that night, you have no history of judging his demeanor, his intoxication, anything of that kind, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you described him as getting mad. Perhaps his mad or anger or upset or whatever you viewed came from a stranger interjecting in a discussion he was having with his
Objection calls for
long-term girlfriend.
speculation.
Sustained as to speculation.
Do you know what he was mad about?
He was upset because she was dancing with another gentleman, in his opinion.
Well, in regard to what he might be upset about, you really don't know if that's what upset him or if it was you interjecting in something that had nothing to do with
so
you.
it's his
right?
fault. It's her fault
Actually,
she got
he stated
stabbed.
that he was upset about
That's
that
great
prior to
after.
me saying anything.
Didn't you say that you thought it was you using the term jealous that actually made things worse?
That could be.
Oh, that's
Okay. So
I
it
don't
may
know.
have had more to
I
do,
can't answer for it either, but he was already upset before I used the word jealous.
and it may have had more to do with you calling him a
Wow.
stranger jealous about an incident you didn't even view, right?
No, what I was saying was that before I ever interjected, he was already upset.
Okay. You didn't view the dancing, right?
No.
You had never met him before, right? You weren't a long-term close friend like Kelly and Sean were, right? And you just jumped into this discussion, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were drinking too that night, right?
Yes.
In fact, what you were drinking was a vodka drink called a Moscow Mule.
Yes.
Your husband
Yeah,
and
gotta
son
have
were
one of those
both
tonight.
drinking as well.
Yeah.
Those are the best.
Now, you said that you left because you thought everything seemed fine, right?
Yes.
Court reporter said that things had cooled down, right?
Yes.
In fact, things had cooled down so much that you sent Kay a text saying what a good time you had, right?
Yes.
And talking about getting together on another date, right?
Correct.
So nothing happened that prevented you from wanting to get together on another date, right?
No.
And when you first heard about Kay's death, what you thought had occurred was a drunk driving accident, right?
That's what I assumed.
Could I have a moment, Your Honor?
Josh 316 has gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. Wow, Josh, thank you so much for that. That's very, very generous of you. And if you were one of the lucky people to get the memberships, please give Josh 316 a special
When you initially
thanks.
came to the erroneous belief that there was a drunk driving accident, did you know how Kay Baker had died?
No. Oh, well, we were given a text message from the school and.
All right,
just
but I don't want to talk about what
no.
people said. I mean, had people specifically like shown you pictures of what had happened?
No, nothing at all.
Had people talked with you to tell you I was there, I saw it?
No, and I didn't know how long she stayed or how much she drank afterward either.
Okay, you just used whatever little information you had and arrived at a
Correct.
conclusion. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure what the purpose of that cross question was. What do you guys?
I think just to distract from the initial questioning of defense. To distract the jury for a second.
Hey, Steve, I expect Emily and I are going to go to lunch shortly. You want to join us, or are you going to stay on the stream?
No, I got to eat. I'm pretty hungry right now, actually.
All right, let me.
You guys both in Florida?
No, I'm in Colorado, but Steve was trying to fly back to Florida from Arizona, and because of the hurricane, he couldn't make it. So he came to Colorado, where I am. So he's in the room next door to me in my office right now.
Can I, before I go to lunch, can I address the starred question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want to get my book, go to crimelaw.net. Because I'm a refugee, and it's going to be next week before I can mail out oh, look, see,
there's his book right there.
It's going to be next week before I hand send every book myself. And so I don't have this. I'm not in the corporate offices like Law Self-Defense here. I'm just a little guy, public defender lowly. And so I apologize for the delay in sending the books out that y'all have ordered, and everybody's been great. So please don't go order, but it's going to be next week before I get my next batch out. Thank you, though.
Well, Stephen, people are also asking, do you have a YouTube channel? No, you're on Rumble
only. I don't believe in censorship, and I'm not really a YouTuber I have a real job. I'm just doing this kind of just as a hobby.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, you should do this as a hobby full time.
Steve's throwing shade.
Well, I mean, you guys, this is like an operation. I mean, the Bronco Death Star I'm in the middle of. I mean, I have another job, and so I just do it for hobbies. I try to share my love of music. I show my faith. I talk about issues and whatever's kind of on my mind on the Rumble channel, but really it's I started it really to promote the book. And I don't know where
Ian Peace wants to know, does Steve autograph the books also?
This one is autographed.
Yes.
Mine is too.
I would show you the autograph, but it's very personal. So just trust the sticker.
Hey, Steve, I'm waiting for my book.
Well, you need to, please. You give me your Legal Vices. Can you send me Danny's, and I will send you a book. And yes, I autograph them all. So far, I haven't gotten overwhelmed to the point that I can't do that. So I hand, and I bet my wife does all the labeling. And so I had to do about 20 of them. I hand wrote the labels and took them down to the post office. So, this is very
personal,
minor. I'm not shipping them by the truckload, right? It's small. So thank you.
Yes. And Andrew, just out of curiosity, do you have anything particular you want to grift here?
Well, I can grift the book too. Come on.
Yeah, Andrew, you were supposed to send that already.
Was I?
Yeah, I think I recall someone promising to send me one if I sent my address to Jeff.
Was I? I don't know. Did I get that address from you, Jeff?
Yes. Jeff.
I want to blame Jeff. Was I wearing a tie at the time?
Jeff, send us both the address for Danny.
Yeah, send us both.
I'll do it again.
Thank you, guys. I have a lot of time on my hands these days, so.
No, you
definitely go to Law of
future.
Self-Defense.
You're amazing. I'll tell you, I listened to you talking to Legal Vices, and man, we need more people like you in public service. Conservative.
You're so sweet, Steve.
Serious. I'm not joking. Hey, can I rub one more point? Sorry, this is law. Most murders, somebody asked in the chat at some point, do most murders involve drugs and alcohol? And Andrew and I talked about this too. I'd say about 80% of the murders that I see have cocaine involved. Or some meth is now kind of upswing too. I haven't had enough experience to say whether that's a murder type drug, but the answer to that is yes. A lot of drugs and alcohol and murders.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, what is your religion or your faith?
I am a Catholic convert.
Interesting, because I have never gone to more church in my life than I did when I was campaigning. And I served in LDS mission, so that's saying a lot.
Here in Korea, in Busan, as a matter of fact, where I am.
Mm-hmm. So we should talk about your faith sometime. I'm interested.
Well, my Rumble channel. I actually talk about some faith, and I can talk about faith a lot. And I don't think there's enough talk about. I think one of the big problems confronting our country is the loss of faith. And we really need to talk more about morality and ethics and faith. because this dialogue, this political battle back and forth is not the fundamental problem in our confronting our country, in my opinion. So I try to talk faith, and it's a big part of who I am. And I've only been a Catholic for about 12 years, and I'm a Christian. I was nominally Christian, but it's a long discussion about that. But thank you for asking about that. And my Rumble channel does talk. I do have a faith byline on some of my videos.
Well, thank you for being willing to discuss it. I think a lot of people shy away from discussing their faith for one reason or another. I mean, I certainly did before God started working miracles in my life. So, and I say God because I through faith and works, I think we can learn more about deity, and through practicing our faith. And that has certainly been the case for me this year. So let's chat about it sometime. And I agree with you. I think there's a serious loss in faith. I mean, even in superstition, people forget that the Greeks and Romans, where we derive most of our law, most of our theories, most of everything that we do, were very, very religious people. And they had, temples where they would play out plays, as it were, and explore their spiritual and emotional side, while also reaching into the logic and the reasoning. And so society benefited, in my opinion. No, Susan,
it's not over
we
yet.
don't know.
We're still counting votes.
Well,
More
faith,
likely than not, probably didn't win. But still, I'm never conceding until that fat lady sings.
Well, and faith is really everything. In up until modern times, faith was the most important topic that anybody dealt with, and we lived our lives according to those things. But because we've gotten so wealthy we've created bubbles of selfishness, basically, and identity, that we create our own identity. I can be a furry chair, Then it's like we're living in a delusionary world, and we've lost that faith because we are so wealthy that we aren't confronted with the bad consequences of our decision-making processes in our fantasy land that we live in. Before, if you lived in a fantasy land, you had a direct consequence, but now we're insulated from bad decisions and lack of faith by the wealth that we've created. So it's quite a complex problem.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to you about it. Are you gentlemen? Jeff, I know you're not.
Yeah.
You and I are both ex-Mormons, so right? Maybe? Did I out you?
No.
Did you?
I mean, your channel is Legal Vices, so
yeah. I'm just waiting to get back to the trial here.
Oh, sorry.
They're waiting to go to lunch.
And we're going to go to lunch here. We'll let you go. Hey, and I have your address right here, so I'll send you a book.
You're muted, Andrew.
Boomer. Danny sent me your address, so I got it. I put an email into staff to get the book out to you. And Steve, we're waiting on Emily to get back to me for lunch, so we have a few minutes if you want to wait.
All right. Well, we'll just fire it up, and you guys bail when you start starving. We'll fire this up. We got 2 more witnesses, and then the motion, and then we're done with day 2. There is no court today because of the hurricane, and there is no court on Friday because of the holiday. So we will be caught up tomorrow, and we can join it live in real time on Monday. Super.
I mean, you have to do it at normal speed. That's the one downside.
Yeah. All righty. Let's pull this back up. And where are we? Here we go.
Brian Gibson, yes.
And I'll be right back.
Sorry, guys, for talking so much.
No,
Thank
no,
you for
no
entertaining.
problem at all. We're just we tease a lot around here.
Number 9, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's it. Detective Gibson, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Will you come forward, be sworn as a witness? Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm?
It's kind of weird to me how the judge just calls out these hellos the moment they're through the doorway into the courtroom from across the room.
I love this judge. I love how casual and snappy he is.
And he swears them in himself. Doesn't have his clerk do it.
I love it.
the courtroom is operating smooth, just like clockwork.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
How's it going? I'm Detective Brian Gibson with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
All right, Detective Gibson, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Coming up in March, will be going on my 10th year.
And what is your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a detective in our Criminal Investigations Division assigned to the Homicide Section.
And how long have you had that assignment?
I've been in the Criminal Investigations Division for over 4 years now and with the Homicide Section for about 2 years now.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention back to the month of May of this year, specifically the evening of May 27th into the early morning hours of Saturday, May 28th, 2022.
Oops.
Were you involved in an investigation regarding the death of Kay Baker?
It's the calm ones who end up doing this in private. I bet his blood pressure remained the same too. Those are the scary ones.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good comment.
Yeah.
Give me an idea when you first arrived and what did you do when you arrived? When did you arrive?
So I got there, like you said, in the early mornings around 2:14 in the morning. I then got with my supervisor who was on scene, and I learned that I was going to be assigned as the assist detective to the lead detective, Detective Ratu, and we were going to be investigating the case.
Okay. So you were going to assist Detective Ratu. You basically work together as a partner with him and do what has to be done.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall the first assignment that you had, the first thing that you did?
The first thing that we did was we made our initial observations of the incident location.
Did you, when you said the incident location, what location are you talking about?
The location in between 6209 and 6211, or 11 Kite Ridge Drive.
The place where Kay Baker was found?
Yes, sir.
Did you at any point go inside Kay Baker's residence 6207?
Later on, yes.
Later on. So the first place you went is to the location of Kay Baker's, where she was found. What assignment, if any, did you have relating to that particular part of the investigation?
I had no assignment at that part. I was just with Detective Ratu, and he started to conduct some interviews with some neighbors, so I just assisted him with those interviews.
At some point, then, did you leave those interviews and do anything else related to this investigation?
Yeah, after we left the interviews, then we responded to the north side of the neighborhood. In between the neighborhood and Lithia Pinecrest Road, there was a large brush area where we responded to Lithia Pinecrest Road over there.
Okay, and prior to that time, did you go inside
Hey,
the
Steve, I think we're ready to
residence, or was
go.
that later on?
That was later on.
Later on, okay.
All right, guys.
Having us.
Thanks for being here.
Maybe we'll sign back in as scheduling and stuff allows. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Danny, great.
Alrighty.
Good luck with
Take
the
care,
voting.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Nice
you,
meeting you,
guys.
Danny. We'll be in touch.
And then in
Sounds
the
great.
backyard leading to that
Law of self-defense.
bushy area.
Crime law
looked
net.
like it was trampled down. So we were just looking for any possible evidence on that side of the road.
Where's Sean?
What did you notice?
Sean, are you still here?
Of interest to you and Detective?
Yeah, my laptop camera's not working and I'm at the office,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Okay.
a
We're
little
you're still
preoccupied.
here.
yeah, no, I'm still here.
And
You've just
so
been exceptionally
is that
quiet.
part of the reason that piqued your interest to go into the adjacent
Well
area,
aware. I wish I could comment more.
the wooded area that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was some of the areas are trampled down. Did you continue looking around at that point?
Yes, on the other side, on the north side of that bushy area, then we started to look around on the ground, and then I found what appeared to be blood drops on the ground on that side of the road.
Is it dark or light at that point?
It's dark.
Okay, so you and Detective Ratu are using flashlights to make your observations?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and based upon your suspicion that there were blood drops back in that area as well, what did you decide to do along with Detective Ratu?
We contacted the HCSO canine unit, and a bloodhound responded to that area. At that point, Detective Ratu and I did not want to contaminate the area any further, so we actually left the area. There was a marked deputy that was parked there, and like I said, we exited the area to continue on with interviews at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you a few photographs from exhibit, what has been admitted, exhibit number 20A through E. I'm going to show you those photographs. There's A, B, C, D. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and what are they?
dirt?
They're going to be pictures of the blood drops that were found on the north side of the bushy area, just south of the Pinecrest Road.
Okay. And that's what caused the canine units to be contacted. You got out of the area.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you become aware that an individual had been apprehended back in that wooded area?
Yes, sir.
And did you and Detective Ritu or other officers have any interest or concern about discovering a weapon?
Yes.
A weapon that caused the death of Kay Baker?
Correct.
And what efforts did you make along those lines to try to discover a weapon?
In the area where he was found, we used metal detectors that morning when the light became available. We used hand metal detectors. We conducted grid searches that morning to look for any possible weapon or object that could have been used.
That was in daylight?
Yes.
That was the following day? So that would have been Saturday, or was it any day subsequent to that? Do you recall?
It would have been when the sun rose that morning once we got out there.
Describe the area.
He's a mouth
that you were
breather.
searching, the wooded area, the foliage.
I'm a
anything
mouth
like
breather
that,
too. Is that
as it
horrible?
relates
I
to
hate that
being
people
able
start
to
making fun of it because I
I've
do.
never seen you breathe out of
It was a
your
very
mouth.
thick,
Because
wooded
we're always
area.
on camera and I'm self-conscious
Spent a
about
good
it,
amount of
but
time looking in
that's
that
why I
area.
hated the
It was
masks
very
because I would
thick,
like
a lot of foliage and stuff
in
like
my
that.
mask the whole time.
So metal detectors were attempted to be used?
Yes, hand metal detectors.
The worst
and then
is when I'm
little wands that we're
speaking
using on
and
the
I
ground
pause
level
and I
as well.
pause like this.
Well, was any weapon ever found?
No, sir.
It's the worst.
While you were, before it got light and while you were still there at the scene, did you also attempt to locate any weapon of interest to you?
Yeah, we looked along the areas that we were looking and searching for on Whitley Pinecrest Road.
You found nothing?
No, sir.
This guy's not exuding confidence.
He's hungry, I think. Did they have lunch yet?
Yeah.
All right. Other than what you described, did you have any other part in this investigation other than assisting Detective Ritu?
No, sir.
Oh, well,
Did you
that's
have
why.
any part in the marking?
That's all he did.
Of
He's
any
probably
suspected
confused why he's been brought in
evidence,
as a witness.
Collecting any evidence? Did you have any responsibility along those lines?
No, sir, I did not.
What was that?
Rearranging furniture?
All right,
John, what are
thank
you doing
Detective.
back there?
No, sorry, my office is right next to the road, so I didn't realize my mic was still on.
Oh, I thought it
Sorry.
was from the courtroom. I was like, what are they rearranging
No.
furniture in the courtroom?
That's what I thought.
No,
too.
it's a very nice day here in Ohio, so people are getting the last rides in on motorcycles.
Ah, it was a Harley, okay. He looks like Chet from Weird Science.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released by the state or subject to recall?
He can be released, Your Honor.
And by the defense?
He can be released.
Jackie, thank you. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state, please call your next witness.
Yes, sir.
You know, somebody really should speak to him. Like the way he holds his head does not make him look. It makes him look very
sorry?
office.
Detective Kelsey Davis.
Looks like if Steve Carell was a murderer.
Yeah, but it's just he doesn't. It does. I would argue that's not a good way to hold yourself.
No.
And I've said it before. This is all sales. He needs to come across as a little softer.
I agree.
Yeah,
He looks like
I wouldn't
cop,
tell him anything. He'll stab me in the neck.
like a chicken.
Detective Davis,
Like
good
a
afternoon and
rooster.
welcome.
Yes.
You'll come forward to be sworn
Bad
as a
luck.
witness wherever you're comfortable.
And this is our last
Face
witness
me
of the
and please raise
day.
your right hand.
Then we're getting into a
holy
motion
crap.
argument.
The testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Wow,
Those
this is
aren't
like
real.
Thank you, Detective. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the
Clarice.
ring,
This is like Silence of the Lambs
please
material
watch
here.
your step.
He's not helping himself
Get
with
to that
his
chair,
pen
you know the
tapping
ramp, go ahead,
either.
have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Yes.
Officer Clarice Starling has taken the
Please
stand.
proceed, Mr. Gersh.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you,
Like
Your Honor.
my guy this week for trial
Good
told
afternoon,
him,
Detective.
if
Would
you
you
don't know what to
please
do, just start
introduce
writing. I don't care
yourself
what
and
you're writing. start writing.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're doing something important.
I'm with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Approximately 6 years.
She sounds like Clarice Starling too.
Needs to speak into the
And
microphone.
what is your current assignment?
I'm in the homicide section.
And how long have you been in the homicide section?
Since February of 2021. 22, I'm sorry.
Don't do that creepy smile.
All right.
So
and,
less
and
than
so
a
were you
year?
a homicide detective back in May of this year, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear the screaming
On
of the lambs, Clarice?
Morning of May 28th, 2022, did you have any part in the investigation surrounding the death of Kay Baker occurring on Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what first caused you to become aware that you were going to be involved in this case?
So I received a call from my sergeant, Justin Fisher, from the homicide section around 5 o'clock in the morning, advising me of a homicide investigation that was ongoing and requested that I respond to the incident scene.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the incident scene?
About 6:11 in the morning.
She's probably the
Okay,
real
you
life
arrived
Dexter.
at 6:11. Did you speak with anyone? Did you collect any information? What was it when you initially arrived there?
Yes, sir. Upon arrival, I spoke with Detective Van Gilder. He had been working since the early hours of the morning already on the case. I was instructed to take over from his duties, cataloging the crime scene, documenting any remaining pieces of evidence that needed to be diagrammed, photographed, and so on.
So you're basically taking over for a very tired Detective Van Gilder.
That's correct, yes.
All right. In your discussions with the other officers who had already been there, did you become aware that 6207 Kite Ridge was a residence of interest?
Yes, I was advised that that was the residence of the decedent.
All right. So you're taking over for Detective Van Gelder. What was the first thing that you did pursuant to those responsibilities?
I learned that there had been a search warrant that was authored and served at the residence, 6207 Kite Ridge. I then finished whatever there was left to be done within the house, which was very little. I took a look inside, saw that there was an open window that appeared to lead outside into the residence. I learned after speaking with Detective Van Gilder that there appeared to be quite a bit of blood outside of the incident scene, and my primary task was cataloging that blood that was located kind of outside of the residence and around the immediate area.
Were there other crime scene investigators that you worked with while you were there?
I did. I worked with CSI Durr and CSI Douglas, who both assisted me in documenting the incident scene.
Okay.
CSI.
You,
Miami. Tampa Bay or wherever the hell they are.
First, you finished up whatever had to be done in the inside.
Yes.
After you finished
Florida,
that, then
I
you
liked it
worked to
there.
the outside. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? Did you have any part or participation in the determination of any evidence markers which were going to be located in that backyard area?
Yes.
Did you work with other crime scene investigators along those lines in
And what did you see, Clarice?
those
What
markers
did you
placed?
see?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what sort of evidence that you noticed out there which were marked?
It was the
Yes.
silence. of
So
lambs.
beginning at 6207, as well as from where the decedent was located, we noted quite a bit of blood that appeared to kind of be directed within a trail pattern. We walked that line, walked the entire area, and marked any place where we found any drops of blood or anything that resembled that.
Why do you
And
think
were
he
those
removes their
evidence
skin,
markers,
Agent Starling?
Had either numbers.
You wake up in the dark and hear the
something
scream of the lambs, don't you,
specifically
Clarice?
identified?
Yes, they were both numbered numerically as well as with letters of the alphabet as well.
Were any swabs taken from any of those markers?
Yes.
Did you play any part in the collection of the swabs?
No.
Did you, after the swabs were taken, did you have any part in the chain of custody of those swabs?
No.
Those, who had responsibility over either the swabbing or the taking into custody of those swabs?
CSI Durr.
And was Brandon Douglas also involved?
He was, yes.
And did he also take part in either the collection of the swabs or the taking those items into evidence?
Yes, any items of evidentiary value at the time on scene were collected and chain of custody were deferred to crime scene investigator Douglas and crime scene investigator Durr.
And you mentioned that there was some suspected blood in the backyard.
Yes.
Do you remember that there was also some blood or suspected blood continuing at any other place other than the backyard area?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So directly behind the residences in the neighborhood, the backyard's all backed up to a rather kind of brushy, overgrown area. It was a fairly thick, kind of clumps of grass, low-lying scrub, palmetto bushes, those kind of things. And through there we located several drops of blood on some of the low-lying brush. And then outside as well, beyond that kind of brushy area, was kind of a thin kind of median of grass that separated right onto Lithia Pinecrest on the roadway. So traveling a little bit further south, down from where the house was, we also located several additional drops of blood, all the way down approximately 8 house lengths in front of another house, 6223 Kite Ridge, which is right in the backyard.
Yes, they
there was
did
kind of a
not
break
find the
in
murder
that
weapon.
Kind of brush wooded area where we located quite a bit of blood, and that was
How
the area
long
where
after were the police
Mr.
called?
Terry was eventually taken into custody.
Immediately while she was bleeding out in the street.
Oh.
And
So I was going to say, this is
those
Florida.
same
It's super
two
humid.
crime
I'm
scene
surprised those blood
investigators
droplets
in
stayed
marking
on the
those areas?
leaves and on the
Yes, sir.
foliage and didn't roll off.
I think that's his blood because he stabbed himself
You
in the neck
mentioned that-
twice.
that you were in the backyard area
I think.
of
I just
6207
feel
and
so bad for this
6209. I'm gonna show
victim.
you a few photographs if you would take a look.
I know
at
so
those.
many women who are in similar relationships
uh,
with guys
first
who look just
9A.
like the defendant too. And it is scary. You
And
never
9B.
know. I talk about red flags, but that's in
And
terms of
9C.
abuse, not in terms of.
Do you
I'm going to
recognize those
murder.
photographs?
I do.
You resumed it.
Oh, she's so
Well, they
likable.
published
I really
in
like
9C.
her.
Yeah.
They published those before
Yeah, yes,
9A
she authenticated them.
No, they did this yesterday.
And 9B. Now that you got
They had
a
the
better
women-
look
they
at
had
it,
the-
you
okay.
recognize
took all
those
the
as well?
pictures, come
Yes,
and
I do.
testify.
Yeah. What do those photographs?
Okay.
Well, those were the area of the immediate crime scene and behind the backyard of 6207, 6209, and 6211 Kite Ridge Drive.
86753.
There's no evidence markers back there at that point.
No.
So those photographs taken before any markers were placed there.
Yes, sir.
Were eventually markers placed there after you worked with detective crime scene investigators Durr and Douglas?
Yes, sir.
People in Florida have severe hairstyles.
You have to because of the humidity.
All right.
So like my hair
When
works
you
here in
were,
Utah. See how it's
when you arrived at
shiny
the
and
scene,
smooth and flat.
Were you aware?
If I wore
of-
this in
there
Florida,
was
I would
a
look
vehicle
like.
parked in the driveway.
Like the
of
last witness.
6207.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
You sure what has been marked for identification
Probably just got
or
her
admitted
hair
as 10A? Do you recognize 10A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is 10A?
TNA, what?
That is
I
the
recognize
vehicle
TNA.
that is registered to Matthew Terry.
What?
She has kind eyes, you know?
Yeah.
Like I would trust this witness if I were a jury member.
All right. When you were in 6207, did you notice any damage to any of the doors?
Yes, I
inside
did.
that residence?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask the crime scene investigators to make sure they had photographed those areas and documented their locations?
I believe Detective Van Gilder had
Hey,
instructed them to
this
do
is
so
a
prior to
choice.
my arrival.
This isn't a problem. This is a choice. So you can see it's grow. I haven't shaved it in a few days. My hair is getting long. I feel like a hippie.
I like it.
All right. Did your investigation also include the attempt to locate any weapon that might have been used in this incident?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
So after documenting the initial crime scene, making any notations, preserving any evidence that we needed to preserve, right in the area behind 6223 Kite Ridge, which I mentioned was 8 houses down, just at the south of the incident scene, where our defendant was taken into custody.
Hey,
We
Jeff,
did
Danny, I
a
got
line
some
search of
clients
that
coming in,
immediate
so I gotta
area,
go.
looking for
All right.
anything that could be
Thanks,
utilized
Sean.
as a weapon,
See you
anything
soon.
sharp, anything of that nature that might fit that description. Part of that process was using several types of metal detectors to kind of scope the area. We did a line search of that immediate area, which is detectives or CSI or law enforcement individuals lining up sequentially and kind of just going down in a line, not neglecting any kind of area in our immediate reach or attention.
All right, so you mentioned that there were 2 different locations along that wooded area. You mentioned the address 6223, I believe, and then that also includes 6207 or 6209, which was part of your investigation.
Yes.
Was that wooded area extending all the way from 6207 all the way to 6223?
Yes, the wooded area and the grassy median were continuous all the way from 6207 all the way down to where we located Mr. Terry.
Okay, you said you conducted a line search. Were you and your fellow deputies able to stand side by side and do a line search all the way through the entire wooded area between 6207 and 6223?
As far as we could, yes.
All right, and did you discover anything of interest or of evidentiary value?
He just moves like a robot.
No, sir.
Were you able to, when you searched,
He
were you
moves
able
like
to get
that
all the way
because he's
in
tense.
the heaviest
He's
part? Were
all
you able to actually get down
up here.
where you could see to the?
So
to the,
he's
ground?
trying not to.
Some parts were obscured from view.
Look,
Again,
we-
it was trying to get in as best we could.
A little bit of vulnerability on his part would go a long way. I actually really agree with Sean on that.
Yeah, but I hope he just gets fried. But they don't do that there, unfortunately.
So Detective Durr and Douglas.
Is this not in
marked
Florida? Where is this case?
It's Florida. They don't do the
everything
electric
that
chair there
you
anymore.
Oh, okay. You meant
sir.
literally
Did you take any
okay.
part in the collection of any evidence in this case?
No, sir.
Did you conduct any interviews with any neighbors?
No, sir.
We're slowing down a little bit,
Was
so
it your
we'll speed up.
understanding that much of the investigation had been initiated before you ever arrived?
Yes, sir.
I think that's all the questions I had, Detective. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. Bye.
Good afternoon, Detective Davis.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Now, you said that by the time you arrived, it was 6:11 in the morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're there basically to take over for Detective Van Gilder,
That's correct.
because there needs to be at least one detective there that's supervising the crime scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and so that would have been your role, is just taking over at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as the investigation goes, earlier you testified that's where we found the suspect or the defendant. You're referring to Mr. Terry,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, but you weren't there when Mr. Terry was placed in handcuffs and transported.
No, ma'am. I did not see Mr. Terry at any point during the investigation. He had left the scene prior to my arrival.
Okay, so all that's done prior to you even arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
And this wasn't a case where you were investigating like another portion of the case and then just arrived to the crime scene. The crime scene was the first place where you started.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the investigation
attorney
that's
looks
going on
hungry.
at 6207 Kite Ridge, as far as documenting the interior of the residence and the exterior, the majority of that also had been done prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So you're just making sure that nothing is missed, I guess.
Yes.
You're not locating items of evidence yourself. It seems like all of that had already been done.
Yes.
Locating any potential blood evidence, marking those, taking photographs that Mr. Dirk showed you, all of that was done prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the part that you're really participating in is doing the research, I guess, on the vehicle that was in the driveway. Is that something you did?
No, ma'am.
That was also done prior to your arrival?
Correct.
Okay, so that's just something that you're told?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't end up searching that vehicle that Mr. Dirk showed you, the silver car that was in the driveway?
I do.
You do? You search that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's something that you participated in?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't end up collecting any evidence from that
Jeff's
vehicle?
guest is Danny
And then
On, candidate
you
for Salt Lake
participated,
County
you said,
District
in
Attorney,
searching
a very
that
dear
area
and close
behind the
personal friend, one of my
residence,
favorite
as
people
soon
on
as
planet
daylight
Earth.
came with other detectives at crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all don't locate
I'm also
anything?
starting a
No, ma'am.
YouTube
You're not
channel
involved
if
in
things
any
don't
other
work
part of the
out
investigation?
called Danning
No,
on
Can I
Direct.
have one moment?
So, this is a natural transition. I'm using you, Jeff.
Yeah, you can use me
Watch me
anytime you
griff.
want.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing further.
Redirect. May this witness
Thank you. I will
please
use you multiple
stand by
times.
defense.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jackie. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dave, did you have another one?
No, that's it.
That's it. Now we're going to get into a
Okay.
motion
All right, no
argument.
problem. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, I was going to get you out of here before 5 o'clock. Again, I don't know if any of you have not yet voted, but you should have plenty of time to get to the polls if you need to. We are going to start tomorrow morning information research related to the home.
All right, now quick background on what's happening here. Now we're going to be arguing a motion on, because ordinarily, as we were talking about before Steve came and then while Steve was here, ordinarily you cannot bring in prior crimes to prove that you committed a current crime. Just because you committed a crime X number of years ago doesn't mean that you committed this crime. You can't show it to, you can't bring it in to show a propensity to commit the crime. However, in Florida, they have this ruling, this Williamson rule, which says that you can bring in a prior bad act if it's used to show you have knowledge of how to do something, or if it shows a modus operandi, like Steve was saying, if 10 bodies show up on the side of the road and you in the same dressed or undressed in the same fashion, that sort of shows that there's a pattern. This is your standard operating procedure for killing. You can bring things up. And why it's an issue in this case is he's on trial for getting drunk and stabbing his girlfriend to death and slitting her throat in May of this year. In December of last year, he finished up 4 years with the Michigan State Corrections for getting drunk and stabbing his previous girlfriend in the neck. So they want to bring in the fact that he got drunk and stabbed his previous girlfriend in the neck to show that that's how he rolls in this case. So they want to bring the prior bad act to show that this is just kind of how he is. The Williams rule. Yes.
Is that specifically, they've charged him with murder in this case, right? Is it
Yes.
specifically to negate this idea that he somehow he lacked the intent, the requisite intent?
Yeah, you can't bring up the old stuff to show the intent or the propensity to commit the crime, but they want to get it in, and so they can use it in this Williams rule to show that.
Interesting. I'm interested. Have they already started arguing? Well, I'd imagine there was.
The motion argument is going to happen right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we'll get to hear more details about it. So
Because I'm curious to see how they
Yeah.
weave it in then.
yeah, it's basically they want to bring in his old stabbing. I guess how it was described to me is sort of if you're a lockpick and you were convicted of, if you're a safe cracker and you were convicted of cracking safes previously, they can't say, well, see, he cracked safes before, so that probably means he cracked the safe this time. But if you say, hey, he was convicted of cracking safes before, so this is being introduced as evidence to show he knows how to crack safes, you can bring it in. And so let's hear, they'll explain it, they'll argue it out here. Do you have any super chats to get out of the way? Julie O's, we did this one here. Happy to report the dog had a stick lodged in her mouth again. Last time she had a June bug shell in her throat. Most expensive stick in history. Yeah, my old pug, Barkley the Wonder Pug, back in the day, swallowed an entire beef short rib bone whole. Had to have surgery to remove it. Yeah, that was pricey. So alrighty, we are.
Cute.
And Josh, okay, wait. Never mind. I was going to mention the 20 Legal Vices memberships, but we already mentioned that. I thought you gave more. I was going to say, wow. All right. Is the YouTube channel already set up to follow, Danny?
No, not yet. We're waiting till the final results. I mean, I was planning on instead of doing press conferences, doing actual like YouTube videos to show the progression of the DA's office once I'm in. Doing them once a month to just discuss to the public what cases are like, maybe highlight some attorneys, bring them into my office and do a impromptu interview if they're up to it and they feel like doing that. I think it just lends itself to more transparency to the public. So we'll see what happens, but I'm thinking maybe next week is when I'm going to set that up.
Groovy. Well, and Danny is invited back tomorrow for the Friday version of this trial. So if you're still free,
Friday is the drunk stream, right?
No, that was last week.
Oh, do you only do it once every 2 weeks? I thought there was
just once. No, just once a month.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll be patient then, because I finally have champagne, so I can't wait to join you.
Yeah, I can't do that every month. Every week I'd die. So, all right, let's hear this motion. This is what I've been waiting for 3 days.
They're monitoring the situation prior to making any decision.
Yeah, talking about the hurricane. Oh, now it chooses.
School buses, they can't operate at certain wind levels, so they're going to keep monitoring and let us know.
Judge, if we could first, I just want to give you a heads up as to where I think we are in terms of witnesses, because I'd like to clarify something with you. Anna Cox absolutely positively has to be my last witness because she has to basically rely on all the evidence already being admitted, including the DNA.
Who is Anna Cox?
She is my blood pattern expert. Okay. And so she needs to rely on, for example, the DNA evidence and all the photos and so on and so forth. So she absolutely has to be my dead last witness.
I don't have a problem with that.
And Alyssa Troutman is scheduled to be my second to last witness. So for tomorrow, what we have left, other than Ms. Troutman and Ms. Cox, are Dr. Perkins, the autopsy doctor, Dr. Devers from the medical examiner's office, who did not participate in the autopsy, but I have a suspicion may be a bit of a contested witness.
Can you tell me what
Dr. Devers is going to opine that the defendant's wounds on his neck could be, she would not say definitively that they are self-inflicted, but she will talk about, if you remember from opening statement, she would talk about what are called hesitation marks, and hesitation marks are a sign of potential self-inflicted wounds. And I fully expect that Ms. Perry and Mr. Dirks will be going back and forth about her appointment. That's just my guess. There's also Brandon Douglas, who's going to introduce, I think, about 20 pieces of evidence tomorrow, photos and physical evidence. Robert Durr, who's only going to introduce two. Brandon Douglas.
He's got some weird faces going on.
Yes. Robert Durr, who's going to do 2 large packets of photos.
Yeah, never give pugs bones.
Yeah,
it wasn't intentional. It fell off the table, and
Dr.
in the
Mendoza,
microsecond
still
between
needs to
when
get
it
a motion
fell
out,
and I grabbed it, the pug had just
and my lead
snarfed it.
detective or 2. And I can also call Detective Watson. and
Nana,
Peter
say,
works
is
across
that
the
your
street,
pug?
so
Because
he
that is a
can
great shot. That's a great photo.
Dr. Mendoza, so this is the issue, and if Ms. Perry disagrees, certainly she can
Oh,
correct me.
yeah, it is pug.
The defense filed a motion regarding the medical records and statements in the medical records.
That was the unreliability motion.
No. There was the unreliability motion to throw out the medical records in total. That was denied, then we heard it again on Monday, it was denied a second time. There is a separate argument where Ms. Perry wanted to eliminate out any reference in the medical records where the defendant is notated.
I still owe
as
7
not
shots. We'll
answering
probably do those
questions of
tomorrow.
doctors. By anyone really, but nurses, doctors.
I
staff of the
did
hospital.
8 the other
Okay.
day.
We litigated that motion. Judge Williams initially reserved ruling. Then I believe it was at pretrial, came out and told us that he was granting the motion. This is the thing where I mentioned that I had the
Granting their request to
eliminate out
out
any section where it's noted the defendant was not answering questions, that he's not replying. Okay? At that hearing, and again, I have the audio, I can send it to you, but you kind of deferred it back to Judge Williams.
Well, that may have changed now. Judge Williams is most likely going to be out for the rest of the week.
Okay, so then I will send you the audio so you can hear it in advance, but I don't think that I'm mischaracterizing it. At that moment, I said, Judge, does your ruling also apply to a witness who testifies live? Who can say that, my understanding of Judge Williams' ruling was, the records are unclear where law enforcement is at the moment the defendant is not answering any questions, and whether or not they're in any way participating or influencing the defendant decision to not answer questions. And so I said, if I have a live witness who can say where the police are standing, even though you've already kind of heard it, that was the question of Deputy Curtis about where were you when the defendant was in the emergency room, the 15 feet, which I don't think this is 15 feet, I think it's a lot more, but whatever, he said 15 feet. I asked Judge Williams, does that apply if a witness testifies live and can clarify that law enforcement is not participating in the questioning? Dr. Mendoza was deposed, and she said the defendant would not answer her. She was clearly asking him questions for medical diagnosis, trying to discern what caused his injury so she could figure out how to treat him. And she says, he looked me in the eye, and then he looked away, and he never answered. So I asked Judge Williams at pretrial if his ruling encompassed live testimony where we don't have the uncertainty of where the police are from the medical records.
So essentially that you want Mendoza to say exactly what you just said. She asked him a question, he looked at her, and he looked away.
He refused to answer her.
And Judge, the whole point of the motion and what has already been ruled on is that that is a comment on the defendant's right to remain silent. The officers were present. You heard from Deputy Curtis, who said he was there during not only the time prior to the defendant being transported, he actually followed the ambulance, and then the defendant was in custody the entire time. Additionally, in the records themselves, on page 31, it says officer at bedside indicates that he's not able to leave the room and must remain. Additionally, page 58, 2 officers bedside. They're asking questions in front of police officers. Of course he can't answer. And him not answering and them commenting thereon is a comment on his right to remain silent.
What does the case law say, though, on whether a doctor's question for medical purposes constitutes interrogation?
There isn't going to be anything specific unless you can find one that specifically talks about when officers are at the bedside holding the defendant in custody.
The judge kind of looks like a fat Dilbert.
By the way, in the records, one of the doctors actually specifically notes that they asked the officers to step out so that he could answer.
But this is the doctor who would be testifying,
And
not
that
the
is all
officer.
true, and those portions are gone. The point that matters is the defendant's first admission to the hospital. Literally the first minutes he's in the hospital when he's rushed to the emergency room. Dr. Mendoza is one of the team of emergency room doctors, trauma doctors, who first received the defendant. It's the first few minutes. What she's pointing to are later interactions with the defendant by other individuals. I am not contesting those.
And let me ask you, did the motion specifically say medical records?
No, it
That's some weird facial expressions.
Okay. So Mendoza, what's Mendoza going
The
to
attorney?
say about where law enforcement was?
He's
when
revved
she
up.
asked?
To be
That's why.
clear,
He's
I don't
going.
think anybody specifically asked her that in the deposition because it was not an issue at the time we conducted the deposition. I believe that she will say the point that matters, and I think Your Honor has already keyed onto it, this is a Fifth Amendment issue, and the Fifth Amendment is protection against the government's action, not layperson's action. If there was an allegation that HCSO had gone over to Dr. Mendoza and said, we need you to ask the defendant what happened, I would be dead in the water. I would not even stand before Your Honor and ask you.
That's good.
So I think that this is more akin to people talking on the jail phone calls. Clearly law enforcement is listening. We have the benefit of we can listen anytime we want.
No, this
I'm the
is
state, HCSO is the state,
akin
any
to any
governmental
civil
agent is
rule
listening and can
of
listen
having
to a
a
jail
simple
phone call.
witness who's
If
just
the defendant
making
was on the phone and
observations in
someone
the
called
course of
him
their work.
and asked him a question and he answered, it would certainly be admissible because that's not government action asking him. If it's his brother or his cousin or his girlfriend, that is
He's
completely
confusing the
admissible.
issue. He should
By
shut
the same
up.
token, if the witness was on the phone saying, you stupid SOB, why did you do this? And the defendant is not saying anything, it is my position that that would be admissible as well, particularly in a case where I believe the defense is at least headed in the direction of suggesting the defendant is not the one who committed this crime. I would point to all the questions that have to do with the accessibility to the neighborhood, whether the people could have gone through the cow pasture, whether they could have crossed the culvert, whether or not they could have taken the walking trail, all of the things that suggest that this area is accessible to lots of people who could have easily come in and gone out and committed this crime. I would also point
The
to the
state's
questions
arguing
defense
for
has
the
asked
death
repeatedly,
penalty, it sounds like.
questions of witnesses that said, well, you got blood on your hands too, and you were just rendering aid. I think that all those questions point to potential arguments the defense may make in terms of a defense.
But what does his refusal to respond to the medical personnel, what's your theory as to what that proves?
Well, if it was a self-defense case, so one of the things I'm going to argue, I can already tell you I'm going to argue, is that from 12:30, when the victim is found, until 5:15, when the defendant is found, we have gone out of our way to point out the fact that there are multiple police officers, multiple sheriff's deputies, sitting on the roadside in what is a dark area with red and blue lights active that you could not miss. I'm also going to point out the fact that there's a bloodhound, another dog, a helicopter, multiple deputies all walking around the area, and at no point is the defendant yelling, help me, I've been attacked, help me, help me. Nothing. No, nothing a person might reasonably do if they were the victim of an attack. There's no effort to go get law enforcement help.
Okay, but tie that into the doctor asking him a question. I don't know
So
what
if the
question
defendant, if the defendant wanted to suggest he acted in self-defense, which I've not heard them say, I concede, they have not said, I would reasonably expect, just like a person would run to the police if they were the victim of an attack, when a doctor would ask them what happened, they would say,
Like Dean
"I was
Cummings
attacked.
did.
I was attacked and I was stabbed in the neck. Right? Or if they asked them, a person, a sort of everyday lay person would say something like, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, I was attacked. Right? I think the failure to say those things is an indication that the defendant is the culprit.
But we don't get there until and unless there's a self-defense.
I disagree. I still have to prove identity. If it was self-defense, I think it's really easy. But even if it's not self-defense, right? Again, if I go back to the example that I gave,
This should be let
defendant
in.
is on the jail phone
This
call.
should be let
He
in.
gets a
This
call
is
from
the
some
same
person
as
in his life that
the
he's talking
defendant
to on
running
his
up,
girlfriend.
you know, at a traffic
Right?
stop and
the girlfriend
and
is
talking
saying,
to
everybody in the neighborhood said you did it. What the hell? What did you
random
do? And he says nothing.
standby or
He doesn't
even
say, baby, I
EMS
didn't do it.
on
Maybe it
scene
wasn't
and
me.
saying, hey,
Maybe they got it all
you know,
wrong.
what,
I'm
what
the victim.
happened? You know, tell
I
me
think that would be
how I
admissible.
can
It is
help you,
clear
basically.
that law enforcement would effectively be in a position to hear it.
Do you have a case that even remotely suggests that?
I
That
do
you
not
can
because
cite me to?
He does
I
do
certainly
a
don't
weird
have a case of a
headphone.
defendant in a hospital, but I think that there are
Or the-
situations.
well, the jail or whatever, like all those scenarios, those hypotheticals.
Well, that's
you
just
gave
the
me.
general adoptive admission case law, where a person says something and the defendant says nothing in return.
the judge should allow
Right?
this.
If you had two defendants who had robbed a bank,
I see
right.
that with
You have
law
two defendants
enforcement.
who robbed a bank,
It's
they
not
come back and they're
healthcare.
talking to one of the girlfriends. They're
They're
like,
saying
yeah, me
you,
and Larry just
the
robbed a bank,
doctor's
and
saying,
Larry's
how did
right
this
there,
happen?
doesn't
And
say
he's
anything.
not answering.
That's classic adoptive
You know, what
admission.
happened?
Judge,
It's
your
not
name
like
is
private
not
medical
adopted
treatment record.
admission when you were in custody. It would be a violation of his right to remain silent for them to even hint that him remaining silent in the custody of law enforcement was somehow an admission. There's no case because
He
it's
wasn't
such an
in-
axiomatic point of law.
He wasn't
You
being
cannot
asked by
harm
law
the
enforcement.
defendant's right to remain silent. You cannot have officers who are at
Arguably, they were
bedside,
within
as reflected in
earshot,
every records
but
they're trying to use to get this in.
we'll see.
Who are refusing.
Her foundation is freaking me out, though.
Obviously, that the officers the entire
Her
time
eyes are?
there.
Her
Because
foundation.
They're refusing to leave and outright telling a doctor who's saying, "I need you to go," so I
It
can
looks
find out
weirdly
what
just
happened."
like paint.
And they're saying, "I'm not leaving. He's in
Because she
custody."
hasn't put on her
That
eye
tells you
makeup.
The entire time at that hospital, he was in custody.
But
She didn't have
I don't
time.
think Mr. Diaz, you're
No.
not
Not contested, he's in
contested.
custody.
He's in custody.
But custodial interrogation is the standard. That's the standard. And interrogation means interrogation by the state.
Or doing anything that would be considered something that is forcing the defendant or trying to get him to speak.
At the
and standing
direction
there.
of law enforcement, though. Not if law enforcement is, what if it was a cellmate that they were trying to introduce evidence that had questions, they were asking questions and he didn't respond? What would you wouldn't object that it's a violation of
Yep.
his right to remain silent?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Because
If
they're
a
using-
cellmate questioned him?
If there's a
No.
suggestion, yes. If
What
the
about
suggestion
EMS?
Is that by not responding, he somehow.
If it were EMS responding to a crime
The
scene,
Fifth Amendment
and they'd
applies
ask
to
that.
a questioning by a one's cellmate?
It
Who
depends
doesn't?
on the circumstances.
Well, yeah, at the
Police are
direction,
standing right
at the
outside.
direction of the government, but the Fifth Amendment, it applies to government action. Can we at least start there? The Fifth Amendment applies to government action?
Or any action by the police that are putting somebody
At the direction
in a
of,
position.
absolutely,
No.
absolutely, at the direction of.
Or putting
Yep.
him in a position where his silence.
Yeah, but they're not saying that they told the police told the doctors to ask these questions. I got a couple of super chats here to burn through. The photo is James. I also have his litter mate Sophie.
Aww.
Tangrass says drunk legal vices equals great entertainment. I nearly died when you repeated the degloving, the disgust of some of the guests. Well worth the arm I paid. I
also saw that stream.
told it 3 times, not just once. Chad Morrill, Danny, come save Pennsylvania. Lol.
Good luck.
And Natasha, why is he arguing the Fifth? You don't have to talk, not even to a physician. You don't have to. But again, they're arguing whether that refusal to talk can be used as evidence against him or not. And the judge seems to be squarely in the idea that it's not protected by the Fifth Amendment.
It's not. If you had said something over a normal telephone conversation, okay, and the telephone company handed it over to the FBI, it wouldn't be protected. It wouldn't be protected if they handed it over to law enforcement. This is the exact same thing. This is, whether or not the government happens to overhear something that's being said is inconsequential. the judge is absolutely right. If it's not being directed by the government, there's a totally different discussion.
Yeah.
Is somehow being indicative
Oh, wait, pause.
of their
Actually, that makes me think, Jeff, you know how they uncovered the fact that the US government was directing Facebook to silence users and YouTube?
How
I'll
did
have
they
to
do
send
that?
you the evidence, but this leak, it wasn't a leak. It was a whistleblower who came out and said it. She worked for DHS. I wonder how many cases relied on the government violating people's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent
Interesting.
if they were using that in the same case. All right, keep going. Sorry. Just
somehow
interesting.
admission. The officer's action in this case is refusing to leave when the medical doctors are saying, we need this information to treat him. He can't be held accountable for remaining silent in the presence of law enforcement when he has every right to do so, because if he doesn't, they're going to use that against him.
Well, if he's in a jail cell at the direction of law enforcement, puts him in a jail cell, and another inmate in the jail starts interrogating him, asking him questions, and he remains silent, are you telling me the Fifth Amendment would prohibit that?
If the officers are standing outside, refusing to leave, and he's somehow bleeding and trying to get help, and that cellmate is the only way to get him help, who knows? Perhaps. That's exactly what's happening here. He can't get medical treatment without those officers being there hearing everything that he says.
Do we know what the question is that the doctor
Can we
asked
just
him?
stop for a second? She just said the defendant can't get medical treatment if he doesn't answer. And
But he's not
Mendoza has already
answering.
been deposed and said specifically, I'm asking him this so I know how to treat him. That's exactly the reason she's asking him.
What is she asking him?
She's asking him what happened. I'll try to find the deposition. Mr. Dirk may have it handy. I don't know if he has it with him. I didn't bring
And
the
he
deposition
specifically
myself.
doesn't answer, so it's not like his
refused to say
life
what
is
happened,
about
and
to
you want
end
to
if he
elicit
doesn't
that.
answer.
I want to elicit that what I believe she said, and we can find the quote if you want. She said, he looked me in the eye, I asked him, he turned, he looked away, and he never answered me. Which is why I have also clarified that the defendant could talk.
I got you on that.
And Judge, if they're asking for a revisit of this, I understand perhaps it couldn't have been anticipated that Judge Williams wouldn't be here, but you had said that would be heard in front of him, because our motion to be reconsidered was to be heard in front of him. If they're asking to now revisit that again in front of you, I am going to ask to revisit the issue about the medical records.
Judge-
Those medical records, and them trying to get in the statements that there is no reliability to show that Mr. Terry said, and trying to use that as a statement for purpose of medical diagnosis and treatment, is going to end up being the reversible error that sends this case back. So if they're having a revisit on a very similar issue, we should get to revisit that issue as well.
They did get to revisit it. They got to revisit it Monday morning.
And-
I asked to revisit it. He told me we were going to take it to William. I mentioned it to Williams Monday morning. He said he didn't know anything about it. Apparently, he since had a conversation with you to at least tell you he's not available. I still haven't.
I haven't talked to him. I know that he did something. Well, I know that he's out.
But whatever. The point is, I haven't had my rehearing. I'm still asking to have the rehearing when Dr. Mendoza is available. It's disingenuous to say they haven't had a rehearing.
I
They've
didn't
had
say
it.
we haven't had a rehearing.
You want to rehear it.
I said they were told to
Pause here again real quick. Yeah. Pope Bragg's says illegal vice is the fact they want to use his silence against him. You not protect your silence can be used against you in a multitude of situations. But it has to be the government at the government's direction trying to if the police says to the doctor, ask him what happened, get him to tell you what happened. That's different than just a regular doctor going, dude, you're going to die if I don't know what happened. I need to know what happened so I can treat you. And you remain silent. You can say, okay, that's indicative of, you could arguably use that to show an indication of guilt because he doesn't want to say what happened. So it's not, the reason it's a question here is the police didn't do this. The police aren't asking him questions. The police aren't it's not the government. The government's not asking him questions. The government's not telling someone to ask them questions. The government just happens to be listening. And that's what they're arguing about.
Let's
Is he
say
in
had
custody?
said something. Could they then use it? That's a better question. Let's say he had said, yes, she stabbed me or something. Let's say they wanted to use that or put it in evidence. Defense would then argue that it does get into evidence, right? Because there's consistency, right? If he were to make an inconsistent statement at a later time. So defense would be on the other side of this if it were consistent to whatever his argument about his defense is.
Yeah, and that's the argument. She's saying that because the police didn't leave the room, that the government is involved in the discussion.
Well, I mean, he
And-
could waive it too, but
And the prosecutor saying no. And I think that the judge is kind of is concerned because you saw him go when they said the doctor asked him, what happened or how did, rather than how did you injure yourself or
what happened to you?
Yeah, she asked
Yeah.
a broader question than perhaps she should have. But let's hear what the professionals are saying.
Have their rehearing in front of the same judge who made the ruling on the similar issue. They chose not to do that on Monday. I brought it up Monday morning because they didn't. And Judge Williams said, I hadn't heard anything about that. And counsel said, Judge, my understanding was you were going to come up and hear it with Judge Sabella when Judge Mendoza was here. They didn't ask
Dr.
Judge,
Mendoza.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mendoza would be here. They didn't ask for Judge Williams to hear that on Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning. Now all of a sudden they're asking you to rehear it. I'm fine if we have all of the issues about the similar items. We're talking about statements in the medical records. We're talking about statements to doctors. We're talking about the same things heard by the same judge.
As of right now, the statements in the medical records that Judge Williams has ruled twice are coming in are statements related to self-inflicted, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. There's a claimed statement in the records, despite 24 doctors and dozens of police
So then this
officers
clarifies-
saying that Mr. Terry would never answer questions when he was asked what happened. There is one statement in the medical records that gets repeated over and over and over in the records that says he says they were self-inflicted.
All right. Let me just ask Mr. Diaz, what did Judge Williams, I don't want to say I wasn't listening to you the other day, but since I said I was sending this back, I said Judge Williams can do all of it since he did it the first time. But you had indicated that Judge Williams made some representation that was something, did he rule? Or did he refuse to rule and say that that's something that needs to be taken up in front of me? That's what I'm
Judge
clear on.
rules.
You may have said that the other day, and I just missed it.
Judge, I'm trying to find the email. I don't remember if I saved it on my computer.
Jeff, I have to go. I have to go eat something before I get to work.
Of Judge.
Alrighty.
I asked him, and he said,
I'll be
Hopefully see you
listening
tomorrow,
to-
Danny.
Judge Sabella.
So he did
Hang
not
on,
rule.
Rosa.
Well, he did.
Danny's going to leave us, and once we get this thing done here in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to go to sleep because it's 5 a.m.
Oh, good night. I'm so sorry, Jeff. Thank you so much for having me on. Sorry for taking a good 40 minutes of your stream.
No problem. Hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow. I'll send you the link. If you're around, please join.
Love you guys.
Danny
Thank
on,
you, everyone.
everybody. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy some lunch. All righty. That just leaves us. Just you and I together. And Teresa K says, ever since Jeff mentioned the Pitbull shaver, now I'm getting Facebook ads for it. Yeah. Happens. They're watching. They're listening. And Tankra says, in Rittenhouse, Binger got smashed, tried to use Rittenhouse's Fifth Amendment against him. If I remember correctly, silence to police questioning. Yeah, this is different. This isn't police questioning. This is doctor questioning. Police are just listening. Anyway, let's see.
He did. He made a ruling that said the statements are out, and then I said, Judge, does that apply to live testimony too?
So what made you think, because when I asked before, if the motion said just medical records, and it wasn't, what made you think that his ruling, why was there the door open to ask, does that apply to live testimony too, if his ruling was regarding medical records and any statements?
Well, again, I wish I had the audio in the second play for you, and I might be able to find it if you give me a moment, but he said something to the effect of, it's unclear from the medical records. And so I wanted clarification. And if Judge Williams had said, yes, it applies to everything, no matter how it was said, then I understand that's the ruling. I have to live with it. But because he said take it up with you, I initially tried to broach it with you. Then you said, no, it's going to be Judge Williams.
Sounds like we're passing the ball back and forth.
I got it. You made a very specific declaration that Judge Williams was going to come up here, sit in your chair, and hear the hearing. Which,
And that's because he heard all the pretrial motions.
I honestly don't care whether it's you or Judge Williams. I really don't. I mean, I just want to get an answer so I know what to plan for. Okay, so if it can be Judge Williams because he is available, then fine. I am not judge shopping.
All right, I'll check, because he was the original judge, and I will check. I do not know, as I sit here right now, the answer to that. I think it'll be a lot quicker for him because he knows what got him up to the point, and then whatever new wants to be presented, I think it's quicker. But if he's unavailable, that may be a little different. I'm not ruling on whether you can re-argue the notes. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not saying no. I don't know yet whether Judge Williams is going to be able to. I guess, rehear with additional evidence, which is the doctor's testimony, whether that meant live witnesses or just notes. So let's table that for a moment. What about the other issue? Was there another issue from the defense, or was
No,
it?
they wanted a ruling, or to know if you had made a ruling on the Williams rule.
Well, I reserved, but part of my reservation was I didn't know the other part of what it was being sought to, what was the purpose. There's a list of reasons, and Mr. Diaz, you would agree, you didn't give me a reason.
I gave you multiple reasons. I gave you multiple bases under the similar fact evidence rule for which it could be admitted. I mentioned identity, I mentioned intent, I mentioned absence of mistake, and I mentioned to rebut a defense. Now, some of those sort of overlap. For example, if the defense was the defendant was acting in the heat of passion, right, that's also sort of an intent question. If the defense was the defendant is acting in self-defense, that's also an intent question, right? So, like, it's under an umbrella, and it's difficult. I could sit here and try and hypothesize a variety of defenses that could occur. As we sit here right now, I have not heard the defense say self-defense, but of course that can change at any moment. But I'm proceeding at the moment under the fact that this is not a self-defense case, okay? If it is, I think the equation changes radically. But I think that what I've heard so far is I've heard questions suggesting the defendant is not the one who committed the crime, so identity is certainly an issue, okay? And
What were the other suggestions?
There's the absence of mistake, which is also, again, sort of tied to intent, right? If the defendant, and I don't know that he will, I'm just saying hypothetically, if the defendant tried to say something like, I never meant to slice her throat, it happened accidentally, that he was arguing, for example, for a manslaughter, that would be, I killed her accidentally,
cut her
it was a
throat.
mistake. But that is also an intent question inherently, because I'm arguing it's premeditation and they're arguing it's not premeditated, it's manslaughter, right?
And I apologize, that's what I remembered. I thought most of your argument was, if they do this, then it's for this purpose. If they do this, then it's for this purpose. But so far...
And Judge, I have repeatedly, and I respect the fact, I'm not trying to in any way suggest that under any obligation to tell me what their defense is, but it is difficult to answer the question that you're asking me when I don't know what it is I'm specifically rebutting. If the defendant says it's self-defense, identity is not the issue in the case anymore, right? The defendant is saying, I did it,
but it's justified.
It's justified. That is an intent question. If the defendant says, I didn't do it, it was some other individual who came from the cow pasture.
Then identity is the issue.
Then identity is the issue. If the defendant says, it started out as a stupid argument, it escalated, and I killed her by accident, right? Then it's both an intent, and so, like, I don't know. And I am not happy to have to ask Your Honor to make a decision right now, because I imagine Your Honor would love to know whether or not the defendant's going to testify, because that might radically change your evaluation, because you might hear what he has to say.
When do you intend to use it? After we know that and they testify and
Well,
you're
Judge,
okay?
unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be in that position, which is why I was trying to sort of, like when I started this, if you notice, I was trying to talk about scheduling, because what happens on Thursday can make a big difference. If I have the entire weekend to get people here, it's no problem. My witnesses have to come from Michigan. It's Tuesday. At my current schedule, I am looking to rest.
He's going to bring the ex-girlfriend. Yeah. If he's allowed, he's going to bring the ex-girlfriend. That's why they're making this motion, to bring the ex-girlfriend who got stabbed. Wow. Crystal says, Legal Vices, what are your thoughts about the prosecutor seemingly arguing with the judge, or am I misinterpreting his actions? He seems to be flirting with a line. Well, the jury's not here. The courtrooms are much more relaxed and fluid than when the jury's there, it's by the books protocol. But when the jury's out, there's a lot more leeway to argue. I mean, you can't call the judge a name or yell at him, but the arguing is a lot more loose than it is normally when the jury's present.
On Thursday by lunchtime, okay? I certainly think that there is a basis on identity alone.
To put it in on your case in chief.
To put it in on my case in chief.
But a lot of those other issues would be in your rebuttal case, depending on what they do in their defense case.
Right, and so I'm just trying to get a heads up, because I don't want to get to Thursday at noon and now I'm like, Judge, what do you want me to do?
All right, so I mean, we've narrowed it down significantly. The only basis for you to legitimately argue at this point is for identity.
No, I've just said that, Judge.
But they haven't.
Judge, I still have to prove intent.
Intent, okay.
I
Intent
still
and
have to
identity.
prove intent. Like, there's 3 elements to murder. One is the victim's dead. The state and defense have stipulated. So it's only who did it and what was their intent.
Okay, well, tell me how the previous incident proves intent. How are you going to argue if I allow the testimony of the previous Michigan incident? How does that prove intent?
Well, I think it separates the issue of manslaughter, right? That this is an intentional act, not an accident, effectively. Because again, accident and intent are kind of the same thing for this particular case. I think it also separates the notion of whether or not this is second-degree murder versus first-degree murder. The fact that the defendant has in a previous case had an argument with a girlfriend, gone to a butcher block, pulled a knife out of a butcher block, come back and intentionally stabbed his girlfriend in the throat during a domestic dispute, because that's what Michelle Rogers said. She said he went and got the knife, and the first thing he did was he came back and he stabbed me in the throat. And then the fight continues to linger. It goes outside the home. He's continued to attack her multiple times. He's stabbing her more than one time. All of these things, I think, go to premeditation. And so I do think the analysis, is obviously slightly different, whether Your Honor's looking at it as an identity case, an identity situation, or whether you're looking at it as an intent versus accident mistake situation. But I think at least, I'm not suggesting it's planned. I'm not suggesting it was prepared. I don't think knowledge of the crime is an issue, okay? It's not opportunity. We can start the list of all of the things that are listed under the rule and start crossing them out, but we're always going to have intent, we're always going to have identity, we're always going to some degree, in a murder case, have the issue of accident or mistake, and then there's always the catch-all, which thus far I've not heard a specific defense like self-defense, but there's always that one still lingering out there.
Let me ask you, though, if I let it in your case in chief, and then we find out in their case that it's a self-defense.
Okay, and this is a question here. What are we arguing? Oh, this isn't we've moved past the medical treatment question. Now we're on the issue of, can we talk about the previous time he stabbed his girlfriend in the neck? The question that was here, where the hell's the question? It started to scroll as soon as I clicked. Damn it. Where was it? Yeah, here we are. Rachel K. How the hell did this guy get out of jail? Isn't that attempted murder? The prosecutor in the Michigan case, the prosecutor dropped the charges from attempted murder down to attempted grievous bodily harm, something like that. So he eventually didn't get convicted of attempted murder.
Defense case, then wasn't I wrong for letting it in for identity and intent?
Well, no, I think intent is the opposite of self-defense. What was your intent when you did it? Did you shoot this person and kill them in self-defense, or did you shoot this person and kill them basically unjustified? Because that's what self-defense really is. Self-defense is a question of what is in the mind of the defendant at the time that they commit the crime. Do they do it because they are in fear of the imminent threat of a forcible felony? Or do they do it because they're intending to kill someone and there's no fear that plays into it? That's an intent question. Self-defense is all day long a question of intent. The jury's going to have to ultimately decide what is in the mind of the defendant.
Judge, how do we get away from Balzort? Balzort was very clear, for the record, that 75-7-3-380, Florida 2nd District Court of Appeals case from 2011. That said, you have to not only have a strikingly similar offense, which we don't, which we went through at the beginning of the whole hearing about why this case is not strikingly similar to the Michigan case, but you also have to have something unique.
Okay, now she's saying that getting drunk, arguing, taking a knife out of a butcher block, stabbing your girlfriend in the neck in the middle of a domestic violence incident is not substantially similar to getting drunk, starting problems, going to a butcher block, taking a knife out, stabbing your girlfriend in the neck while engaged in a domestic violence issue. They sound pretty similar to me here. I don't know.
About the two cases that somehow are like a fingerprint of the defendant. And the factual scenario in Balzort is directly analogous to the factual scenario here. There you had two domestic violence cases. The first one, the victim survived. The second one, the victim did not. You had both of them being by the same instrument, his hands, strangulation. Nothing was unique about that, and the trial court let in both of that.
Well, that's what
the
happened
evidence
here.
about both.
You
The
stabbed two
actual trial
people.
of
One died,
25,
one
and
didn't.
The evidence about the prior case where the victim survived, claiming it was under the guise of Williams rule. And the Second District Court of Appeals said no, and reversed it and said not only were they not strikingly
Oh.
similar because the first victim survived and the second didn't, but it also
Oh,
was
see,
nothing
now-
unique that would have allowed for those instances.
Now
to be
that's the
put
result
into a
being
fingerprint.
different, not the
There is
act.
nothing about the Michigan case here that in any way is some sort of fingerprint that proves Matthew Terry committed the case at bar. And under Bowser, that would be reversible error for the state to be able to use the Michigan case somehow to claim that we know Matthew Terry's the perpetrator here.
You make good points. I obviously, I don't want to make a mistake on this. This is a very important issue. Mr. Diaz, as to your response on Bowser and the uniqueness.
Okay, so I want you to listen to what defense said, because she's absolutely correct in what she said, but you have to listen to it carefully. It's to prove the defendant did it. That's identity, right? Not intent. Okay? I know that for identity, it has to be strikingly similar, although I contend that there is a difference between the way Ms. Perry describes it as a fingerprint, which is unique, is not the same standard as similar. It's not identical evidence, it's similar evidence. It has to be similar, and I return to the analogy I gave you.
Say it again. I remember it.
You got
I
to
remember
turn
you
the
saying it.
dial, and your honor's going to decide at some point the dial has been turned, whether it's 7 or 8 or whatever the number is you put, that's where it became similar. However, while I concede that the defense is correct as to what Bowser says, as I was sitting here, I opened Professor Earhart. And Professor Earhart is very kind to break up Williams Rule evidence, both for issues of intent, that for example starts on page 301 of the 2022 edition, is a separate section from intent, which starts on page 307.
Wait, I think you might have misspoke. I think you said intent. I think you said intent twice. I could
So,
be wrong.
intent and then an identity. Identity starts on 301, and 307 starts intent. And if you look at intent, and I would ask your honor to read the case because I hate not having a case.
Oh, I think the prosecution is very
You will see
confident.
that Professor Earhart writes that evidence admissible under section 90.402 sub 2 when it is probative to show intent, which is generally is an ultimate issue in the case. Offering the evidence to prove intent is similar to offering it for some other permissible Williams Rule purposes, such as motive and plan, which form the basis of inferring intent. If the collateral acts are relevant to show intent, they are admissible even though they are not similar.
What case is this?
Well, so that's footnote number 3. And if you go into footnote number 3, and I was here reading all the cases, you come to Vincent versus State, 885, Southern 2nd, 963, and then it quotes to pages 965 through 966. It's a Florida 3rd DCA case out of 2004. The summary written by Professor Earhart is, where the defendant was charged with the stabbing death of her boyfriend, no abuse of discretion to admit evidence that the defendant had stabbed a previous boyfriend to prove that the stabbing was intentional and not occurred as a result of the victim accidentally stabbing himself as claimed by the defendant. Now, I get it. In that case, the defendant has made a specific accusation that the victim stabbed himself. However, when you read the case of Vincent, the court does an analysis. The defense contends that the evidence of the stabbing of Junior Charles was not similar enough to the charged crime to justify its introduction into evidence. The state replies, and we agree, that there were multiple points of similarity between the prior stabbing and the current stabbing. The relationship between the defendant and the victim was the same, girlfriend and boyfriend. Each incident occurred in the home, each incident occurred during a domestic argument, and each incident involved a knife. Both victims were stabbed in exactly the same location, which in this case was the chest, not the neck. That's 5. They also say in both incidents there was a completed act of stabbing. That's 6.
Geez, like literally, this case they're talking about in this textbook is like identical to what's going on here, it sounds like. Pope Rack has touched me, member for 2 months of clean and sober. Isn't this what the state's rebuttal would be for? The state can't just get a handicap because they don't know the entire defense. Kinda, yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
And in both incidents, the defendant was remorseful after the stabbing. And I concede I don't have that. Okay? But that's 6 things out of 7 that they listed that are exactly the same here. It's a boyfriend-girlfriend situation. It's a domestic situation. It starts in a home. It involves a knife. It is a stabbing in exactly the same place. And it's a completed act of the stabbing.
Okay, that's why each of you are such good attorneys. I hear Ms. Perry cite Bowser, and I say, wow, she's got a really good point. Then you cite Vincent, and I say, wow, he's got a really good point. But I made you respond to her Bowser. You responded to it with Earhart and Vincent.
And
let
to
me
be
hear
clear,
Ms. Perry respond to Vincent.
And just so your honor is aware, Bowser is cited by Professor Earhart. Bowser is cited in the identity section. He's not cited when we get to the intent section.
I got you.
Can I have the site?
To Vincent?
Yes.
Sure.
885 Southern Second 993, is that correct?
Vincent was, sorry, give me 1 second, let me find it again. 885 Southern Second 963.
Oops. Dyslexic.
I did the same thing with Southward, it's 830, not 380.
Uh-oh, is that right? Well, I have Valford. I have all. I'm gonna read these cases tonight. So, but I want to hear your response. But you know what? Go ahead. You want to take? I'm gonna rule in the morning, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Your Honor.
I want to read Vincent.
I was just going to ask you to give a ruling on Wednesday morning. That would give me time to get people here from Thursday if it's on.
That's my intention. I will rule tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock. I will give Ms. Perry an opportunity to review Vincent and to make a last argument on the difference between identity and intent and distinguish Vincent. Ms. Bradley, you have something?
Judge, just as far as we're getting into the area of intent, obviously it's a different ballgame if there's some kind of self-defense claim or an affirmative accident type of claim or things of that nature. You know, a lot of the case law that Mr. Diaz is bringing up is someone who is saying that something happened and it was an accident.
But intent is in the elements of first-degree murder.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a differentiation between those two things.
Two different types of intent?
I'm saying there's a difference between having to prove premeditation and having to negate an accident. That is two different things
Well, and
when
that's-
you're looking at the case law, because that's where you're starting the slippery slope. As you're talking about turning a dial, it's turning a dial to using this evidence for nothing more than propensity.
I hear you.
And that's where that becomes very important.
Understand, but as you stand here, because I don't know the facts of Vincent, what the other than it was a girlfriend, boyfriend, but do you know whether it was a self-defense claim in Vincent?
No, I don't, but I know that
was an
Mr.
accident.
Diaz talked about the defendant saying it was an accident.
That's correct. She claimed it was an accident. She claimed that the defendant walked into the knife.
That's that's saying I did it and it was an accident. That's very different than having to prove premeditation.
Okay.
I don't mean to throw a third voice into this in defense.
But you are.
Yes, I am. One of the
Oh, hurry up, end this thing. I'm falling asleep over here.
case, every time there was a prior, is that to say that the state has to prove intent in practically every crime? Right? Practically every crime requires some intent element. Is that to say that somebody's charged with a second theft and they don't get any defense at all, that the state can bring in Williams' rule on that prior theft?
And because it was a very, very similar theft, then maybe.
Aren't they all? I mean, if it's just shoplifting, are they able to bring in Williams' rule just because somebody's committed theft before? That's not the purpose of the rule. Intent necessarily requires there be some sort of theory of defense that the state is resting on that causes that intent to be relevant.
It would have to be similar facts.
It has to be relevant.
Not just similar crimes.
I believe that the proper term is strikingly similar. And so also the other problem that we run into here is that we had filed a motion to strike the state's notice, and we had fought to keep this
Jeff
evidence
is
out.
tired.
And
It's
all of
10
that was
after
denied
5 in the
by
morning.
reserve ruling. And we
Gotta
have
sleep
not
for at
wanted
least
to
4
destroy
hours.
Williams' rule. We have not even brought that prospect up because of the fact that we don't want to prejudice Mr. Terry, and we don't know how this jury would have viewed any sort of evidence of a prior act in its case in chief. Now, the jury doesn't know that Mr. Terry has a prior violent felony, but if, in order to determine whether or not this jury would have been predisposed to finding him guilty if there had been Williams' ruling information introduced, and we could have crossed that bridge with the jury, we could have brought up that topic. We haven't done
knew
that.
it was a possibility.
Well, exactly. But that's the problem with reserving a ruling on Williams' rule. That's the problem. And we had asked for a ruling. And they have not established relevance. In other words, what they're doing is they're taking relevance day by day. The notice should give the defense some idea of what the relevance is. In other words, before we pick a jury, the state has practically rested its case. And we still don't know the court's position on Williams' rule, which means the state still has no idea what the relevance is. They can't establish relevance except for the fact that it's strikingly similar. They don't know what our defense is. We're not obligated to tell them. Mr. Terry hasn't given a statement to the police, which would give them some idea of what his frame of mind might be in terms of his own defense. Nothing. Zero.
Well, I think that their position now is that it's relevant to prove intent. Is that correct?
Intent and identity, an accident or mistake.
Yeah.
But again, I think accident or mistake
Basically,
go
yes.
to intent at the end of the day.
Let's talk about what intent is then. You are trying to make the argument that basically anytime you have a domestic with any partner, that shows an intent later to somehow batter a different partner under different circumstances for a different argument just because you had a prior domestic.
There's only
That
about 5
means-
minutes left.
It's not different circumstances, it's same circumstances, jealousy, same weapon, knife, same, so strikingly similar facts.
There are not strikingly similar
Who gets to
facts.
decide that?
You do, but we
All
have
right,
a
well,
hearing
let's-
where a list of differences was outlined for the court. It's not just similar, it's strikingly similar. And the striking similarity doesn't exist here. We have somebody who specifically, frankly, is mentioned in Balzort as being a main difference, and that is Michelle Rogers, who survived. Balzort talks about that fact alone, making the two cases not strikingly similar.
You would agree, though, that the same strikingly similar
So stop saying
test
similar. That's one of
would
my
be the
trigger
one that
words.
the Vincent court used, maybe for a different reason, for intent in not walking into the knife, but they still had to satisfy the strikingly similar in Vincent, correct? I haven't read, and here's the thing, we're wasting a lot of time here because I haven't read it, okay? I will be much better prepared tomorrow when I read Vincent and I come in, and I'm not telling you I'm going to come in with an opinion, made up. I'm going to give you the opportunity because although you've looked at Vincent and you made some good arguments as possible distinctions on Vincent and looking at the differences in types of intent, I will allow you to be heard in the morning. But it's a waste right now because I haven't read Vincent. So let's do that in the morning. We'll come in at 8:45. I know that I told the jury 9, but if it takes a little longer and we have to, actually, let's make it 8:30 for us in here.
Yeah, early.
There was no allegation of jealousy in the Michelle Rogers case.
That was a argument after drinking. You may recall me going to multiple bars. You may also recall that Ms. Rogers, when she testified, indicated that she couldn't even remember what started the argument.
I addressed this issue in the original Williams Rule motion. I conceded that this was the state's position, that it was a case of jealousy here, and that he did not say he was jealous in the other case, but I went to great pains to point out to the court that ultimately what the issue is, it's insecurity in the relationship. The defendant said, "You don't love me." It was the insecurity.
Okay. I misspoke. I apologize. All right. So, 2 issues for tomorrow morning.
Well, and I'd like to at some point confirm with Your Honor what I started with, which was for you to agree that I can leave my last 2 witnesses for Thursday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because Ms. Troutman and Ms. Cox, I think, will be long, and I don't want them sitting out here.
Okay, so the prosecution is going to end their case on Monday, it sounds
Depending
like.
on how I rule tomorrow morning, when can you get those other witnesses here from Michigan?
Well, if you tell me tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I'm going to call them immediately, and I'm going to try and put them on a plane the same day to have them here for Thursday morning. So
And is it the 2 that testified?
I will bring the victim and the detective. That's who I will bring. And they are standing by. I spoke to them on Monday night because I'm sure they're going to call me again tonight because the victim has a child, and so I need to give her advance notice. Hey, you got to get your child to your friend so you can come down.
All right, well, I'll make a decision in the morning. No question about that.
Just scheduling wise, we went through 12 witnesses today. They're suggesting we're only going to go through 7 tomorrow. I don't know.
If we break early, we break early if they're
Well,
going to finish on Thursday.
That's why I brought it up, because I was trying to point out, I don't really know, since I cannot predict what the defense will do, and they're certainly not in any position to tell me, but I don't know how long the medical examiner, the actual autopsy doctor will be. I don't know how contested Dr. Devers will be. I don't know how long Robert Durr and Brandon Douglas will
And
be.
they're all tomorrow.
And they're all tomorrow, and then there's the lead detective, and I can still bring Detective Watson, and so
I
don't-
assure you it'll take up a majority of the day tomorrow.
Plus, we still
I
have-
don't see us breaking at 3 o'clock tomorrow or before. I know you may not have a whole lot of cross, but we'll see.
I mean, if we burn through 6 out of 7 witnesses at noon, I will call Ms. Troutman and tell her to come down. I will do that. I just don't think that we are going to be.
All right, we'll just we'll wrap this up here. They're just talking about scheduling and how much longer things are going to go. So we don't need to sit in for all of that. Guys, thank you so much for being here, everybody. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button on your way out. And subscribe. I would be deeply honored to have your subscription as we go through these things. This is what we do. What do we have coming up on my channel for the next few days? Tomorrow will be day 3 of this trial. So that'll be Friday, and that'll be Friday morning, like we're doing right here now. But then Friday evening, US, we'll be doing The Unexplained with Farron Balanced. And her sister Hannah will be here as well. So it'll be Farron, me, and Hannah. Also, Meme Copium will be joining us from Japan. The subject of The Unexplained will be the forest in Japan where people go to self-delete. He's got some great video and some good stories for being there. Monday, we're going to be doing 2 things. We'll be doing the Shackleton expedition to Antarctica, an hour-and-a-half documentary on that harrowing experience and the survival. And then later that, I guess it'll be Monday morning for you guys, we will be joining the trial for the, we'll be joining it live. Yay. And then we'll just keep going with the trial every day until they're done. So there you go. That's what's coming up. Thank you to the mods. I know a lot of you mods stuck through so much of this whole day. You know, Rose, you were here from the beginning. Valhalla, you popped in. I don't know which of the mods are still here, but God, everybody that's here, you guys did such an amazing job. Chat, you guys are awesome. I have the best chat on the internet. The Vice Squad rules. And for those of you that are just listening to this as you drive down the road or go about your work, thank you so much. Come back as soon as you get a chance and hit the like button. Leave a comment. That counts as engagement. Thank you so much for the super chats today. They were greatly appreciated. We'll see you all tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, which you might want to start an hour early. Nah. We'll just we'll go straight. We'll go 9 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 1 p.m. London and midnight Australia Canberra time. We'll see you all then. Take care, guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love. We'll see you then. And until then, do not forget to enjoy. Wait, we have one super chat coming in under the wire. Two of them, I guess. Well, this isn't super chat. Legal Vices. I'm so confused. Is the defense arguing since the defense doesn't tell them why he might or might not have committed the crime, they don't have any way to use the X to disprove it? The defense is kind of what they're arguing, essentially. Yeah. You know, the judge will give his ruling tomorrow on whether or not they get to bring in the victim of a substantially similar situation, which I mean, it sounds more than substantially similar. They sound virtually identical. The only difference being one girlfriend lived, the other girlfriend died. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see tomorrow how all of this works out. The last super chat, where did it go? From Xcomer. Where are we? Where's Xcomer's last super chat of the day? Thank you for enduring this. Well, thank you for enduring this. And as I was saying before I remembered these chat, see you tomorrow. Don't forget to enjoy your legal vices. I'm out.